history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
Jan, he's in the zone, he's been there, he's done it before.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An incredible mate. He's proven himself that he can rebound.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
It's a beautiful day in Toronto, the cityscape with the iconic skyline, the CN Tower in the background in all its glory. But it's down in the Great Hall where the hunt for glory is on. With only 4 games left, we are entering the home stretch of the FIDE Candidates and the FIDE Women's Candidates. Welcome everyone to our round 11 coverage. I'm International Master Tanya Satdev, and alongside me, the incredible, the one and only Grandmaster David Howell. David, it's good to see you again. The players are fresh off the rest day. What are we most excited about today?
Tanya, it's good to see you too. It's good to see everyone at home. So much to be excited about. It's one of the closest tournaments in history, let alone at this elite level. I don't know what to expect. It's been drama on and off the chessboard in recent days. Everyone seems to be beating everyone, and it's just a race to the finish. What more could we have asked for? It's just an honor to be here at such a historic moment, Tanya.
It's really a big one. Every game, David, matters so much from now on, and it's going to be an exciting day. Well, round 10 was dramatic. It was a roller coaster with emotions running high, time scrambles keeping us on the edge of our seats. And before we deep dive into all the action that's coming up, let's take a look at what went down. With the finish line appearing on the horizon, the tension is high.
This bishop takes e6, fe6, e5 I have seen right from the beginning. There is this f4 follow-up, then I do believe that Fabi has already spotted it.
No, he hasn't seen it.
Wow!
That's a surprise. That's a shocker, David. He has to go. Still 2 moves to be made. He's down to 7 seconds on the clock. Each and 20 seconds for Fabi as well. So he needs to make a decision where he wants to retreat with the bishop. And he makes it. He makes it to time control. Firouzja reaching out, and he just makes the move with 1 second on the clock. Bishop d5 played.
It is Fabiano with a winning endgame after that time scramble.
Well, I think one of the big problems for Black is that Black has no moves.
And that is it. Alireza Firouzja resigns. Clinical execution there with the pawns traded off. 3 pawns each on the king's side. Asymmetrical, and we can see eye contact. And with that, with them, they have to reach the 40 move mark though before the draw offer is made and accepted. And it felt like there was a bit of confusion there, but the players did get it right.
I can confirm it was a 3-fold repetition on move 39, so they could have actually agreed to a draw 1 move later on move 40. Clearly a very friendly draw here.
How does Nejat keep the pressure in this position?
Wow, he blitzed out the move queen e7, a very strange move.
Hikaru finds the best move, the only way to keep things in white's favor.
Hikaru continues to play fast, and this is busted for black.
There we go. He resigns. Hikaru takes the win. Another important victory. Hikaru, he's right back in the tournament.
Pragg was 1 move away. She had to just take on f5. She went knight takes e5, expecting Lei Ting-Jie to take on e4. The winning move for black is king f4. She's found it.
Wow, what a round.
And with those 2 decisive victories, the American dream lives on. And as we approach these critical final rounds, here's where we stand. At the top of the leaderboard, Jan and Gukesh remain the front runners with 6 points. They are the leaders, just a heartbeat away, half a point behind at 5.5. Pragg Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura with 5 points. Still within striking distance, but needs to get on the leaderboard, needs to score some big wins, is Vidit Gujarati. The stakes are immense. Every win from this point is so precious for these players. David, what do you expect to be the risk appetite coming into round 11?
Well, we've been really spoiled here at the Candidates, Tanya. Players are taking risks left, right, and center. It's clear how much they want it. I don't remember any single board draws throughout the whole tournament. So I think it's going to be more of the same. Like you mentioned, the stakes are higher than ever. We're closing in on that finishing line now. But yeah, I'm hoping the players serve up just as much entertaining chess as they have been doing. And as you say, every move matters. We're here now. This is it.
This is it. In just a few moments, we will have the first moves of round 11. But before that, we're going to head over to Mike, who's live from Toronto, breaking it down with some numbers.
Thanks, guys. As we head into round 11, all of the country versus country matchups are now over, and we have 5 players either tied for the lead or within 1 point. According to Chess by the Numbers analysis, he predicts that actually Gukesh is a statistical favorite to win the candidates. But he also says that, surprisingly, there's a 2 in 3 chance that we do not go to tiebreaks and we end up with a clear winner. Today, Gukesh has white against a resurgent Caruana. That will be a big test. Now, Nepomniachtchi, one of the other co-leaders, has black against Vidit, but he's never lost to Vidit. Vidit's been a real wild card, a maverick in this tournament. He has 6 decisive games out of his 10. That could be a key matchup. We also have Pragg versus Nakamura. Nakamura also part of the American Renaissance in round 10. Over in the ladies section, it looked like it was going to be Tan Jiangyi running away with this thing, but Lei Tingji is on a tear. She has 4.5 out of her last 5, and today she is white against Anna Muzichuk. On paper, a great matchup. Anna is the only lady who has not yet notched a victory. That's going to be pivotal for the remaining of the tournament. That's the scene from round 11. Now back to you.
Let's take a look at our win probabilities after that breakdown from Mike right there. And here we have it. Some upswings, some downswings, some comebacks there. David, what stands out to you in this win probability that we have for the players with 4 rounds remaining?
Wow, there's a lot to unpack there. What stands out to me is the kind of up and down journey that so many players have had throughout the last 2 weeks. I mean, Gukesh now arguably one of the favorites, but I still see tiebreaks being a looming possibility here. It's so hard to separate the players. It could be decided by a blunder ultimately. There are twists and turns ahead. And we all remember that heartbreaking game for Gukesh early in the tournament. If there are moments like that ahead for any of the players, it will be hard to recover. But yeah, just fascinating. Nobody's out of it, maybe out of those top 6 that we were talking about. And Tanya, it's so hard to make a prediction. Everyone has their favorites at home.
Absolutely, David. And that red line that you pointed out with Gukesh having close to no odds of winning at the start. And right now we saw the massive upswing. He's been a consistent player. He's at the top of the leaderboard along with Yan, and big pairings coming up for these players in round 11. Let's take a look at the matchups and break it down to the action that we're going to have in just a few moments. We've got Pragg versus Hikaru, and David, this is a huge matchup for the standings. Let's go one by one on this. What's your prediction on this one?
Ooh, I'll throw it back to you in a second with predictions. Tanya, I'm curious to hear your take. I am going for a draw between Pragg and Hikaru, partly because I think Hikaru's going to just not take any risk. With black, it's always hard. We've seen what happens when you go too hard. Remember his game against Vidit. But Praggnanandhaa, he's been solid as well the last few games. How about yourself? I predict draw.
Draw would be the safe prediction at this point, based on how much risk that the players really want to take. And as you said, Hikaru with black. But you know what, David? I'm going to predict a decisive result on this board. I think Hikaru wants to leapfrog Pragg in the standings, but Pragg never easy, always ready for the fight. I don't know who's going to take it, but I'm predicting a decisive one on this. We've also got Vidit versus Yan. Now for Yan, he did beat Vidit in their earlier clash in the Candidates. What are you most looking forward to in this one?
Ooh, I'm curious whether Vidit will go all out for revenge. As you mentioned, he lost a Berlin endgame against Jan Nepomniachtchi earlier in the event, and often the players, because it is a double round robin, they have a score to settle. So I'm predicting decisive result in this one. I actually think Vidit has a great chance if he's able to keep his cool. Jan has been struggling with black. How about you, Tanya?
Also predicting a decisive one on this. Again, hard to say which side, but I think at this stage for Vidit, he needs to go all out. He has to try to create his chances with every single white left. So we can expect a lot of excitement on that board as well. And we saw there, Gukesh, the tournament leader, will be playing against Fabiano, who's breathing down his neck, just half a point behind with 5.5. And the Alireza versus Nejat matchup. Now, David, it comes down to how motivated those two players are feeling at this point. And I think they're going to have a big role to play in the ultimate standings, even though they don't have a shot at winning the candidates.
That's right. There's still 4 rounds ahead. And while Firouzja and Abbasov face off against each other today, they will be playing the leading pack over the next few days. And of course, there's a lot of pride at stake. There's actually money at stake per half point that the players get. So every point does matter, and they'll be itching to try and set the score right. As we see there, Gukesh almost meditating as Fabiano leaves the board. Tanya, so many different strategies from the players. Look at that. Just a picture of concentration from young Gukesh. It's brought him all the luck, all the points so far.
And all the focus that he needs going into this round. We say Gukesh there. He's meditating, getting his focus on for a big clash against the world number 2. And here's world number 3. After his title Tuesday win on the rest day, getting his 69th title Tuesday win in, he's got to be feeling confident after the way he's also made a comeback in the standings, David.
Yeah, imagine winning title Tuesday once, let alone 69 times. What an achievement. Hikaru addicted to chess. I hear rumors Vidit as well joined the action, as well as some of the other competitors from the candidates. They were all on chess.com last night playing their games.
And I find that so insane that you've got the candidates on, you're entering the most important phase of the tournament, and they just seem to throw out any traditional wisdom about how to be in the middle of these tournaments and go on to play Title Tuesday. And it just shows how these players are not bound by conventions anymore. Times are changing. Alireza was one of the players. And while it's understandable to me seeing Alireza and Hikaru playing Title Tuesday, Hikaru, well, he's just a beast. He can do everything at the same time. But to me, the biggest shock was seeing Vidit in the mix in Title Tuesday when he's playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi the next day in almost a situation where he needs to try to get a win out of this one.
That's right, Tanya. Chess players, they're taking the leaf out of other sports. My mind is drawn to tennis. You see the top tennis players in the world, even on their rest day, even the morning before their games, they're out there knocking the balls around, staying sharp, staying fresh, staying warm. That's what the top players do in the world these days. But as you mentioned, almost a must-win game for Vidit. And Jan, it must be on his mind that he hasn't won for a long, long time now. It's been a week since Jan Nepomniachtchi won a game. So although he's been solid, getting those draws still in the joint lead, Nepomniachtchi will potentially need to rack up another win before the end. And in the meantime, Pragg against Hikaru. We also see Aris Margetis, famous arbiter in the middle, Sagar Shah, and Yevgeny Bareyev. Tanya, what a lineup. Celebrity stars out there in Toronto.
It's easy to get inspired right now looking at these players, and I agree with you. This board is going to be fire, and while Chat, David, and I have been making predictions, remember everyone, go to chess.com/events, hit the social tab, and vote who you think will win this round. 4 exciting matchups, very critical games for each of these players. As you can see, there are tons of prizes in the FIDE candidates, but also in the women's candidates. Vote now, since voting ends once 10 moves have been made on the board. So good luck to the players and good luck to our chat as well. And there we've got our 4 boards, the handshakes, the ceremonial moves being made on the Pragg board. What do you think that is? Is that the Queen's Pawn, David, that moved forward?
Ooh, I wish I had better eyesight. It does look like the Queen's Pawn. You're right, Tanya. It was Bareyev, we should mention, a world-class grandmaster in his own right. I remember in the 90s, he was right up there. Now represents Canada. And he makes the ceremonial first move. Pragg leaves it on the board. He doesn't take that move back. Interesting. I think Bareyev was a d4 player, if I remember correctly. In the meantime, top right, Tanya, Vidit meditating, a sight we're becoming used to, but all the other games have kicked off now.
Pragg just leaves the Devon on the board. Just a little Jadoop there by him, and an immediate response by Hikaru. We're still not sure if it's D4, but we will get an update. That's what it looks like from our site right now. All the games underway. And I don't know if Alireza has made his move. I think he finally does. And you know what? I think, David, in that one, it's a B3. It's still far to say, but 4 big games and opening moves. Out of the rest, are you expecting some big surprises early on in this round?
I definitely am. Again, the candidates, it tends to be a feast of opening ideas, novelties galore. You see these kind of big opening battles early on where the players show off their preparation, their home cooking. But in recent rounds, I have noticed a slight trend towards quieter lines. You mentioned Firouzja playing B3 on move 2 a couple of rounds ago against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he's doing so again against Abbasov today. Really interesting, just taking the kind of sting out of the early phase of the game, just trying to get a position and play, as they say. And we've seen also some quieter anti-Berlins. It feels like the players, after the stormy first rounds, have tried to slow things down. But in the meantime, we will catch up with those openings when the moves come in. But I'm excited, Tanya. I've got to say, I think especially looking at the leaders, we talked about Firouzja, Abbasov not having an impact on the standings, but the leaders, especially Vidit against Nepo, Gukesh against Caruana, it's so juicy on paper. I'm predicting at least 2 decisive results. It definitely feels like a key day to set them up for the closing stretch.
I was going to actually ask you that looking at our matchups today. So, David, you think we're going to have 2 decisive games? I'm going to go with 3 decisive games.
Whoa.
And I will also tell you on which boards I'm expecting them. I think Alireza, Abbasov will be decisive. Pragg, Hikaru as well. And between these 2, it's a tough one. But you know what? I will go with Vidit and Jan being another 3rd decisive game. We will find out, chat, how things develop, of course. And you mentioned opening novelties, which have been such a big part of this candidates. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi who played a brilliant novelty out of the Berlin against Vidit. That move, Knight H2, which got Vidit into so much trouble. And I think early on that this time Vidit plays with white. Really going to be interesting to see what the players have cooked on this rest days along with their seconds. And speaking of seconds, I have to ask you, David, there are so many. We know that players are there with their team, with their supporters as well as trainers. Which has been the most interesting aspect when it comes to seconds in Toronto with the players for you?
Yeah, of course, every top player needs a good support network, a good support team. I was just flabbergasted that Peter Svidler was the second of Pragg. I had no idea. I pride myself on knowing kind of the chess gossip, who's hanging out with who's working with who. But the fact that Peter Svidler has been seconding Pragg, and the fact it worked so well this tournament with the opening surprises, for me, that was just fantastic to see. Of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's got a very well-established team. He has done for the last 3-4 years. That's why he's been so successful in the candidates. Of course, nice to see Abbasov with the likes of Mamajarov. Everyone's kind of brought their own kind of friends, supporters with them. But ultimately, it's where the openings, that's where the kind of biggest impact lies. And talking of openings, Tanya, we have the moves and some surprises. I'm looking at the top left, the top right, some crazy positions on the board already.
Definitely some surprises. I think the one sane position that we have is that bottom left board. Gukesh versus Fabi that we see. It's a queen's gambit decline. So still very standard. And as we said with Alireza, he does have, that's the bottom right board, B3 on the board. So once again, trying to get similar ideas as he did against Jan. The one game that Jan was in so much trouble and Alireza was so close to actually getting that with a spectacular exchange sacrifice. It ended in a draw. A similar opening approach by Alireza. Meanwhile, we've got a face-off on that top left in the center. And David, a lot of tension on the E-file on the Jan versus Vidit top right board. Which one looks the most fun to you?
Ooh, they all look quite fun. Well, I mean, Nakamura definitely surprising Pragg, I must say. It's like a Queen's Gambit, like squared. It's like Queen's Gambit met by Queen's Gambit with Praggnanandhaa and Nakamura. I'm not even sure what this branch of the opening is called. That being said, perhaps the most developed game so far. is the one you mentioned towards the end there, that Petrov between Vidit and Nepomniachtchi. So maybe we dive in briefly there before we see how Pragg reacts to the early surprise on move 3 from Nakamura.
Let's do it, David. Take it away and perhaps show it to us from the very start. Jan Nepomniachtchi, a big proponent of the Russian defense, the Petrov, so difficult to break. Let's see what ideas Vidit has against. Well, it's not unexpected for Vidit that Jan has gone for the Petrov.
That's right. Jan has had a lot of success, especially in the candidates tournaments. This being the third candidates tournaments where it's been kind of one of his main weapons. I remember in that kind of postponed second half of the 2020-2021 candidates where Jan, he started playing the French defense the first half, second half switched to the Petrov, got a lot of success there. So knight takes e5 against this Russian defense, d6, kicking the knight back, and rather than the usual move, the traditional move that nearly all grandmasters play automatically, knight f3, he drops the knight back the other way. Vidit, this is clearly his attempt at a surprise. Knight takes pawn, restoring the material balance. Queen e2, you pin, but you don't win. Queen e7 blocks that. And knight c3, Tanya. Will we see a queen trade? Is this the plan? Big question. Jan, what does he do with his knight? Does he take or does he drop back?
The answer to the first one is, I think, definitely yes. I think we're going to have a queenless endgame. I don't really see a way for black to keep the queens on the board. And again, would he want to go into the queenless endgame, keeping an extra pair of minor pieces, falling back with the knight? I would still expect with it to capture on e7, open up the way for his own bishop to come out. And to me, it looks like a very cautious opening approach by Vidit. David, do you think he can still hold ambition in those endgames, or is Vidit just trying to shut down any play from Jan?
Yeah, that's the key question, Tanya. Really pertinent one here. I'm surprised, I must say, by Vidit's opening choice, because the queens will come off. Jan there, I mean, it looks like an almost symmetrical position. I believe he's just made a move. It looks like that on the camera. Knight takes knight. But the one thing I will say is it's not devoid of poison. I've seen Magnus Carlsen employ something very similar, normally with the white knight on d3. And that has led to victories against the likes of Richard Rapport, I think against Jan in kind of quicker time controls. So yeah, there's some hope, but Magnus is Magnus. He's a different kettle of fish. I'm really surprised Vidit didn't go more direct, more aggressive. For example, his 2 wins against Hikaru, those were through playing really on the front foot, kind of going for the opponent. This one, yeah, as you say, just to put a couple of moves on the board, I think knight takes knight has happened. The knight seems to have disappeared, but if we do get a position like this, even if black initiates the trade, I don't see why black should necessarily be worse. Yes, white has a slightly fractured pawn structure. Yes, white might have kind of jumping points for his knight, but black has no weaknesses. Queens are off. I don't want to act disappointed, Tanya, but I can't see this being too sharp anymore.
It's too early for me to already start changing my predictions. At the start, I thought this would be a decisive game, but the way it's gone, I mean, it's still far, far from over. And I believe, yes, there has been a trade on c3. And like you said, there are still things to play for here. We see a slight imbalance regardless of where and how Vidit picks up that knight. You're pointing out the d pawn. There might be ideas of picking it up from the b pawn as well, getting a side pawn towards the center of the board. You can always push that d2 pawn to d4, control the b file with the rook, trying to create some activity along the b line. Has Vidit made a choice, or is he still thinking?
I'm not sure. It looks like knight takes c3 has happened and d takes. So this is what I'm being told. Yeah, at least from the camera angle, it looks that way as well. And this would make sense. White's bishop now has a path out into the game. I'm not sure which square it will want to use. Again, this is a very typical pawn structure for the Petrov, but usually we see it with the queens on. So interesting that Vidit is so eager to go for this trade. Maybe he's just analyzed the exact plans. Maybe he's banking on the fact that he'll know where the pieces belong, and Jan is in a fresh position that's not familiar to him. An early surprise, but not groundbreaking stuff here, Tanya, unfortunately.
Well, if the queens are off the board, we might be off this position very soon, of course, to check in later. And I saw a featured chat there, David, saying that it looks like the players are playing for a draw. Would you agree with that, or do you think it's too early to give that conclusion?
Definitely too early, Tanya. I mean, I play the Berlin defense. It's my main opening, but I don't play it for a draw. I play it to be solid, to survive the opening. And for Vidit, he'll be playing for some small ideas, maybe not wanting to take too much risk. With Jan, he'll be playing to equalize. And as we've seen from him in multiple games throughout the last few candidates, the Petrov isn't necessarily just a drawing weapon. If the opponent overpresses, then you'll get chances. You ultimately get a fundamentally sound position, and you can play later. It's better than just kind of taking a big risk. Sicilian Najdorf get murdered in 20 moves. So I don't think the draw is necessarily on their minds. They're just playing very principled, sound, objective chess. How about you?
Yeah, far from a foregone conclusion in this one that the players are playing for a draw. I think for Jan, this is his bread and butter. The Petrov, we've seen him play it so many times. And he's at a tournament situation where with the black pieces, he doesn't need to take too much risk. He's asking Vidit, what have you got? Show me where you want to fight for a win. Because Vidit at some point needs to, if he wants to be in the race for the top spot. And of course, with White, if you overpush, we all know that's a double-edged sword and can backfire. So if Jan gets an opportunity to try and push in that endgame, he will. But I think for him to just say, if it's solid, it's solid. I'm happy for it. It's very understandable in his tournament situation. I'm also slightly surprised that Vidit did not pick an opening, which perhaps had more poison at this point. But let's not forget, he's playing against such an in-form Jan, David. I mean, Jan's just been a beast, like he always is during the candidates. And I think for a moment, I want to zoom out of this opening and ask you a little bit about that. Because one of the big storylines at the start of the candidates was, you know what? 3 times back-to-back winning the candidates, it never happens, not going to happen. It would be historic if it does. And now where we are at this stage, at the pace that Jan has showed, consistently at the top of the leaderboard, that is more of a reality than it's ever been. And I just feel that perception that it's impossible, even the people who said it, I think they're changing sides. And where are you on this, David? And where were you on this at the start of the tournament?
Yeah, I must admit, I found it hard to make a prediction with Jan. I did a video with Magnus Carlsen. We made predictions, and he was saying Jan was in the second tier, maybe just below Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura in terms of probability of winning the event. I tried to call him out on it. I said, Magnus, come on, he's done it twice. But Magnus thought, okay, yes, he's been great historically at the candidates, but his form has been up and down over the last couple of years. Ultimately, though, I think he's proven everyone wrong that this is his tournament. This is where he brings his best. It shows that if you really peak at the right time, if you're super professional and do all the right things, then good results can continue to happen. Maybe he'll beat the odds 3 times in a row, lightning striking 3 times. That would be super impressive. But yeah, ultimately, Tanya, he's helped by this repertoire, this super solid repertoire. That's why Vidit has gone into this. He's almost bulletproof, Jan. We've seen players go for him, kind of try to be super direct. It's bounced off. It hasn't worked. And players go solid against him. Okay, a draw's not the end of the world for Jan as black. Yeah, how about yourself? Did you predict this? Did you predict that he'd be the most solid player of the tournament so far?
Most solid, I don't know, but I did think that he's definitely one of the big favorites. I mean, the kind of experience that the guy carries with him, his competitive insights into a tournament like the candidates, having played 2 World Championship matches, the kind of acumen he has with the opening preparation during it all, it just felt like you can't not put him at the absolute top of the tier list. And whether he makes it for the 3rd time or not is to be seen. But for me, Jan was a massive favorite even going into it. And despite him having shaky results over the past few tournaments, I don't know, it just feels like something happens to this guy during the candidates. We've seen him win the tournament with 1 round to spare, David. I don't know how he does it, but the best in Jan Nepomniachtchi seems to come out when he wants a spot for the World Championship match.
Exactly. He's a big game player. It's the big moments where he shines through, and it's always been that way since he was young. I mean, I talk about this way too much, but I've known Jan since we were 8 years old, and always the key games, he has nerves of steel. His opponents are the ones who crack, and he's so confident. He believes in himself, and ratings are deceptive. I fully believe that, Tanya. He might only be a mere 27.58, but he's got such a high ceiling. And of course, he's been 2,800. He's been in the 2 World Championship matches. Yes, he might take his foot off the pedal a bit in other tournaments throughout the year, but this is where he really, really shines. He brings everything, throws everything in. And I mentioned he was solid. You're right. His games have been a bit up and down, but I believe he's the only undefeated player in the pack so far, despite some of the adventures he's been on throughout the games. So yeah, maybe we leave Jan to think. It's a early moment. He has been surprised. But yeah, one of the favorites and the eternal leader, it feels like, in the candidates throughout the last few years.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi with the high ceiling, but at the candidates, it feels like he's got a high floor as well. And we see him early on in the think, not something that I've seen too often in the candidates. This candidates where he's been taken by surprise. We usually see him blitz out the moves, so that's a bit of a think by Jan. And of course, he is one of the two leaders, so this will be one of our marquee matchups. And before we dive into the opening approaches of the other games as the players settle into their first move, chat, we're going to take our first pause. And for all the actions from the other three boards, be right back.
Can I ask you to say one or two words about each of the other candidates? So I'll start with Nepo. One or two words. What describes him?
Yeah, he's fast, and it's also impressive that he won 2 candidates. Yeah, which is very impressive.
Hobby.
Fabi, I think consistency. And it's impressive that he because it takes a lot from you to qualify to 1 candidate, but he has done it 6 times. So yeah, consistency.
How about Abasov?
Yeah, I don't really know much about him actually. I've never played him.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a surprise for me, but
First time in the candidates.
yeah. And I've seen his games. He's kind of very, tactically good, and yeah, he's a very good player.
Vidit.
Yes, as they're saying, he's 2.0. Yeah. And he's been playing really well recently. I mean, compared to earlier, I think he's changed something, which I'm not sure what exactly, but he's playing much stronger.
Hikaru.
Whenever I'm about to play him, I'm always very excited.
Cool.
Because especially in World Cup, that was the first classical game we played. I was very excited when I got to know the pairing, like I'm in that bracket. Yeah, I've watched his streams and I haven't played that much Blitz with him online, but it's incredible how he streams and plays so well.
Gukesh.
Yes, it's resourceful.
So nice. And finally, Alireza Farouja.
Yeah, more of aggressive.
Maybe some cool games. Yep.
Yeah.
We're back with round 11 live from Toronto. A big stage, big matchups all around. Critical phase of the candidates is underway and such juicy matchups. We did a deep dive into the Yan Vidit board where Yan David, currently taken by surprise, is in a bit of a think. There's action on the other boards. Should we do a quick roundup, David, of all the openings that we're seeing all around?
Let's do just that, Tanya, and let's talk about what's going through the players' minds at these very early stages of round 11. And in the meantime, we mentioned top left, Pragg against Nakamura. Nakamura launching this surprise, just going for the symmetrical approach in what should normally be a Queen's Gambit. I called it the Queen's Gambit squared. I need chat to help me out here with the actual name of the opening. This mutual double Queen's Gambit. Pragg, it's clear on the camera as well. He's slightly uncomfortable, maybe hadn't prepared for this one. I believe Nakamura's played it before, maybe at faster time controls, but a surprise nonetheless. More conventional Queen's Gambit, one you mentioned earlier, Tanya, bottom left, Gukesh against Caruana. Something you think both players have expected there?
Has to, right? Queen's Gambit decline, the more proper one on the bottom left. I think it's something that has to be part of the preparation. But I just want to say one thing. Whatever that top left opening is called, I'm going for Queen's Gambit Square. I love it. Petition to change the official name to Queen's Gambit Square. That's what we're calling it from now on. Pragg versus Hikaru, I mean, just looking at it, I think it promises to be a fight. There's tension on move number 3 already, a face-off with the central pawns. I think that one's going to be a really, really fun battle. And before we deep dive into any of these positions, I want to deep dive into your mindset of where we really are at the tournament at this point, David. And I want to start with Yan and Gukesh, the 2 tournament leaders. What for you has been the most impressive? What has stood out for you for both of these players?
Mainly just their mental fortitude. Yan, of course, he burst out, blistering start. He won in round 2. He won again against Vidit a couple of rounds later. And he just looked really composed. And he's never let the nerves set in, Yan Nepomniachtchi, using all of his experience. He's been up against the wall a few times. Every black game, actually, Yan has been in a little bit of trouble, or at least been surprised to some extent. But he just seems calm, focused, non-emotional. And as for Gukesh, I mean, 17 years old, it's crazy. Just so strong, bouncing back from that heartbreaking defeat at the end of the first half of the event against Faruja, where he was probably just winning, turned around, ended up losing to come back and win and rejoin the lead, stay calm. I mean, Tanya, it's just both of them so impressive. I think either of those two, if they go on to win, it will be well deserved.
They've been at the top of the leaderboard for most part of the candidates. And your thoughts on Yan having his back against the wall in so many games and yet being so resourceful has definitely been one of the standout points for him. For Gukesh, I think it's just everyone was really looking forward to seeing what he brought to the candidates, but nobody, David, I think, expected this kind of a performance by him at 17, making his debut. And I remember Magnus's famous tier list that you did by Magnus. I think even for him, while he was excited about to see the youngsters there, this has surpassed all expectation. And it's not just the scoreline. The quality of his play has been so mature, so exceptionally high. So fantastic result by these two so far. And now moving down to the tremendous 3 who are just half a point behind. That's Pragg, Hikaru, and Fabiano. Out of these 3, who do you think has the best shot? Who do you consider a favorite in this bunch?
Ooh, this is a tough one. I was actually looking before today's round started at their remaining games. And of course, after today, it will become a bit clearer. Most of the players will have 2 of one color, only 1 remaining of the other. So of course, if things stay as they are today, if the status quo is maintained, then the players with 2 whites and 1 black, maybe the odds will shift slightly in their favor. I've said it from the start, and I'm going to stick with it just because I'm stubborn. I still think Fabiano Caruana, if he performs his best, he should be the favorite. And there's enough time for him to kind of click into gear. Yes, not yesterday, but the previous round before the rest day was vital for him getting that win against Faruja. He looked like he was stepping up through the gears there. So if Fabi can maintain that today, a great shot. But then again, Hikaru is Hikaru. Let's never write him off. And let's not write off Pragg either, your countryman, Tanya.
Super excited to see the two youngsters so up in the mix, David, and not far behind is Vidit. And I think it's hard to bet against the heavy pre-tournament favorite, world number 2, a former world championship challenger. And what a year Fabi has had, back to being world number 2, just winning so many incredible events in so many different time formats. He's definitely a big force, and him being in the mix, despite having that big loss against Hikaru, bouncing back from that, it's been awesome to see him. And I think it's just a super close race to call. And I think we've had more moves than what appears on the board. But David, this is the position that we currently have on our live board. We've been talking about the Queen's Gambit squared. What do you make of this, and who blinks first, and what do the trades in the center actually lead to?
Very good question, Tanya. I do believe, as you say, we have more moves, but we'll wait for that to be refreshed. I think we're just sorting out those issues out in Toronto. Let's just do a quick recap first of all. So d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6. So not an immediate Queen's Gambit, but after c4, this is where most top players play moves such as e6. We see that in the Caruana game. Queen's Gambit declined. If you want to play Queen's Gambit accepted, you take this pawn on c4. It's not an eternal gambit. Often the pawn is regained by white a few moves later. But c5, at least when I was growing up, had a really dubious reputation. It was regarded as kind of a subpar move, just trying to equalize. Often the black queen has to come out early. But of course, at top level, especially armed by an arsenal of modern engines, it's become playable, this line. And as far as I know, taking on d5 is the main move. If you take the other way, at least I'm using theory that's 15, 20 years old here, but pawn to e6, I believe, is black's best, and black will most likely regain this pawn on c5 with a very playable position. But in this position after c5, I believe what normally happens is takes, and white has a choice here. You can take with the white queen if you want an endgame, or you can take with the white knight. And here, if black, for example, takes with the queen, which I think is the main move, knight c3, black queen goes away, and white is essentially a couple of tempi up because the black queen has wasted a bit of time. But this pin is annoying, and it's actually hard to get this white bishop out where you want it. I think g3 is one of the main moves here. Unfortunately, you cannot play moves such as e4 because this pawn will just be captured. So as I mentioned, there's another alternative. Queen takes queen does allow a queen trade, and white, again, slightly ahead in any opening race, but with queens off the board, just like in any kind of Berlin or Petrov or other openings where you see the queens come off, tends to be a slightly kind of unpleasant position for black, but tenable and more than manageable if you know what you're doing. And of course, Hikaru will. So Tanya, any experience on your side from this opening, and who do you think it might favor?
I was as surprised as you to see this opening on the board with the 4 pawns facing each other so early on. And I think we need to get more moves in to really see who this favors. I don't think it favors the commentators if the queens come off the board. I would love to see a full-blown middle game fight and a full-blown end game fight. We've already got a potential queen trade on the Yan Vidit board, the Hikaru Pragg. I was looking forward to, and I'm still hoping for, a full-blown bloodbath, I want to say, with these two players half a point behind the leaders, just neck to neck with them, trying to get that win in, trying to get a game in this one. So, David, it's going to be interesting to see what really happens and how they dissolve the tension in the center. Now, we've been talking about the 6 players who are in the mix. Each of these 6 players have a shot at winning the candidates, at challenging Ding Liren. With just 4 rounds to play, it is anyone's candidates. Let's take a look at how these players actually fare against the reigning world champion, against Ding Liren. And that, there we have it, challenging the champ. And we see Nepomniachtchi there with 8 wins, 8 losses, 22 draws. That's a very level scoreline against Ding. What stands out to you here, David?
Wow, and this is Ding. So Ding's numbers are on the left. For a moment, I was like, whoa, Fabi dominates Ding, but actually it's the other way around. Like you say, the clash between Yan and Nepomniachtchi, I mean, that is as level as it gets. But Ding's scored 6 wins against Caruana, a level score against Nakamura. Faruja is actually up on the current world champ, as is Pragg. yeah, Pragnananda winning 2 games against Ding, of course, in 2 Tata Steel Masters consecutively. Impressive stuff, but I don't know, not that many games, not a huge sample size, apart from maybe that matchup against Nepomniachtchi, Tanya.
Absolutely, David. But I want to just add another thing to what you just said, that I think more than the stats and more than the number of wins or losses, at this point, it all comes down to the form Ding Liren will be, the shape that he will be in when the World Championship happens. For any of these players who are fighting for it, I think they see this as their huge opportunity, not having Magnus Carlsen wait at the end on the other side for the match, and Ding being in the form that he's shown recently. He's been super unstable with his performances, and I think we all want to see Ding back to being the great player that he is, but it's been a tough ride for him over the last year.
Yeah, that burden of the title, you know, having achieved, kind of having climbed Mount Everest for Ding, it's hard to know what next, and it has affected him. That much has been clear. He's admitted it himself in interviews. It's unfortunate. We want to see Ding at his best. I mean, I remember Ding from, what was it, around 2019, where he was just slaying everyone left, right, and center. He was just one of the best players in the world, clearly. And there's been some doubt, and it's been unfortunate to see. But of course, if he brings his A game, like you say, if he's able to do just enough against whoever the challenger is, just as he did against Nepomniachtchi last year, then Ding, yeah, he's still the man to beat. He's still the one in possession of the title, and I'm pretty sure he's at home watching, just enjoying this feast of chess as we are. Of course, whoever the challenger may be, he'll be ready when the time comes.
There's still 4 games to decide that. And David, on that point, now you have played against all these guys. You've played against all of them at the biggest stage, at the very elite level. Knowing this situation that we've been discussing with Ding, how do you think that affects the candidates? What do you think goes on in their mind? Do you think that they see that as a big opportunity, as an even bigger shot at becoming world champion, at getting their ultimate dream?
Yes. First of all, you flatter me. Thank you, Tanya. I haven't played in kind of a tournament with this high stakes, and my head-to-head, unlike some of those very level head-to-head scores with Ding, much more negative against these guys. But as you say, huge opportunity. I think that's why they've been taking so many risks, these top players, because they sense it. They smell this is the golden opportunity. It's kind of the post-Carlsen era. And there's so much at stake, so much that's unclear. Nobody really stamping their mark on world chess in classical kind of classical time formats anymore. Yeah.
And we will have David back as he fixes some issues at his end. We're also getting moves in from FIDE as we wait for that to happen. There we see on our screen Alireza versus Abbasov. Of course, a matchup that perhaps doesn't matter so much for the standings, but it is a big question. Which of these players is perhaps on a tilt? Which one throws in a punch or two to really stop the others from the path? So they will play a big role in the FIDE candidates over the next 4 rounds. And yesterday, we also saw Alireza back in a title Tuesday as well. So he's got to be feeling good going into this game with the white pieces. Didn't have a great performance in the title Tuesday. I believe he finished 10th. But the good news for all of us is that Alireza did confirm that he will continue to stay in the chess world. The emotional outburst that we witnessed yesterday, where his dad said that Alireza is considering whether he wants to continue playing chess or not, was just said in high emotions, and we will continue to see the genius of Alireza. David, you're back with us.
Sorry about that, Tanya. Clearly, I'm having just as many tech issues as FIDE are having out there in Toronto. What did I miss?
Not much. We are still waiting in for the moves, and we've got a great shot of Pragnananda, 18-year-old, as well as making his debut in the candidates. And has some incredible play by him as well so far as he chases the leaders half a point behind against Hikaru. And can you? Well, this angle's really tough to make out what's going on the board. Hikaru looks relaxed though. I'd
Hikaru
always
does look
yes.
relaxed. Sorry, go on, Tanya.
I was just about to finish that, David. It's always really scary when your opponent picks up a bottle of water and starts sipping from it. I know this sounds very, it sounds very simple, but I just feel like that is a sign that the guy is feeling good about the position that he has.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you've played many of these big tournaments as well. You know how chess players work, the psychology, the mind games that goes into every single move. And often if you can just assert your authority by the speed with which you play, by the way you drill a pawn onto a square, sometimes, as you say, by simply sipping your water, all of these things can add up. You definitely want to show your opponent you're in control, you know what's going on. And we see, I believe, the queen's being off the board, just trying to judge by the camera. So maybe one of the latter variations that we showed a moment ago. But yeah, early days, of course, in this one. Hikaru way ahead on the clock as young Pragg aims to recollect himself after being surprised in the opening. You mentioned the question before I rudely disappeared and got disconnected about Ding and his this being the opportunity of a lifetime for the whole field. But I think Praggnanandhaa, more than anyone, will fancy his chances. He's got a 2-0 score against the world champion. So if he can somehow win this game or win the event, then he'll really fancy himself.
He's about to right now make his move against Hikaru. And he does, and I believe he takes out his bishop as we wait for our moves to come in. Looks pretty relaxed on the camera. So that would be 2 games where the queens have already been traded off. And David, to your point about facing Ding, we don't know who the player will be, but definitely for everyone here, it does feel like an opportunity, like the biggest opportunity to become the world champion when they're playing against, well, of course, one of the great players of chess. But it's not Magnus Carlsen at the other end. And speaking of Magnus, you did this incredible tier list, and I know we touched upon it a bit earlier. But I want to ask you, while Magnus was giving his thoughts, were you in agreement with what he had to say?
Yes and no. I mean, he's the GOAT, so I don't like to disagree with him too much. He's played all of these players countless of times, Magnus, so he knows better than most. But I did kind of raise some eyebrows when he said that Jan was maybe only the 3rd favorite. I thought, okay, probability-wise, if you've done it twice in a row, you've pretty much shown you can cope with the nerves, the tension. I was also a bit surprised he ranked Gukesh quite low down. Obviously, I've got hindsight. Hindsight is 20/20, but I think he kind of hinted that he felt Gukesh wasn't ready, but 17 years old. I mean, 17 is the new 30. Clearly, Gukesh, so mature, so impressive, and it feels like he's leveled up this tournament. Of course, he's a very streaky player. He's capable of racking up 8 wins in a row, as we learned from the 2022 Olympiad, but he's also added that solidity to his game, that kind of layer of psychological, just just not getting disturbed at all by anything, Tanya. I mean, you know him well, Gukesh. Do you feel Magnus was potentially a bit down on his chances?
Well, I was hoping he was in my heart, and it's been awesome to see the youngsters so far at least prove him wrong. Still a long way, well, not that long, but still 4 games to go. And what you said about Gukesh and his breakout moment in the 2022 Olympiad, the other thing he showed in that event was his ability to bounce back. And that is something that is such a champion's mindset. He was on an 8 out of 8 roll. He lost such a critical game to Norbert Abdusattorov and went on to immediately come back, win the next day. And in fact, he beat Fabiano Caruana in the Olympiad as well after that loss. So Gukesh in this candidates as well showed that incredible mental fortitude, losing to Alireza out of a winning position and then coming back to once again join at the top of the leaderboard. And that is such a strong sign of a champion's mindset, the ability to not only just continue when you're on a roll, but to be able to get back on your footing after a big setback, David.
Yeah, definitely. That's the mark of all great champions. It always has been. Everyone loses games from time to time, especially when they're playing the world's best every single day. But yeah, he bounced back from that Olympiad heartbreak. He bounced back from his defeat early in the tournament against Firouzja. And yeah, just the kind of the calmness with which he exudes, Gukesh. We see him on the camera there. Yeah, just super impressive for one so young. I think even elder statesmen of the game can learn a lot from Gukesh. In the meantime, yeah, it might be his move, but who cares? He's in control. There's a lot going on in his mind palace right now. Gukesh, Pragg, Vidit, Tanya, you must be so proud. All of them giving such a good account of themselves every single day.
They're all in the race in this final stretch of the candidates, each one of them, and at different positions. We've got Gukesh as one of the leaders, we've got Pragg half a point behind, and then we've got Vidit as well. He needs to now get those wins to be fully there, but you can't write him off at this moment. So it's awesome to see how the Indians are performing, but it's just been awesome to see the level of chess by all the players, the incredible opening preparation that we've seen, the amazing middle game understanding, and the ideas, the wild fights, the number of decisive games that we've seen this candidates really stands out for me. And while I say that, I do see that Jan Nepomniachtchi just made a move on his board. David, any insights on how the game has developed so far?
Yeah, I'm actually being fed some of the moves, so potentially we can jump in and with some educated guesswork, we can try to reconstruct the positions. We only have the cameras, but I'm being told that this is the current position between Vidit and Nepomniachtchi. Just to backtrack a few turns, we left it after knight takes c3. We were speculating here just purely by using the cameras. We were thinking, okay, d takes might be the most logical move here to bring the bishop out, but no, Vidit actually took the other way towards the center, which also has a lot to speak for it. Yes, there's an isolated a pawn, but that's not very relevant right now. White will occupy the center, most likely next move. Bishop g4 by Jan, a trick using the pin. White cannot take this bishop, of course. The white queen is pinned, so we therefore saw a trade, and this is where my my eyesight got me. This is where my knowledge got me. Bishop takes e7, queen's off the board. I believe white played another move, and was it rook to b1 and b6? So this might be the current position, Tanya. What do we make of these developments? Solid play, queen's off the board.
We were discussing this trade on c3 and how it would recapture. So an interesting decision by him, because I think it further imbalances things. You've got this, well, kind of broken pawn structure, and like you pointed out, the a2 pawn, you always need to watch out for it long term, but short term it gives Vidit tempos to finish development, like we just saw with that move rook to b1, provoking the move b6, which kind of also causes some light square weaknesses. I'm further expecting Vidit to look at pushing that d pawn at some point, David, to activate that dark squared bishop. But the most immediate question, this would be the long-term plan for white to think about how to get the bishop into the game. But I think more urgent, what are you doing about the pieces on the king side? That bishop on f1, your king still in the center. Jan just threatening to go short castle, bring that rook to e8. The knight has an easy development path via d7, and it just feels like easier play with a healthier pawn structure. Where are you expecting that light squared bishop of Vidit? Does he want to offer a trade on e2? What do you make of this opening strategy right now?
Yeah, it's interesting. Unorthodox, as you mentioned, a really good word for this position. It's hard to say. I think if Vidit is too slow, then as you mentioned, black will castle, knight d7. It's impossible to imagine black being worse at all. Black might even turn things in his favor if he gets two moves for free right now. And normally in positions like that, where you have the worst pawn structure, where time is of the essence for white, you need to accelerate your play. So I'm thinking tempo play right now. The white knight looks nice and pretty on c4, but maybe you drop it back. Maybe you hit this black bishop, ask this a question where it wants to go. I'm assuming the bishop goes back, not really attacking this pawn. Maybe you are, but more importantly, just stopping the white knight from entering the d5 post. And here I have a few questions that I'm still trying to come to a conclusion about, but I might be inclined to play the move pawn to c4. Again, just hinting that you'll drop a knight into d5, forcing black to potentially take, giving white the bishop pair. This bishop suddenly opens up on the long diagonal. And you asked about the other bishop, Tanya. I'm still not 100% sure white has the time, but if you have the luxury to push your pawn to g3 and plant this bishop on the long diagonal as well, then you might be left with the two most beautiful bishops you'll ever see. So I think this is what Vidit wants right now. It's just about whether he has the time to do so. And I guess Black has some ideas here too. Tanya, what are you expecting?
That would be the dream, to be able to fan shatter the kingside bishop on g2. And if we just bring up the board, which we had, the live board that we had, incredible plan here, by the way, dropping back with the knight, forcing Jan's bishop to take, well, not the most ideal spot. One would love to go g3, bishop g2, but if you do that immediately, you're allowing Black to play bishop to f3. So I think it's really important to take away this option from Black and then think about how you want to develop that light squared bishop, because really that g2 square, after provoking the move b6, becomes all the more ideal. So to me, it felt that White wants to go with the d pawn to d4, but really enjoying this approach as well. And it will be interesting to see what Vidit eventually goes with. I believe he's still in the think. So we don't have a decision by him right now. Is that something that perhaps surprises you a little bit, thinking that this is the position that Vidit chose to go into against the Petrov?
Yeah, very interesting to see Vidit think this early in the game, I guess, because he did choose this unorthodox line and Black has literally 5 or 6 logical options every single move. It became hard to predict. I think it's more that he just wanted to get a position where Jan is out of his opening book. It's more about that rather than necessarily memorizing, knowing exactly what to do next. It's just a fresh position. Queens are off the board, yes, but everything else is pretty much still on and a lot of room to maneuver. And as we know, Tanya, it's become a bit of a theme for Vidit's games. Time trouble often rears its ugly head. So it's just part of who he is this tournament.
He needs to make sure that he's only playing against Jan in this one and not against his clock as well. We see Vidit is in a bit of think, and we are having some technical difficulties with the moves coming in. And as that gets fixed, we will go into a quick break, and we have a very special guest joining us when we're back. So don't go anywhere.
Mate is in 4 moves from the position in front of you. Don't move until you figure it out in your head. Don't look at me for a hint.
I can't do it without moving the pieces.
Yes, you can. Clear the lines of men in your head, one at a time, and the king will be left standing alone, like a guy on a street corner. I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
We're back with round 11, and not only are we back, we're back with the moves, as finally we've got the big updates and more good news, as we've got a very special guest joining us. He has been super busy doing Chessable courses, authoring bestsellers, giving speeches, but we missed him so much as a commentator. And joining us is Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Congratulations, Maurice, firstly on your new book, Move by Move, as it hits #1 on the Amazon. That must be a great feeling.
Well, I think it hit #1 at some point, but it's nice. It's nice to have a book out that is a chess book, but not exactly a chess book. And also, I have a kid's book out as well, I should mention. The Life-Changing Magic of Chess, that also came out on April 2nd. So it's cool to see your babies get born, if you will.
Maurice, you've been a busy man. Have you been missing commentating on chess?
You know, I like watching you guys suffer for 6 hours at a time, trying to figure out moves and talk. It's good to be a fan. But I do say, not as much the commentary necessarily, but I do miss the people. And getting a chance to hang out with you two or Yasser, man, every time I'm in a room with Yasser, the stories start flying and we're just laughing it up like little schoolboys. It's just, that's the fun part that I do miss, to be sure.
Oh, we've been missing you as well, Maurice. And we're so excited about your new book, A Move by Move. And I believe it's about the invaluable life lessons that you have learned through the game of chess. So if you had to give us one of them, what would it be?
Man, there's so many lessons in the book. And for me, maybe the biggest lesson that I took away from chess is that the journey gives value to the destination. Like, it's not about, I mean, we're all about checkmate, right? We're all about winning the game. But it's actually the process. It's actually each move that you have to make. It's actually the preparation. It's actually staying in the present moment, not thinking, I'm winning, I'm going to win this game, but just letting it play out. And whatever the result is, you're at peace with. That is one of the hardest things for chess players to do. And as you know, this happened to us many times. You have this big advantage and you get confident, you get complacent, and you blow it. Every listener, every viewer right now is going, yeah, been there, done that. That is the one big thing that chess humbles you and shows you that it's really about the process. It's really about the journey. Keep your mind on the destination to be sure, but don't get ahead of yourself.
Some awesome words of wisdom there. I'm looking forward to my copy of it. There's a cool 10% off on Move by Move. And speaking about the journey being more important than the destination, what have been your thoughts on the journey so far of these candidates fighting it out? And do you have a personal favorite, someone you've been rooting for, Maurice?
I'll answer the second question first. That is, yes, absolutely. I'm good friends with Fabiano Caruana. If I'm not rooting for him, or if I don't root for him, I'm going to hear it. Definitely. So Fabi happens to be the #1 rated player in the tournament as well. So that's cool. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm not sure he's going to win it, though. The way things are looking, I actually have somebody else on my mind to win it. But in terms of the journey of this tournament, I am so excited to have a tournament that has so much parity. I mean, nobody's running away with the event. Nobody's just dominating, saying, it's mine, I'm taking this. And we're just watching and going, okay, these last couple of rounds, it's actually over. This is anybody's tournament. We're seeing amazing resiliency. We see people like Hikaru Nakamura, who gets punched in the face, and then he comes back, then he bounces back with 2 wins, and then gets hit in the face again, and then he bounces back again. It's like, well, man, this guy's on a roller coaster, but that's the kind of toughness and resiliency you need in order to win a tournament like this. And we're seeing that from other people as well. Fabi himself got his nose bloodied and had to bounce back with a win. We're also seeing the youngsters, the rise of the youngsters. Before this tournament started, I said that this event is the last candidates where the vets are clearly the favorites. This is the last one. The youngsters have arrived, and Gukesh is showing it. Pragg is showing it. Farouz is having an off tournament, but the other two are definitely representing. And you can just imagine people like Abdushatorov and Keimer are staring at this going, well, wait a minute. If it's like this, I want to be in as well. So it's nice to see the youth movement, the mix of the strong young players and the vets. This really bodes well for the future of chess.
Magnus Carlsen said the future is in good hands and the future is now. We are seeing it being played out in the candidates. And Maurice, you came in as the moves came in from Toronto as well. So David, I'm going to ask you to take it away and update us with all the action that's on the board.
Yeah, first of all, we will begin with the Pragnananda and Hikaru Nakamura game. But before we put the moves on the board, Maurice, I just wanted to call you out on that prediction. You said it's not going to be Fabi. Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, I'm not saying this is the person who's going to win necessarily, but I am thinking that, to me, the person with the best chance at the moment is Gukesh. The
More than
kid is solid. I mean, absolutely solid. He's tied for first right now. And you might say, well, what about Nepo? He's got the experience. Definitely, Nepo is one of the favorites to win this as well. But the difference is that Gukesh's remaining field is lighter than anybody else's at the top. He's got two of the tail enders coming. He's got Abasov and he's got Firouzja, who's been shaky so far. And I think that it lines up really well. If you look at all the other players, Vidit also has those two players, but he's a full point behind the leaders. So you look at the people who are in contention right now, they're playing each other. They have murderer's row in front of them, and it's going to be hard to pick up wins against those players. I think Gukesh can look to get a point. +3 probably wins this tournament. It's got so much parity in it that he might just need one win in his next three, and he's got Abasov and he's got Firouzja in front of him. And that, to me, bodes very well for this youngster. If he could keep his cool, we might see the next candidate, the next one, the winning candidate who goes on to play for the world title.
And this is his run-in. Gukesh, as you mentioned, he's got white against Fabiano Caruana today. Huge game if he's able to win. Wow, massive chances. A draw, not the worst result. And then, as you mentioned, Abasov, Firouzja next. Wow, that is a golden opportunity. Hikaru in the last round will be difficult either way. And talking of Hikaru, let's jump into that game. We last left it. Maurice, I know you like your patterns on the chessboard. Pawn to c5, a bit of a surprise in the opening. And after a few exchanges, we saw queen takes d5, queen takes d4, queen takes d5, a line we predicted earlier, Tanya. And after the queens came off, clearly opening preparation from Hikaru. He guarded the b5 square, not a launch pad anymore for the white knights. No way to get into the black position. A fianchetto attempt here from Pragnananda, lining up his bishop on the long diagonal. But after a kickback, the black pieces started to come out. And the move that surprised me, I must admit, pawn to a5. It's probably computer preparation, moving the a-pawn a second time this early in the game, allowing the white knight to jump in. But after a check, white has blocked with bishop to d2. And I'll ask you first, Maurice, what are your initial impressions of this early game?
Well, if you could play like this as black and just get away with it, then we didn't toss the queen's gambit out into the garbage can. We can't believe that. But the reality is, with this move order, putting the knight on f3 early, which is just a normal thing to do, and then playing c4, the c5 move is a little bit tricky. And if you go to ChessBase, which I did, and look up the main line, which I did, they're in it. And that move a5 has been seen. They're walking straight into what is supposed to be a slightly better position for white, very close to equal. And I think that Hikaru is very much in his preparation, having surprised the youngster who has gone for the most principled of the lines. But it's pretty close right now. And I think we might be seeing this game peter out in the end to just a draw.
Tanya, are you in agreement? Do you think a draw is the most likely in this clash?
It's been really surprising to see how level this game has been despite Black's play in the opening, but Hikaru just looks so confident. Also, I want to point out Pragg's clock situation. It does feel that it's Pragg who's been taken by surprise and is now playing over the board. Hikaru, with his last move, just frees up the rook to come to the game. The king nicely centrally placed. I do agree with Maurice that things look fine for Black right now. It's hard to come up with the challenging ideas. The one thing that I think white can aim for is a knight on c5. That b3 knight at some point going into c5. with that bishop on g2, trying to put pressure on the queen side. But black's got his own activity, as you're pointing out, the rook coming quickly into the attack. And I think draw is a very likely result. David, do you think we should zoom out from this, get our bird's eye view? Because I do see actions heating up. And with Maurice's take, one of the boards that's looking quite promising right now, bottom left there, Gukesh versus Fabi. Well, Maurice, Fabi is the one you were rooting for, and now you think Gukesh will be the one who's got the most chances to win. What do you make of the position that we have on the board? Should we do a deep dive on this?
Well, this is the kind of position that you want to have if you want to win the game. No question about it. Imbalances everywhere. White has already given up the dark squared bishop, as you see there. Black has that fianchetto, but look at the weaknesses on the king side. I mean, that looks a little bit airy over there playing the move g5. We got a minority attack in full force as the youngster shows that he's got positional skills for sure. He is definitely an attacking player, but he's got it all. And it looks to me that it's white here with all the play. I mean, it just seems a little bit fishy what black is doing, but the reality is Fabi's going to need a win. He's desperate to get to +2 because, like I said, I think +3 wins this tournament. +4 for sure, dominates, no tie, no nothing. +3, maximum, the worst that'll happen is a tie break if you get to +3. So I think here it's looking dubious for my boy Fabi, but anything could happen.
On the bright side for Fabi, he is quite significantly up on the clock, and he does have the bishop pair if things ever open up. I'm inclined to agree with you, Maurice. I think he's really trying to provoke Gukesh, if anything. He's trying to get an imbalanced position, maybe hope it gets a bit more random later on. But that has backfired for Fabi in the past. I'm just curious what comes next for white. It looks like you've maximized, you've got the minority attack going, you've pushed pawns on the queen side, you've got kind of weak squares you could jump into, but how to capitalize on this potential advantage? What are we expecting to happen over the next few moves?
And Maurice, you pointed out, sorry, go on, Maurice.
No, I definitely think there is some preparation that he's going to have to do, but b5, I mean, mail it in. Yasser Serouan said that this is how he got, he bought a house with the minority attack, was what Yasser said. He won these kind of minority attacks so often that at some point he could do it in his sleep. And so we're expecting b5 to happen at some point. He started with the move a5, which is definitely interesting. I'm not sure if 100% necessary, but white's going to keep probing. The better question is, what is black going to do? Like, what are black's next 3 or 4 moves that make us feel like he's going to have some counterplay? Because that king side looks a little bit airy. You play g4 too quickly, that could shut down anything on that side. Although I do see knight h4 would be met by a potential bishop f6, but the knight f5, I'm not liking that at all. I'm not really sure how Fabi engineers the attack on that side. Is it an h5 something, h4-ish? I don't know. You guys tell me. It just looks like it's harder. It's easy. Well, we know what Gukesh wants. That's obvious. I just don't know what Fabi wants.
It could very well be, David, a race on either side of the board. But I want to just point out one thing about the position, the very thematic idea that, Maurice, you're rooting for here, b5, where the 2 pawns start targeting the 4 pawns on the queen side and trying to create a weakness. What black often relies on is the response of c5. Because let's not forget that black has got the bishop pair in the position. That bishop on g7 is unchallenged. And if you're able to open up that diagonal, that would give a lot of play. Combine that with a rook coming to c8. So Gukesh has b5 on his radar, but he needs to time it really well in a way to have a good response against c5. I really like his last move, on the other hand. b5 is always in the air, but with a5, he's kind of hinting at the move a6 now, which again will target the base of the pawn chain. How do you hit a pawn? You hit the base of it. a6 would target it, and if he's trying to provoke black to play a6, that leaves some very ugly dark square weaknesses on the queen side, where then you can shift your plan with that knight from c3 jumping onto a4, getting into those dark squares. So flexible play on the queen side by Gukesh, not rushing in with b5. I like that approach. I still have no answers to the question you asked. What are Fabi's next moves? The most natural, well, idea that comes to mind, it's a hand move. I don't know what's the follow-up. Get your rook to a better spot, David. Maybe from f8 you put it to e8. Maybe the a8 rook goes to c8. You're preempting the idea of getting c5 in. But what's next after that? I have no clue.
Yeah, and Maurice, you mentioned that Yasser basically put bread on the table by kind of going for this minority attack. I'm on the opposite side. I mean, I've lost pretty much every time I get this pawn structure. I just never know what to do with black. Too many options, too many scary plans for the opponent, b5, a6, all the ones Tanya was pointing out. So I agree. I think Gukesh has got everything he wanted out of this opening. And Fabi, uphill struggle potentially for his quest to ascend to the top. Should we zoom out, Tanya? Is it time to do a bit of a tour of the other boards as well?
Let's do it as action's heating up all across the boards. What catches your attention here, David?
Ooh, we see another queenless position, but we've explored that one quite a bit, the clash between Vidit and Nepomniachtchi. So maybe we go there last, but a player that Maurice has mentioned, Alireza Firouzja, not having his best tournament, maybe that is the game we go to. The center's exploded. I'm not sure who that favors. White started off with this early b3, and I think that's the one we jump into. But before we do that, Maurice, you mentioned your books, and I'm an avid reader. I want to know about your children's book as well. What's the premise there? What should people be looking out for if they're keen to get it?
Oh, The Life-Changing Magic of Chess is part of the Life-Changing Magic series, which includes baking and skateboarding and drumming. Very happy to be a part of three other illustrious authors. And it's really about me growing up as a chess player, getting my butt whooped by my friends in high school and by the hustlers in the park in Brooklyn, and also my quest to get the Grandmaster title finally. But while I'm telling that story, I also give some instruction to young readers, so between the ages of 5 and about 9, 10. Lots of diagrams in terms of a children's book. What you see, great illustrations. I didn't do any of the illustrations. I'm not that talented, but a great little storybook. Yeah, you definitely pick it up on Amazon or wherever your favorite bookstores sell these. And so I'm pretty proud of that one as well.
Maurice, we're so excited about that one as well, and Move by Move. And I see a whole lot of books behind you as well. Any favorites? Do you have your own books up there? Which one have you read? All of them?
I think over my shoulder somewhere is Move by Move is over my head maybe, and Life-Changing Magic is no, it's that way. Anyway, I'm not gonna bother. All these are chess books. I've gotten rid of many of my chess books, but the ones I've kept, it's because I like to have them around. You know, it's almost like your security blanket, if you will. It's a lot of fun to be able to just grab any book off the bookshelf and just look at some of the great things that have happened in the history of our game. I may not play, I may not do commentary, but I'm still a big fan. And it's just the gift that keeps on giving, the fact that we are part of this great game of chess.
I could not agree more with that, David.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. Maurice, I must admit, after we met at Norway Chess last year, I went out immediately, got your Chessable course on geometry. I mean, you showed me this study. It was just mind-blowingly incredible. I just want to ask, what's next? Any more Chessable courses planned?
Sure. I already have 4 Chessable courses out. I have a 5th one coming out soon, and then 3 more behind it. One is the continuation of my Dark Forest series, which I'm really proud of, and I think people may be sleeping on. But the whole thing about the Dark Forest, as you know, that great Mikhail Tal quote of you must take your opponent into a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and the way out is only wide enough for one. And the whole point is that material imbalance and even severe material imbalances are something that has really not been studied very well in the literature. And I have been fascinated by these crazy material imbalances. I'm talking about things like a queen versus 2 minor pieces, or a rook taking down a queen, the situations when that's the case. The minors defeating rook, like double exchange sacrifices, positions that are a little bit
off the beaten track, but super crazy, super exciting. But the most important thing about them is that there are actual principles that you can follow for being able to know when you can make this kind of almost egregious sacrifice, outrageous sacrifice, if you will. And those positions are so much fun to explore. And my third one will be coming out soon. The Courageous Queen. We've already had the Rampaging Rooks and the Menacing Miners. And then I'll make a fourth one on the openings, crazy openings where you see these material imbalances. And I've got a lot of them. And so that'll be fun to go over as well. And also, we'll be doing a create your own course. There were 2 winners this year, fabulous courses that won the competition. And I'll be doing the voices for both those courses.
That's quite an adventure, Maurice. It's so exciting to see what lies ahead, and we're waiting for all of that. And I have to ask you this question. You know, we've also done a bit of deep dive into the chess with you. Today's round 11, how many decisive games are you expecting from the action that we've seen so far?
It's a bit of a cheat, right? Because I actually got to see the opening moves. You all predicted, I know, David, you said 2. Tanya, you said 3. You want to take that back now because you can see a couple of these positions are looking way too solid. I'm sad to say that it might be only 1. I'm going to just take a number that you haven't guessed yet. I'm certainly not going to guess 4, but I think it might be only 1. And again, that Gukesh board, if this kid wins this game, this could be lights out. I mean, this is a critical game for the rest of the competition, because if he wins this one, takes down the number 1 player in the competition, the number 2 player in the world, with the schedule he has remaining and the mindset that he has, he's just tough as nails. He doesn't seem flabbergasted ever by anything. I mean, maybe some bad thing will happen, but he'll bounce back. I'm really impressed by him. And if he were not tied for first, I may not pick him. But right now, it feels like Gukesh is the one I got my money on at the moment.
Maurice, with the hot take there, Gukesh is the boy. He's playing against your boy, Fabi. Definitely a big matchup we will keep our eye on. Maurice, we know you're busy and we have to let you go. Thank you so much for joining us. And once again, move by move, congratulations on hitting Amazon #1 on that. And we can't wait to get our copies as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Keep doing a great job, folks. You guys are absolutely brilliant.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley there. Definitely check out his Chessable courses. They're all awesome. We saw that featured chat. Get those courses, get his books. And right now, David, we have to get to the chess action. Maurice's thoughts on Gukesh. He's thinking he's going to be the one. What did you make of that?
Yeah, fascinating insights from Maurice. I mean, I literally grew up watching Maurice's commentary. I remember the Intel Rapid 1994 series. And I mean, it was, started my love for chess. So when Maurice talks, I listen and I'm inclined to agree. I think the start of this round 11, Gukesh couldn't have dreamed of a better opening, a more kind of promising, rich position with which to maybe torture Caruana later. That being said, it is still early days, and Fabi, he's a resourceful man. He has equally high stakes invested in this game. So yeah, we'll see. If Maurice is right, credit to him. Gukesh powering through, maybe winning the tournament. That would be a mouth-watering match against Ding Liren. Ultimately, though, Tanya, still early days. Where should we jump in next? Let's do some deep dives.
I'm going to say, David, we've been saying it's early days since game 1. And of course, it was a 14-round marathon, but we're just 4 games left. This is becoming a bit of a 200-meter race kind of a situation now. I don't think it's early days anymore. Predictions, chat, tell us, who do you think will take it away? And it's such a neck-to-neck fight, and it could be any of these top 6 players, and they are today. So many of them, they're playing against each other. David, we did do a bit of a dive with Maurice on that bottom left board. Gukesh, like you said, a dream position out of the opening. We see that really nice space advantage on the queen side. And I agree with you. I really like what we're seeing for white on this position. Meanwhile, on that top right board, Vidit with white against Jan Nepomniachtchi, it feels like he's combined both our ideas. Your knight to e3, pushing the bishop back, and then he pushes the d pawn forward. So a queenless endgame, still a lot to play as that a pawn is marching up the board. Perhaps idea of his own minority attack, if I may say so.
Mm-hmm. That's what the doctor prescribes. Normally, the minority attack when you have an isolated pawn or when you're trying to chip away at a really strong pawn formation. For Fabi, it was the Carlsbad structure. For Jan here, it's this kind of chain of 4. Not quite connect 4. Looks like checkers over there, but yeah, one pawn often undermining the others. Make sure that you get rid of a weakness or you create a weakness in your opponent's camp. I really like it, Tanya. I would love to see a5 on the board. I'm not exactly sure how Jan wants to react. Maybe we just show a few moves here. If a5, black ever captures, white doesn't even need to go after this pawn immediately. Of course you can. You can play moves like rook to b5, hitting this bishop, hitting the pawn on a5. You can jump in now behind enemy lines. There's a weakness on c7. But long term, this pawn is going to drop off. It's a weakness, isolated, doubled. The a pawn a weakness, the c pawn a weakness. And actually, yes, white has doubled pawns himself, but this is a far more compact pawn structure. C2, C3, D4. So I think this would massively favor Vidit. Probably Jan will not touch anything on that flank. I want to ask you as well. Does he, I mean, what's the idea behind bishop g5? Does he really want to just take this knight? I'm really surprised by that one. a5 or not, after black has brought his bishop out. Even if white asks the question on the other flank, what do you think Jan has got up his sleeve?
That is some super GM level of understanding, just voluntarily giving up a bishop pair in this position, which isn't exactly very closed in its nature. And in compensation, you of course have the destroyed pawn structure, and your knight eventually can start jumping. I'm looking at that c4 square that perhaps the knight could be headed towards. Knight c6, knight a5, try and get a stronghold on the light squares, which have been weakened. But David, to me, bishop takes knight, it just shows a different level of understanding the position. I don't think many of us would have come up with this idea. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Vidit questions Jan's motives with that last move, or does he continue with his own pawn role? Because give Jan one more move, the knight could not have come to c6 earlier because of the idea of d5, forking the knight and the bishop. And I think Jan really wants a stronghold on the light squares. So it very well could be get rid of that knight on e3, go knight c6. But now if you give Jan one more move, he gets everything he wanted. So Vidit needs to decide, is he going for a queenside a5 or does he push with h4?
Do you know what Magnus would do here? Magnus would play like a really mysterious move such as bishop b5, just stopping knight c6 and saying, okay, you can kick me and then I'll drop back and now your knight has no path into the game. But I don't know, I'm not Magnus, I probably wouldn't do that. Vidit, of course, has ideas of his own. I'm not even sure bishop b5 is a good move, but it's the type of annoying move once you spot your opponent's plan. And I think you've correctly identified it there, Tanya. Black definitely wants knight c6, knight a5, something that I had earlier underestimated. So maybe it's at the moment a move such as bishop b5, or maybe you push the c pawn forward. Ooh, what's he going to do? C4 would stop knight c6 as well. He was going for a move.
And it was one of the pawns on the queen side, I believe. So with it, he's about to take his decision. Will he ask Jan to force a trade on e3, or will he go for his queen side plan? It's a very imbalanced endgame, David.
Yeah, that's good and bad for both players. There's more to work with. It's not totally symmetrical. White has a few more open lines, but a slightly down defective pawn structure there. So there's pros and cons. Okay, he pushes c4, it looks like on the camera. There we go. Your idea, Tanya, knight c6. I think that was the key to the position, and it's been prevented. Really nice kind of foresight prophylaxis there from Vidit. Knight c6 walks into a fork now. Yeah, that's really top level strategy, as you said, Tanya.
And that's one of Vidit's biggest strengths in chess. It's actually always been. We've been talking so much about this Vidit 2.0 that we've been seeing over the last year, where he's really worked on his game as well as his psychological mindset. But something that he's always aced in his games from the very start has been prophylactic play, where you just think about what your opponent wants and then you stop it. And that is such a powerful and an impactful way to play chess. I know that you've played against Vidit, and it's also the kind of chess that I know, David, you really like playing. Play against your opponent's ideas.
That's right. That's right up my alley. That's my cup of tea. But when I have played Vidit, I do get frustrated. You're right, Tanya. I think that I see what he's doing, he sees what I'm doing, and it's just like, oh, it's like a it's a game of guess who, basically. We're both trying to look as deep into the future as possible, and yeah, it can get tricky, it can get really confusing. But Vidit, that's one of his main skills. He's added so many strings to his bow, as you mentioned, in the last 12 months alone. He's become a fearsome attacker. He's become really, really calm and clinical in these quiet maneuvering positions. Right now, I've got to say I'm slightly biased towards White's position. I like the fact that he has space, the white pawn's in the center. I like White's knight. If he gets the 2 bishops now, without Black's knight able to get in, then I think that would favor him. But yeah, Jan comes back with a frown to the table, Tanya. Do you think he expected that last move?
He gives a bit of a stare and a bit of a surprised expression there by Jan, as if he's surprised by Vidit's choice c4. And I don't know what to read out of it, but it looks like it wasn't something that he was expecting. Once we break this position down, the idea is clear. You don't allow what Jan wants. d5 would be a big problem if Black went knight c6, the square that you wanted it to go. You mentioned that you prefer White just a little bit in this position, David. Does the lack of development on the king side, the bishop still on f1, the rook still on h1, is that something of a bother?
I agree. It's definitely on the mind. It's kind of top of the to-do list over the next few moves. You really want to get your bishop out. I mean, you should see my to-do list. It's thousands of things long, and I never remember what to do on any given day. But definitely for White, priority number 1, develop this light square bishop out. Again, it's unclear where it goes, whether it's e2, d3, maybe it gets fianchettoed, but I don't think there's a priority to castle immediately with White, because the queens are off. There's no direct attack. But yeah, pieces out towards the center, connect the rooks. That tends to be general kind of good chess wisdom. In the meantime, Jan will want to kind of complete development, if I can talk properly, complete development himself. But the Black Knight now has nowhere to go, Tanya. No good squares anymore. So Vidit, he's not just thinking of his own development, he's slowed down his opponents.
Point noted, very nicely explained. And our to-do list as commentators is to look at all the games. So while this endgame also heats up, David, let's check in with the action on the other ones. Of course, a big matchup. And let's just remind everyone what's at stake here. Jan is on the lead, with it currently 1 point behind. For him, he needs to score a victory in the upcoming rounds to get into the big race. And this is the action on, and we see out of the 4 board, it's the bottom left board where the evaluation bar does give an edge to White, and it's the plan that we were discussing, David, on the board.
Wow, Maurice has called it perfectly. White is going for a really clear-cut plan, and it looks much more effective than anything Black can conjure up right now. Just an action replay just of the last move, Tanya. We said a5, hinting a6, maybe breaking up the integrity of the Black pawn structure here, hitting the base of the chain. This connect 3 pawn formation, it will be broken down. b5 always in the air as well. Yes, could be met by c5, but to have to calculate that every move is really annoying, really frustrating. So I understand why Fabiano played a6 here, locking the queen side, what he hopes will be forever, but it has left these weaknesses. And you mentioned this exact point, Tanya. It's a nice outpost, a nice hole in Black's camp that White's knight is going to sit prettily on.
And I love it. I love the fact that you'd only sit and look pretty over there if Black was to trade pieces on that square. Eventually you take with the B pawn, right, David, and you open up the B file, and there is a direct weakness that you're looking at. You're staring down at that B7 pawn for the rest of the game. A simple plan. You double up on the B file, and yes, it looks that Black should be able to defend that pawn with a move like Rook B8, but watch out, there will be tactics on the A6 pawn as well, as the B7 pawn does get pinned up. It's just going to be a big defense here for Black to keep things alive. And I love that you're showing the line, David. It's not only the B7 pawn, but the A6 pawn that comes under fire in this position. So knight to C5 would put huge pressure on Fabi, which to me seems that it's already time for Fabi to look for ways to create a bit of a chaos, to try to get his own counterplay. Do you believe that lies on the king side? How does he do it?
Yeah, I agree. Maurice mentioned as well plans of h5, h4. It looks a bit far-fetched right now. It doesn't feel like Black's pieces are ready. But if you did get a few free moves, for example, h5, if White were to do nothing, like, I don't know, move a rook, h4, you could see how this might suddenly be a bit nervy for the White king. Ignore the eval bar. At least the white king now has questions to answer. Pawn to h3 might come. Black might shift the king out the way, a rook to g8. But we're talking really hypothetically here. It's like 4-5 moves in the future if the opponent does nothing. And at the top level, they kind of think more concretely. And I guess a move like h5 doesn't stop white from jumping in. And it feels like white's queenside play, already creating threats against loose pawns, is much quicker. Yeah, I don't see this really working. One thing that I was taught in these Carlsbad structures, where one side has pawns facing this way, the other has pawns facing the other way, is that the dream square for black's knight is d6. You would love to sit on this square, but the problem is it takes 3 moves to maneuver. For example, I'm thinking knight f6, then white knight jumps in. You go back to try and get into d6, but black is so passive that white could even think about breaking the center open at some point. White's knight might land up on e5. I mean, actually, knight e5 followed by f4. White's playing on both sides of the board, just totally dominating. Look how strong these steeds are in black's camp. There's always ideas of checks as well, like f6 would blunder for multiple reasons, but check. And knight g6, white's knights are just so hard to get rid of. And yeah, I just don't think black has enough time. The reason I wanted to kind of show this, Tanya, is because if black got 1 or 2 more moves, say white just faffs around a bit, knight d6, white does nothing, pawn to f5, maybe black has control. The black knight defends everything now. It defends the pawn on b7, controls the e4 square. Hard to imagine any pawn breaks for white, but Fabi's just not in time. Are you as concerned as I am for black's chances already?
It's big pressure on black right now, and Fabi has to make a decision, and it's not a pleasant choice. Does he immediately start with the play on the king side, as David, you were showing with the h-pawn moving forward, or a potential pawn storm on the king side, or this knight maneuver, which would be the strategic ideal plan for black, but again just feels that you're falling short on the moves that are required to make it. And those knights, once they land on c5, e5, steed, stallion, but they're not knights anymore. That's not a pony. That's a big piece on the center of the board, which would be big trouble. I really think that Gukesh can feel the advantage in his position, and Fabi right now is feeling the pressure. This is getting tough for black, and the next few moves will be super critical in this game.
That's right. Fabiano had a big time advantage. That was kind of the only thing speaking in black's favor, but he needs to invest a lot of it now, a big chunk of time, coming up with a 5-6 move plan. It's not about pure calculation. Fabiano knows once the white knight lands on c5, which is pretty much a pre-move for Gukesh. I think he's going to play it against anything. Fabi needs to react, first of all, guard his b7 pawn. He doesn't want to take that knight. And from there as well, he needs to stop the other white knight jumping in, white opening the center. He needs to stop like 4 or 5 things, and he might have 3 or 4 moves to do that. It's not going to be easy to cover everything. He might have to say, okay, Gukesh, you're going to get something that you want. I cannot prevent it. I don't have time. But he's got to kind of make sure it's the lesser of the evils. You don't want to, for example, open up that b file as we showed earlier, allow white to just cash in on the queen side. Whether it's going for a counterplay attempt on the king side, whether it's sitting still, just trying to lock up, curl up into a ball, brace for impact and defend. Abby, yeah, subpar opening. Do you get the impression he's playing too provocative, Tanya? At least to my eyes, Fabiano from the last candidates and this candidates with black, he's not just trying to shut down games, he's trying to play, but he's letting his opponents play as well.
Giving chances to your opponent as well. And it could have something to do with the tournament situation, right? For Fabi, a point that actually Maurice made, which is so valid, the road ahead here in the candidates. For Fabi, it's tough. It's tough opponents, while for Gukesh, he does meet Abasov and Firouzja in the future rounds as well. So perhaps Fabi feels a little bit of a pressure. He's playing against Gukesh. You know, he's playing against, well, the youngest player, although his chess has been from another planet, but Fabi wants to create his chances in this one as well. But right now, it feels like the only player with chances in this position, it's got to be white. It's got to be Gukesh. Fabi brings the rook to the center of the board to d8. I don't really see what's the future of this rook on the d file. It's hard to imagine, but the one concept that comes to mind is, do you think Fabi just wants to go on the defense here, David, that if white gets that knight to c5, you trade it, taking it with that b pawn, and then a second rank defense with the rook. Rook to d7, and Fabi just sits tight and says, how do you improve your position? Is that the idea behind rook d8?
It might well be. the you shall not pass approach. You just defend your one weakness. I have a feeling it might actually be something a bit more active. For example, pawn to f5 in this position, Tanya, and then dropping the black bishop back, for example, if the white rooks double up. Even if black, say, waits a move, just to highlight the example, if black sits with a bishop on c8, it's still hard to imagine white breaking through. At least black has counterplay on the king side, maybe. Pawn to f4, the white knight cannot jump now, it's covered. I think this is his ideal setup. Evaluation bar says still advantage white, but from a human point of view, it's not clear what next for Gukesh. So good attempt, I think, at defense by Fabiano. He just got his rook out the way so that the black bishop could sit back at home, kind of looking after the kids, defending the b7 pawn.
I love that so much more than the second rank defense, because you don't want to tie down a piece like the rook to defend a pawn when you can use a bishop instead. A rook is a high power piece. So you want to try and keep it as much in the game as possible. And once the bishop falls back, like you said, Fabi can maybe start thinking about the king side pawn storm, trying to open up some files, maybe a potential f4 in the future, maybe the h pawn moves forward. So it's going to be quite a fun one. And I think, David, the way this one's progressed, again, it's a cliche, but I'm going to say it. It's really a game for all three results. And I feel that draw right now is probably the least likely of them. For both players, it offers chances. I still like white's position. And I think you'd agree with that.
Definitely. I would take white all day long, but I'm still not sure exactly how to proceed, how to cash in, transform the advantage into something more tangible or bigger. That's Gukesh's problem, not ours, luckily. But still a big fight ahead. But at the moment, slightly in white's favor. Should we check out some of the other games? There's one we haven't delved too deeply into thus far.
Let's do it. And right. I'm guessing that you want to go to the bottom right board, David.
Yeah, you read my mind, as usual. And yes, it's not as relevant for the tournament standings, the clash between Firouzja and Abbasov, but there's pride at stake, there's kind of form on the line. If one of them gets a win now, they might become a more dangerous rival in the final few rounds for those at the top. And this did start with an early b3, which I know a lot of the viewers, a lot of the fans love. Hikaru loves that one as well in Blitz Chess. We won't go right from the start, but we'll just mention white's bishop came out via b2 after this early b3 opening and now sits pretty in the center. Tanya, first instincts. I don't even want you to think here. Who do you prefer? Go.
I like the two bishops, and I know both sides have it, but look at that. Not only the bishop on d4 that you pointed out looks really nice, but that bishop on f3, it takes away so many key development ideas for black. Black, really, the aim for black in this position is to try to trade off the rooks on the c file, but that becomes impossible with that bishop on f3 eyeing that b7 pawn, and as long as that's not happening, white's rook can start targeting on the 7th rank. Rook c7 ideas always in the air. You've got the more active open file. Bishop on d4, you already highlighted that. I'm just liking white's pieces more, and intuitively not being allowed to calculate, I don't really see any big threats, any big calculation even required in this position. I would pick white here, David. What about you?
Yeah, you said it better than I could. I mean, that's why I asked, because at first sight, I was like, wait, white is just crushing strategically. White is so dominant, in control. Where's black's counterplay? How can this be almost equal according to the eval bar? And I think the path towards equality is probably going to be very narrow. I did see a brief featured chat from someone called the Nimzo Larsener. And yes, this B3 opening is the Nimzo Larsen. So I'm pretty sure you're happy today, whichever viewer that was. Probably the happiest out of everyone watching the broadcast. But yeah, it's just about whether this becomes a bigger advantage. Abbasov needs to be in damage control mode. I'm wondering, Tanya, e5, you mentioned I didn't allow you to calculate, but if we were allowed, probably that's the move that Abbasov is thinking about.
Because you can't just sit as black here and wait for white to come in with all the pieces. The rook landing on c7, the queen sidestepping the d file. The big question is, where is black's counterplay? And the path that you pointed out, perhaps very narrow to equality and requires a lot of precision. It has to be around the play on the d file. The rook lined up against the queen. I completely agree with you. e5 is the line that requires you to sit down and take a look at what's really happening. Let's do a quick deep dive. David, hitting that bishop. By the way, he's reaching out. Is he reaching out for the pawn or the knight?
I think maybe for his knight. We'll look at e5 in a moment, but I think he might be playing knight to e8. Multi-purpose move to break down this bishop on d4 to trade it off. That's one of white's strongest pieces. Makes a lot of sense. Also, you mentioned another key idea for white. White wants rook c7. You see the idea, you stop the idea. Again, prophylaxis, as we talked about in another game. Is this the move he's going for?
On the
Knight
board.
e8 on the board. Sad retreat, Tanya, but a necessary retreat. I think a good practical decision from Abbasov. Just to mention as well, e5 can backfire unless you're willing to kind of continue motoring forward. Then now you've blocked in your bishop. There's actually a big weakness sitting on e5 now. So he chooses the more sedate strategic approach. Do you like that one?
I think it's a high-class move. As you pointed out, it's multi-purpose. You want to get rid of that d4 bishop, a beautiful one, as you said earlier, and you stop a very key idea in white's position. If the bishop's traded off, we can even imagine black's queen at some point landing onto d3, and there is pressure along the d file. So knight retreats are difficult moves to make, and it's definitely not it's not a happy position for the knight, but it does get the job done. And give black just a couple of moves, I think black will be able to stem some counterplay on that d file. Precise stuff by Nijat. David, I also want to check in with you on this, right? Nijat, now he was the underdog from the very start. He is the lowest seed player, and of course, you know, for almost everyone, it felt like winning the candidates was a difficult reality to imagine for Nijat. But Alireza, on the other hand, for so many of us, you know, considered one of the favorites, or at least somebody who has a really good chance, a big shot at the candidates. It's a second shot in the candidates. He played it last time as well. It went badly, but this time it just felt like he stabilized his whole path, his whole hustle to the candidates, really motivated to try for the World Championship. What do you think has gone wrong with Alireza in this event?
Well, it's clear there's been a lot on his mind, Alireza. It's difficult when you're young. I mean, we've got Gukesh and Pragg to compare him to in terms of the younger generation, and I think, unfortunately for Firouzja, when you're young, you're a bit inconsistent. I mean, that was the case for myself at least, and I know from a lot of other top players talking to them. Yes, they were capable of incredible performances, but also, when you take risks, when you're still feeling out your own kind of boundaries, when you know how much risk is acceptable, you know what your own style is, your own preferences, learning about your opponents when you're young, these things can add up. And if you're not in form, they can spiral. Luckily for Gukesh and Pragg, especially for Gukesh, he started really well. So it was maybe easier to maintain a calm head and to kind of maintain focus and determination to become the challenger, win the candidates. But for Firouzja, whose tournament started to collapse quite early on, yeah, it's difficult. There's no right or wrong. I think it's just very human, this kind of the way he's been playing and the way things have been going. He will be back. He's just 20 years old. We put so much pressure on him because he's been an elite superstar for what feels like forever already. But he's young. He'll come back stronger. Everyone respects him. You hear the way the others talk about him. He's still future potential world champion material. If things fall into place, it just won't be here. How about you, Tanya? It's been hard to watch, I guess.
It's just what you said, right? It's just so easy to forget how young Alireza is, the youngest player to ever break the 2,800 barrier. It just felt that this new wave of the young generation, he's always been the front runner, and then he just separated himself from the rest really early on, where he was already considered the elite. I do believe that his biggest strength is his maximalist approach and his creativity that he brings to the board. Just beautiful chess to watch. But that also, along with it, I think it's a double-edged sword. Along with that also comes a bit of instability. And in a tournament like the Candidates, which is such a long haul event, 14 games, and you have to keep your nerves, that can be a big challenge for a player.
Yeah, actually, you kind of hit the nail on the head when talking about his style. That's maybe the most determinant factor. It's high risk, high reward. He wants to entertain himself. He wants to entertain the fans. That's why Firouzja has so many fans. But at this elite level, if you just get those calculations wrong, if you take 1% too much risk and you don't get that reward, then it's easy for things to spiral out of control. So Firouzja, he's still tailoring his style. He's still adapting. Like you said, this kind of hustle towards the candidates saw him play kind of maximalist chess because he had to, and it paid off that time, the risk-reward ratio. But just unfortunate it wasn't in this tournament. But in the meantime, we see the bird's eye view. Tanya, where are your eyes drawn to?
Well, first thing I notice is bottom left board, and the plans that we were discussing have been played out by both Gukesh and Fabi. The pawn storm on the king side, and meanwhile the b file opening up after the trade. So that one is going to be quite a big and a dramatic fight, I think, over the moves to come. Meanwhile, on the top left corner, we see the bar is still level. Again, a queenless middle game, three threats of minor pieces on the board. But I'm liking the knight play there by white there. I think for Pragg, having that knight on c4, knight on b5, first thought, they look very impressive to me, David.
You're right. That's the first thing that caught my eye. Let's jump into this game. Pragg significantly down on the clock, actually. 25 minutes now. The white knights look impressive, Tanya. Then again, if I'm going to play devil's advocate, I'm going to say they're hanging in midair. They're kind of just about protected. They're just about kind of unattackable, if that's even a word. The black pieces can't threaten them right now. But if you imagine black getting an extra move, rook to c8, the black knight jumping in the way, suddenly there's tension along the c-file. Because they're not protected by pawns, they're only pieces. They're not properly anchored, outposted, and it could backfire. I'm wondering what white plays now as well. Does white castle? What are you expecting, Tanya?
Castle would be such a natural move to make. You really want to get your final piece into the game. The d file is calling out for a rook to capture it. And a really interesting way for Hikaru, on the other hand, to develop his pieces. The rook lift from a8 to a6. And even though right now it looks like, 1 second, there's no square on the 6th rank, but at some point we can imagine that rook landing on b6, even maybe after a trade on c4, eyeing that big b2 weakness which has been created by the a4 pawn. So this one as well, David, promises to be an exciting battle in the endgame, and far from over. So it's going to be a fun one. All the games are really building up to what promises to be a roller coaster of a round. We've had a look all around, and again, every point at this stage of the candidates, every half point and every win would be super precious and super crucial for the players as they develop into the main stage, the main phase of the game. We're going to go into a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy chess up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
"18-year-old Ramesh Babu Pragnananda, what a force to reckon with. He's matured into the first player from India to make it to this year's candidates. The first player after Vishayanand to make it to the candidates. We've got 3 of them playing right now. But for Pragg, what a journey it was in the World Cup, taking down world number 2, taking down world number 3, winning against Fabiano and Hikaru. And right now, he is fighting for his shot at the World Championship match. He's half a point behind the leaders going into round 11, playing against Hikaru Nakamura. We can see the focus on him, known for his calculation, known for his precision with little time on the clock, and never fearing who sits opposite him. Right now, it is the beast himself, Hikaru, and we do have some updates on the position as we dive deeper into the action, the endgame that we've got right now on. This is our live board when we went into break. David, rook to a6, the last move by Hikaru. And you mentioned it, that Pragg's knights are looking very strong, but they're also loose currently. And Pragg is still a move away from finishing development.
That's right. If Pragg could get 2 moves in a row here, he would be loving life. If white could, for example, castle and then put a rook on d1, white would be in full control, I think big advantage, and Pragg would be a huge favorite to win this game. However, unfortunately in chess, Tanya, we're not allowed 2 moves in a row. And if white were to castle the move he wants to play, not necessarily to keep the king safe, he doesn't need to here, the king is safe in the center, but more importantly to activate his rook, black would simply lock this down, rook to d8, prevent white from occupying the open file. And we talked about the loose knights. White simply cannot challenge for this file because he would indeed drop one of those nicely positioned knights even on c4. Wow, those knights are getting me excited, getting me carried away. But in the meantime, I don't think Pragg can get carried away. How to improve his position? It's not obvious. I thought knight c7 originally, hitting the rook and bishop as well, but black can answer this in multiple ways, just even taking this white knight off first, defending the rook. And now the idea you mentioned, Tanya, going for the b-pawn, I think black is totally fine, if not more here. What to do if you're Pragg?
Not an easy question to answer, and I'm gonna try not answering it and leave Pragg to it because he's been on a bit of a think right now and really low on the clock as well. And I think that's something to think about because that's almost going to be a 40-minute lead on the clock for Hikaru as Pragg goes into well, how many minutes is that? About 12 minutes to make a move. And when you've got a natural move like Castle in the position, David, and you think for that long, you realize that there are issues in the position that at first don't meet the eye. And it looks so pleasant for White right now. But the deeper you look, you understand that Hikaru set up his own ideas. And a lot of that is directed towards that B pawn that is probably just stopping Pragg from making any natural moves. Castle on the board. So Pragg saves me from trying to suggest any move for White. And I think Hikaru will perhaps just take a few seconds before he dashes out with Rook to D8.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It's just a matter of how long it takes Hikaru here. I don't think there's too much to calculate. Nothing much has changed after all. But White does threaten to occupy the D file. And look at Hikaru on the camera. Instantly, Rook D8. That's very professional. As you say, Tanya, you always want that psychological edge of banging a move down instantly. He even makes the boss move of getting up from his chair again. Pragg spent 12 minutes to make the most obvious move, and now he's back in thought. How frustrating is that?
Very, and I think a lot of us underestimate intimidation tactics like that, the psychological aspect of moving quickly, of being confident about your moves and continuing with the plan. You make it, you immediately leave your board, your opponent again has to spend time on the clock, your opponent again goes into a think. For Pragg, it's not an easy spot to be in. But Pragg's got some experience against Hikaru, so I think he is also very aware of these things. For him, the biggest question is what's happening on the board. They have that experience and understanding. And David, you've played so many times against Hikaru as well. You know that for so many players, it's a difficult situation to just be sitting against him. But guys like yourself know exactly how to handle that pressure.
Yes, you're right, Tanya. Although the first few times I played Hikaru, I was terrified, I must admit. And things got better once I realized that it's better to ignore the facial gestures and to focus on the moves. I mean, despite talking about how Black is probably fine now that he occupies the D file, I don't think Pragg is in any trouble either. I'm expecting a move such as pawn to E3. Like you said, just stay calm. You might be facing one of the scariest players in the world, but stay calm. You got everything under control. Pragg's done nothing wrong. It's just about kind of consolidating, and the tension will be postponed. But I'm being told we have massive developments elsewhere on another board, so I'm going to take us straight over there. It is actually Nijat Abbasov who's made a slip, who's blundered. I want to whisper that word quietly because it wasn't an easy position, but things have changed, Tanya. There's a massive piece. There's a traffic jam in the center of the board, but it all favors White. Centralization over everything. And Abbasov, I don't think he realizes potentially how bad his position is, but it's turned. It's all about White and the activity of the pieces. Tanya, what do you think is going through his mind?
I think he does realize it. I think last we checked in on this, that rook on d5 was on c1. It just felt different, and maybe we'll do a quick action replay to see how we got here and exactly the problems with the position. But it's sinking into Abbasov right now. You look at him on the camera. He knows that things have gone wrong. And David, tell us, what did he miss?
Yeah, it's difficult to know what exactly he missed. I think it's maybe more of a misjudgment. In this position, knight to e8, we were praising this move. Actually, I was very impressed by this move. We said it was really classy, especially if the bishops get traded off, then Black is totally fine, pressure on the d-file. But Firouzja asked very immediate, very direct questions, rook to c5, hitting this Black queen. And I think maybe here he needed to be a bit more pragmatic. I'm not sure exactly where the Black queen should jump to, but maybe d3, maybe back to e6, d7. But he played the move pawn to e5, and it felt a bit inconsistent. He could have played this last move in a better scenario. Often opening things up, going aggressive in the center doesn't work when most of your pieces are on the back rank like this. Pawn to e5, he's also just walking into a self-pin, and Firouzja jumped on this opportunity with knight to c4. The bishop is inedible because the Black queen would drop to the white rook. So pawn to f6, shoring up the e5 pawn. But look how weak the Black king is. Where's Ben Feingold when you need him? Never play f6. Everyone knows that. Rook d5, and This pin still exists, Tanya, so the white bishop is surviving, and it's about this diagonal, I feel, and now potentially that the black king is in the firing line. There's a threat of rook takes rook. What moves come to mind for you? How does he try and defend this?
The first move that comes to my mind, and I'm sure this is what Nijat had in mind, has to be bishop to e6, right? You hit that rook on d5, and I'm guessing there's some big problem with this, and there clearly is, but it has to be, his last few moves have to be based around the concept of bishop e6 here, because you finish your development. If white takes on d8, rook to d8, there's the horrible pin along the d file, and that's the dream position for black. But there's something on bishop e6 that I am missing, and that Nijat missed as well, David.
Yeah, and again, this is where the benefit of the eval bar really helps us. Just like you, I thought bishop e6. First thing that comes to mind, connect the rooks. And actually, that variation, rook takes rook, black is simply winning. But I'm guessing it might be pawn to e4. I say quietly, okay, the eval bar doesn't move. So you're attacking the black queen. And the problem is she only has 2 safe squares. No matter where she shifts to, now you drop the white bishop back, you hit her, and you've opened up a double attack against this black rook. You've opened up the white queen on the d-file. So it's literally kind of an attack against your rook, then you hit black's queen. You hit black's queen until black's position collapses. Easy to miss, Tanya.
That is beautiful. The retreating move by the bishop, not just hitting the queen, but attacking the rook. And notice how that queen on f5 after e4 has no other squares but to fall on a dark square. So the line is forced. And David, after you pointed out e4 and bishop e3, I am 100% sure that this is the point that was missed by Nijat. And it's such an easy miss, like you said, because the idea of e4, bishop e3, when the rook on d5 is hanging, it's just not on your radar. It's not something that you're really thinking about in the position. Sure, you see e4, but the point that the rook on d8 hangs at the end of the line is stunning stuff. And I think Nijat is in big trouble if he can't play the move bishop e6, because if you're forced to trade on d5, and let's just back up a little bit. Rook takes rook, bishop takes rook. Look at those monstrous bishop. The king has to go to h8, I believe, because king c5 just runs into bishop. Sorry, king f8 runs into bishop c5. Game over on the spot. Thank you very much. King to h8. Look at those 2 bishops. Even if you just sidestep with the bishop, and David, you'll help me find a right square. c5, I think, still looks incredibly active. Black's bishop stuck on c8, defending b7. The rook on a8, not developed. That knight on e8, hello, what are you doing? The answer is nothing. The queen on f5, completely alone. This position, you just look at it, and you don't need the eval bar to tell you that it's busted for black.
Exactly. We talk about centralization in chess. White's pieces are so dominant compared to their counterparts here. Also, Tanya, I don't see a move. Bishop to e6, like you said, it drops this pawn, but also walks into all sorts of e4 tactics, deflecting away the black queen from the defense of her bishop. You can never move the bishop. If you move the knight, I just want to say, ouch, knight d6, hitting the black queen and coming in, deadly check on f7, all sorts of smothered mate type of ideas in the near future. This looks horrible, rancid as well. You can't move this black bishop. Where's it going? Can't move the rook, as you said. Maybe you have to drop back the queen, like all pieces kind of stuck on your first 2 ranks, but this is just absolutely horrible. Queen f3 is like a lazy move I would play without calculating, to play rook to d1, bring the last bit of the artillery into the action, but I'm sure there's even stronger for white. It's no surprise, as you say. Who needs an eval bar when you see this position? So rook takes rook if it's necessary. I think Nijat will actually rather go down in flames. You can see, yeah, definitely on the camera, I agree with you. It's now settled in. He realizes he is almost busted already. Just 1 slip. That was all it took. That's how dangerous his position was.
And that's how dangerous Alireza can be. And this is exactly the kind of stuff that Alireza finds extremely quickly. It's his kind of position. These tactics with e4 and the bishop falling back to e3 is Alireza's bread and butter. It would not take him long to figure this out. For Nijat, a huge miss. And the problem with this miss is that there's no coming back from it. Because, David, I'm trying to find a way to not go into rook takes rook. The only other move that feels legal here is bishop d7, but I'm afraid that goes into the exact same issues that we've been looking at the other lines. e4, still a very dangerous idea.
Yeah, I think you're right. This still looks terrible for black, even if I just kind of play it the safe way, because black is stuck in a really bad pin. But maybe there's something even stronger. Bishop d7. I'm wondering if white just kind of holds off on e4. Whoops, sorry, not bishop e4. Mouse slip. Instead of e4, what if I just move the bishop? I think this pin's even more deadly because now the black queen, you mentioned her, how awkwardly she's placed. She cannot even step back. If she steps back, white has all sorts of winning moves, such as rook takes e5, due to this nasty pin. Another diagonal opens up. Deadly, fatal. This is pretty much over. Yeah, bishop d7 tries to be tenacious, but I just don't think there is a way, unfortunately. He's really unlucky here, Nijat. Normally, you make a mistake here, you can kind of give up a pawn or you suffer slightly strategically. Here, it's just tactically over. I was trying to find a way to give up a queen even after e4 to play, for example, rook takes rook and rook takes bishop. But even if white gives the queen back, I mean, yes, you can just move the queen, you're probably winning, but even if you give the queen back, I just want to point out, level material here, but again, black is stuck. He takes the rooks off the board. This one would have been deadly. Bishop takes b7, rook d7, the e-pawn's too strong, but he captures rooks instead. If we go back to the game, we're going to see this variation, and he's going to be in a world of pain. Black is almost zugzwanged. Tanya, this is heartbreaking.
The only good news is that the suffering is perhaps not going to last too long in this position, because after this trade and this position that we've seen already, of course, immediately played out by Alireza, the king does move to the side. We're going to see this position appear on the board. I don't see a way back for Alireza. None of it, for Nejat here. None of his pieces are playing, and you could see it on him. He's devastated with the position that he's gotten. And it's also this feeling, right? Yes, you're the underdog in the tournament, but it's also you want to put up a fight and score as many points as you can. And I think about that game against Hikaru that he had. He was so close to actually turning the tables around there. And then you could see it on him, just how much that hurt him. And then this game just feels like you don't even get going here. It's a tough tournament, yes, but this is painful. This is suffering for Nejat.
Yeah, the Candidates is like every other tournament, except everything is heightened like 1,000 times. There's 1,000 times more viewers, the emotions are 1,000 times more painful, and yeah, as they say, when it rains, it pours. Unfortunately, this is one of those events, and Nijat, just with a little bit of luck, he might have got a first win of the tournament. Like you say, things might turn around, you look back, oh, at least I got that one great win against a world-class player, but at the moment, yes, he's got a few draws under his belt, but this one, I mean, he needs a miracle to hold, and yeah, it's just going to get more difficult. I don't think we even need to calculate. Black is totally stuck. Abbasov low on the clock, actually, for the first time in a long time. Normally, he's at least ahead compared to his opponents. He's quite a quick player, but I think that reflects how difficult Black's position is and how he was surprised. He missed those tactics there to do with e4, Tanya.
Yeah.
I wish I had a pep talk for him, but difficult times.
I don't see any universe where Alireza messes this one up. I mean, the position is just too beautiful and it feels like it plays itself out. Meanwhile, for Black, just difficult to even make moves right now, to actually improve pieces right now. Your king side is weak. The bishops are monsters on the board. Your pieces are not even developed and there's no good square to take them out. The queen on f5 extremely exposed, which will at some point come into threats with either the pawn or once the rook comes out. There will be problems in the back rank as well. If white is able to get that knight to d6, that's game over on the spot. So your knight on e8 is just completely stuck defending all these ideas. It's a painful position to play out. And what does that result? If Alireza gets this in the bag, by the way, we do have a move by Nejat. He plays it quite quickly and he does come back with the queen. So David, the line that you pointed out, we might see that. Bring all your toys to the nursery, bring that rook from f1 to d1. It might be the plan that he'll go to. Having this kind of a win, you know, where you just outplay somebody, and it's something that Alireza's got to be feeling good about his position. And I know it's not over yet, and no result in chess is a foregone conclusion, but I don't believe it's too far from finishing up. What does that mean for Alireza going forward into the rounds?
It means a big confidence boost. We talked about Alireza earlier being a younger player, and that optimism of youth that needs to be restored, rejuvenated somehow. He's had a tough few days. We saw that kind of play out in his games. We saw it play out away from the board as well. But yeah, suddenly a win, he'll believe he can conquer the world again. And he still has some of the top guys kind of on that roster. Yeah, I think he might actually have a huge say in the spoiler role here, Tanya. Alireza, he's a dangerous customer. Everyone fears him when he's bang on form, and if he's on form, wins this game in such crushing style, he'll believe again, and that's the most important thing.
I agree with you. I think Alireza is going to be that guy which will eventually, play this massive spoiler to somebody or the other. One can just feel it. And if he gets that confidence going right now with this game, if he comes back into his element, Alireza can beat anybody in this field right now. He's of course had a tough candidate, but still 4 rounds to go. This one feels like it's in his bag. He's on the think right now. Meanwhile, for Najat, it's been a tough ride. Do you see any hope at all for Black? Any slip-ups that White needs to be careful about in this position, David? Because I'm struggling to find a way for Black to keep the game going.
Yeah, I think you need 3 or 4 free moves for Black just to untangle your position. You might need to get the Black Queen out the way, the Black Bishop out the way, at some point activate the Black Rook. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I think there might be a clincher already if White, for example, absolute minimum, drops the Bishop back to f3. Even a Queen trade won't save Black, because if White conquers the d-file, Black's piece is pinned on the back rank. You'll get infiltration, you'll enter the Black camp. Actually, I think a Queen trade would spell the end right now. So the more I look at it, the more I think Bishop f3 is maybe even stronger than bringing the White Queen out. Close to 0 hope. I agree. Abasov suffering, unfortunately.
Really interesting concept, right? You just trade off your opponent's most active piece on the board, and your opponent's just left with ugly looking pieces, a big back rank to defend, as well as your rook penetrating into your camp. So Bishop f3, Queen f3, some nice choices there for Alireza to make pleasant choices, and you can see he looks pretty confident about the position that he has on the board. We will see what he comes up with. Meanwhile, for Najat, he hasn't yet scored a win in this tournament. And I think we did touch upon this, that he wants to at least get that one win in the bag on his way to exit out from his first candidates. And he's such a top-class grandmaster. We saw what he's capable of in the World Cup, taking down some of the big names in the chess world, including Anish Giri, including Laurent Fressinet, Peter Swidler. So he does have it in him. But this is the field ahead. This is the road ahead. David, do you think Najat will be able to get at least one win in, especially considering how he's a target for the other players?
Yeah, often that is the way. As an underdog, it's your superpower. The other players are out to get you. He'll be playing the likes of Gukesh, who's going to be going all in against him, Abasov. So maybe some chances of counterattack. It's hard in this position. I just saw a tweet from our very own Mike Klein. Yeah, actually, there's some kind of, I won't say bad blood, but there's some history between these two. Firouzja knows who it is now, who complained about that stomping, and he's out to get revenge. So yeah, difficult road ahead for Abasov, but yeah, we hope it doesn't get him down too much if he does crash to what we expect now will be a defeat. In the meantime, Tanya, other boards are progressing. Top left, Pragg has removed one of those hanging knights. He's retreated, slightly surprising. Hikaru in thought. On the top right, we see a queenless middle game. To my eyes, it looks quite strong for Nepomniachtchi. I think the last few moves have gone in his favor. Gukesh against Caruana has not changed since we were last there. And Firouzja, that is not a pleasant sight for Abasov. He's retreated his bishop to f3. White is simply winning there. Where should we go next?
I think we've done quite a bit of dive into that one. For Najat, it's not an easy road ahead. We saw he plays the 3 Indians, but maybe he'll get his chance as they try to push against him. But things looking bleak in this game against Firouzja. I think let's go over to the Vidit Nepomniachtchi game. David, we haven't checked in with it for a while, and it's a big one. You said that you feel the momentum has shifted towards Black right now. Things looking good for Yan. If Yan's able to bag this or even create big chances, that would be huge for him in this one. Playing with the Black pieces, given his tournament situation, what are the chances of him actually making something out of it? Break it down for us. I have a feeling that it has something to do with the pawn pressure in the center of the board.
You're 100% correct here, Tanya. Big pressure. And White's last move does set up a trap, however. Let's just do a quick action replay since we were last here. We saw pawn to c4 and we left it. I said I prefer white. I thought Vidit played a really nice move here. Still ideas of the minority attack, trying to chip away, erode black's queenside. Still flexible bishop development, but Jan turned things around. Rook to e8. I don't like this next move from Vidit, I've got to say. Very tempting. I was told this is called the crab. It's like when you go on the king side and the queen side with your h and a pawns, and you kind of try to like pincer movement your opponent backwards. But this hit on the bishop, I think he maybe didn't realize that Jan could change plans. Instead of taking the knight as we kind of predicted earlier, now he drops back. And yes, black's bishop has lost a move, but he's hitting a pawn, gaining tempo. And the h4 pawn will tie down white's rook for quite a long time on h1. c3, c5, and yes, there is indeed a pin. So white cannot touch the center. Bishop d3 instead. And just to point out the trap, white is threatening bishop to e4, catching this rook in the corner. No escape squares for it. I want to say black is better here, Tanya, but he still needs to be accurate. I'm not sure exactly where, but I feel like the black knight, it's time for it to finally develop.
The big question is where, right, David? Because it's not easy to come up with a spot. If you put it on d7, you're taking away big squares from your bishop. d5 is always in the air, something to look out for. And also ideas still of bishop e4 landing on c6 after d5. You don't really have, though you have to go bishop g4, it just doesn't feel like something that you want to play here. If not knight to d7, knight a6. I don't like the move knight d7. If knight to a6, my knight on the corner of the board, and I see the bar still seems to say okay, but it's just not a move that you're very happy playing. Where you really want this knight is on c6. You want this knight to develop, to put pressure on the center. And the big question is, does that just walk into d5, or does it get complicated? Is that just the start of the story with d5, knight e5 coming in? What's going on there?
Very good shout, Tanya. I must admit, I ruled this out. I thought, okay, this just walks into a fork. But as you correctly identified, spotted, loose pieces drop off. White has a loose bishop himself. So there's probably time to save black's bishop. For example, white might move, black might move as well. And kind of all of these things added up. Black's massively improved the position of his knight. Still weak pawns to target. Knight c6. I wonder what happens after bishop to e4. It feels loose. It feels wrong.
Maybe
White's
bishop d7, like you said?
Okay, that's simple and strong. I agree, Tanya. Just open up.
You helped me.
It felt wrong. My instinct said no, but I didn't see why. And you've identified hitting the bishop. And if the bishop moves, there's a double attack. d4 and a4 both hanging. Black is winning bishop pair, as we often talk about. So actually knight c6. I think this is Jan's dilemma. Does he play it simple, kind of knight a6, keep pressure on d4? There's still this pin after all. And maybe he fancies his chances there, but it looks ugly, looks wrong. Or does he go for knight c6 where calculation is needed? I like your knight c6 though. I think that might be a bit of a cold shower for Vidit.
And David, just break it down for us. At a super GM level, having this kind of an endgame with black, what is the mindset? Are you ambitious about your chances? You just keep playing? What's the approach going forward in these kind of positions, which are still pretty rich?
Yeah, a very good question. I think one mistake that a lot of people, myself included, when I was especially when I was younger, one mistake they would make is to think too much about the result. Think, okay, I've got an imbalance. I've got weak pawns to target in my opponent's camp. Let's take risks. Let's go all in. I'm winning. I'm going to win. But no, you just have to calculate. I think Jan is too experienced to get carried away. I think he's just going to be looking at improving his pieces. If he wins a pawn later, great. If he turns this positional advantage of the better pawn structure into something more tangible, great. But it's just those small victories. I think you would say so yourself, right, Tanya? It's just about looking to get the next few moves in, improve your pieces, keep chipping away, looking for kind of weaknesses. And I think all those things adding up, Jan might become the favorite. Do you see Vidit? I mean, you know him very well. Do you see him being comfortable in this position, or do you think he's already getting concerned?
I think he'd be concerned right now. And just a few moves ago, I feel like he would have been quite happy with what he had out of the opening, with the a pawn marching down, a5 in the air. But I think what we have in front of us, although he is not sitting on his chair, he's gotten up right now, he's looking at it from a distance. I feel that with its senses that it's not completely gone the way that he would have hoped for. He's already looking at ideas from Black right now. And Vidit's the kind of player who really likes to keep things under control. He really wants everything to be, as less chaotic, although that's something that he's really worked on. Again, one of those things that Vidit 2.0 does better than the earlier version of him. But I think by nature, Vidit really likes solid strategic fights where nothing crazy is happening. But we see this double bishop pair, we see tension on d4, and I'm sure that Vidit knows that he needs to be precise. He's looking at Jan's options right now. Also, chat pointed out, look at Vidit's clock situation. David, we are on move number 16, and he's less than 40 minutes. No increment on the clock. How much of a factor do you think it's going to play in this game?
Massive factor. Vidit, he's had an up and down tournament. He's won a few games, he's lost a few games, but the one common denominator in his losses have been kind of dubious time management, including against Jan Nepomniachtchi in their previous encounter. That was also a queenless middle game, I should mention, where Jan outplayed him in that Berlin endgame and wrapped up the victory just around the move 40 mark was where the blunder happened. Yeah, it just feels like he's not comfortable. There is a misconception that queens off the board, moves are easier, it's the end game, but I mean, there's tactics galore. We showed some of them. Knight c6 looks like a blunder, but actually could be an inspired move. There's all sorts of captures to work out. There's going to be a lot of time consumed. Yeah, actually, this pawn structure, I was thinking, pattern recognition here, Tanya. It looks like a Nimzo Indian. Doesn't look like a Petrov defense. I mean, this is like a Petrov defense gone very, very right for Black.
I completely forgot that this started as the Petrov. It's so easy to do that. You just don't get to see this kind of a position out of a Petrov. And Jan is someone who knows the ins and outs of it. He understands the Petrov, I think, better than anyone at this current point with his experience and the amount of work that he's put into it. You know, we were talking about Vidit's mindset right now. I think Jan's feeling good about his position. And yes, he's not thinking about the result, but in his mind, he can smell it. He can smell that there is an opportunity to at least try to push this kind of a position. Coming to Vidit's clock, as you pointed out, it's been a factor throughout the candidates that Vidit has struggled with, he's had a challenge with. And to me, that's a bit surprising because over the last year, it felt as if that was one of the things that he really worked upon, his clock management. He used to suffer so much with getting great positions, but with choking with little time on the clock. And over the last many tournaments, it felt like it was a problem that he overcame. But in the candidates, seeing that happen again, seeing that narrative again, I wonder if his decision to play Title Tuesday yesterday, David, was just to get that board site going for when the clock is running low. How do you explain that? Because Vidit's not, he doesn't play it as often as, let's say, Hikaru does, right? Who had his 69th win yesterday. He's got this huge match against Jan. How do you explain Vidit's decision to play Title Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a decision he regrets. We should mention that if today goes wrong. It's interesting, like you say. I would never ever assume kind of Vidit would be the one out of everyone to play Title Tuesday. It just doesn't seem his style. But maybe, as you mentioned, he didn't feel in the rhythm. He didn't feel like the harmony was there. His clock handling a bit up and down. A bit too tentative, a bit too pensive with his moves, and maybe that was the way he wanted to shake things up. But blitz chess, in my eyes, is a form breaker. If you're in good form, if you feel you're playing well, never ever touch blitz chess. If you feel you're playing badly, then you should play. But I don't think he was playing badly, Vidit. So yeah, it's surprising. Who do you think it's going to affect, or who do you think it's going to favor out of the several players who indulged in Title Tuesday yesterday?
Good question. I mean, for Hikaru, I just feel that it doesn't make a difference. He's so used to this, and it's one of the things that I think everyone really admires about him. His ability to, play Title Tuesday or these online events, rapid, blitz, bullet, win them all, and then also be playing this really important classical event. And I think that also helps Hikaru to kind of shake off the pressure of what is happening right now. So, it kind of just makes the mindset that I'm a streamer first even more solid for him. And I believe we do have our first result. David, in fact, Nijat Abbasov did resign. Alireza Firouzja gets a quick win in the bag, a much needed confidence boost for the French number one. It's been a tough candidates for him, but has he found his rhythm? Is this the big turnaround? Will Alireza go on to play spoilers to some of these other players? This one was a scary, scary win by Alireza.
Yeah, Alireza was angry, and he, unfortunately for Abbasov, took it out on his opponent. We saw it yesterday. He played Title Tuesday. Firouzja actually, on his stream, said he was still loving chess. He had no intentions of giving up. It's still the game for him. Still plenty of tournaments lined up this year. And he showed his enthusiasm. He showed his hunger today, Alireza. And yeah, that was brutal. That's one of the most one-sided games we've seen this tournament. It was only a small slip from Abbasov, but at this level, one small slip is enough. I don't think we even need to show the final moves. Essentially, exactly what we predicted happened, Tanya. The white rook got in behind enemy lines on the back rank, winning a piece. And yeah, very impressive display from Alireza.
In it to win it, that's what the rook said. And to answer your question, that's what Alireza said. The Title Tuesday, I think, shake things up. When things are not going well for you, you know, you play a bit of blitz, you get your mind working, you're feeling good, and I think it worked in his favor. Let's take a look at the action all around, and who else is it helping? Meanwhile, top right board, it's on the board, David. Knight c6 was the move played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Vidit, I believe, played d5. Jan is not currently on the board. And we'll, of course, go to the other to our other matches as well. But this is what we were looking at. Knight e5, it has to be the only move in this position.
I think you're right. For a moment, I wondered about bishop takes c3, but that would blunder a piece. Maybe this is something we just very briefly show. Strictly forced, as you say, Tanya, there is a double attack. You need to get one of the pieces out of that attack with gain of tempo, and you need to counter-strike. But bishop takes c3 check would lose a piece, I believe. After bishop to d2, maybe there's actually something even stronger. Maybe king to d1 is even better, just with the idea that, for example, knight to e5 now, getting the knight out of dodge, white can play the very simple king to c2, defending a bishop, attacking a bishop, and black actually has both bishops hanging. So, for example, a capture here, and white would win one of these two beasties. But yeah, right now, d5, Jan back to the board. He does, of course, play the only move, knight to e5, and the counterattack. I'm wondering here, Tanya, does the bishop drop back, save itself? I don't think you can allow the black knight to land on d3. If it does drop back, which direction? I only just noticed, I missed earlier, that bishop takes h7 is a possibility. You might as well sell the bishop for a high price if it's going to drop. But Vidit, we mentioned his clock situation. What do you think he's going to play?
That's a really nice line, by the way. I had completely forgotten about the c3 pawn, and Vidit's going to answer your question before I do, hopefully. I think he might reach out for bishop takes pawn. As you mentioned, if you have to give up the bishop, might as well get a pawn in return, and he does it. It will be recaptured by the king. Vidit will go on to pick up Jan's bishop, and then the question is, how do you recapture that pawn on e6? Once the king takes the bishop, the pawn takes the bishop, do you pick it up with the rook, or do you pick it up with the pawn? I feel both have their own pros and cons, but intuitively, and David, I want to hear it from you as well, I would want to pick it up with the rook. And the reason for that is I love the open e file. I'm threatening to come in with the pawn on c4, and I have a feeling you have a different answer.
Tanya, you know me, and any regular viewers of our commentary will know we're very different players, very different people. I mean, my instinct was screaming pawn takes pawn just because I see a hole on d5 and I want to cover it. But I think I would calculate, and I totally understand why you want to play rook takes. It's much more active, much more dynamic. The other rook now has a nice safe, nice active post. You might later enter the stacked up rooks on the e file. There's threats of knight takes c4, but deep down I'm very boring and I play like an old man. So I see an outpost. I don't want to give an outpost. So really interesting. This is actually the game position after king takes bishop, pawn takes on e6. Yeah, it's a 50-50. I think there's no right or wrong answer, just purely a matter of taste, Tanya. We're both right.
Oh, and he does take it with the pawn. So, David, you did get it right. I saw him reach it out. So, chat, that's David Howell 1, Tanya 0 for now. But we'll have more predictions come up. Yes, he does keep the pawn structure safe and solid. And still, I think he's aiming for more because look at Vidit's pawn formation on the queen side. Black does have something to play for. We will, of course, be doing a deep dive on all the action. Vidit now slows down. He's got big questions to answer in this endgame. How does he finish development? How does he take care of all the weaknesses on the queen side? For now, we will go into a quick short break and be back with all these answers. Meanwhile, if you've been loving the chess and want to get better and want to play some of your own chess, we've got some big news for you. As seen on Shark Tank, the Chess Up team returns with the brand new Chess Up 2, an electronic chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. With built-in Wi-Fi and Chess.com compatibility, Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to millions of players in the online chess community, without losing the unique experience and feel of over-the-board chess. And when you finish a match on the board, you can save it and directly analyze it on Chess.com. To learn more about Chess Up 2 and save a cool $100 when you pre-order on Kickstarter, head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use the command chessup in chat. We'll see you after this break.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
We're back, everyone. This is round 11 of the candidates. One game done, a decisive result. Ali Raza gets the win in the back. 3 to go. Fighting chess all around. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, the superb Grandmaster David Howell. The action is on, and we sure hope that during the break you checked out the very cool Chess Up 2 board, because we've got some big news for you guys. You could get lucky winning one of those very cool Chess Up 2 boards. We'll be giving away this revolutionary smart chessboard to four lucky winners. Head over to our Instagram, Facebook, X, or YouTube community and look for the giveaway post to learn more. Entry closes on April 19th, so you want to hurry up and get your entries in, and winners will be announced on April 20th. Don't miss your chance to win big. Use the command giveaway in chat. 4 lucky winners will get the Chess Up 2 board. And right now, we've got 3 games on. So we will head over to the actions as the players are fighting all across. So David, your prediction was 2 decisive games today. I said 3. Looking at the boards, 3 seems quite unlikely, even though we've got 1 in the bag. And it was Maurice who said we'll just have 1 decisive game today. How are our predictions looking to you?
Ooh, we've banked the 1 decisive game, so Maurice must be happy. He's maybe hoping that the rest are draws, but still a lot of life left. We see 2 queenless positions, kind of somewhere between the middle game and end game on the top of your screen, so on both the top left, top right. A very tense, really locked up position between Gukesh and Caruana. Tanya, I'm quietly confident. I think 2 might be the sweet spot. I could imagine one of these 3 remaining games being decisive. How are you feeling about your chances? You need 2 of the last 3 to end with a winner.
I wish I'd gone with your prediction of 2, David Howell, because I'm looking at the positions, and especially that Vidit board that we've already deep dived into. I think we're going to go into another game, but just want to finish our thoughts on that. The more I look into it, I feel that there are big chances of that top right board fizzling out. I can imagine a future A5 break by Vidit to get his own counterplay. Things look more in control once the pieces have been traded off. Meanwhile, Fabi on that bottom left board, I think he's still... We haven't had too many moves, but I think he's managed to get his counterplay going with that F-pawn controlling so many key central squares. David, that looks like the most fun to me right now. Should we do a quick jump into Gukesh versus Fabi?
Let's do it, Tanya. Your wish is my command. Let's jump to that board and let's just recap. Like you said, only a few moves, but some quite important moves. We did predict knight to c5 correctly. Knight jumped in. It was duly traded off at the cost of improving the white pawn structure. Big weakness for black now in a backward pawn, and eternally backward. A huge target throughout what will be the remainder of this game. Also, everyone knows I love Connect 4. White has a beautiful chain and dominates the dark squares, rendering this dark squared bishop a bit passive, just staring at this wall. I want to mention to everyone, f5 is strictly forced, the only move for Fabiano. Aggressive, yes, it has some intentions to maybe counter, break open the king side, but more importantly, a move such as bishop to c8, which we said might be mandatory at some point, defending this pawn, would run into bishop to f5, trading off the key defender. And once black's bishop pair is gone, this spells danger. The b7 pawn will be eternally weak. White is actually strategically just winning. F5 is also an outpost. White would cement it with G4, so F5 was necessary. White played Queen C3, and I think, Tanya, he's lining up here, Rook B4, assuming Black plays a move he'll need to at some point to defend this pawn. Is Gukesh, do you think, going to jump in with his knight to E5? Is he going to try and imbalance things even more?
Very possible. It's definitely a move that you have at any point on your mind, and you just have to find the right moment to play it. I don't believe that Fabi can actually allow that knight to remain alive for too long on the E5 square, and I would expect Fabi to actually trade it off with the bishop. And to me, then it feels like, where are either sides making progress? White will eventually block the D4 square with one of the pieces. You don't really have a good pawn break to play for. Meanwhile, Black also looks extremely solid to me. Yes, that bishop is a defender, but you can't call it a bad bishop, because a defensive piece is not a bad piece. It's actually doing something. It takes control of the F5 square and the B7 pawn, as you're highlighting. I struggle to find a way for White to make progress here. And it's the same for Black's position as well. I think if Black got too ambitious on the king side, it would only result in creating more weaknesses. And you say imbalance, but to me, this would look quite balanced, David.
Mm-hmm. I could, just to follow this line through, I could imagine a rook coming to E8, attacking this pawn. White would play a move like F4 most likely, and Black could play G4. And yes, the computer might slightly prefer White, but ultimately it looks like a fortress. There's literally 0 pawn breaks. White can never play E4. I doubt Black will get the time, for example, after king to F2, Black will never get time to throw the H pawn down the board. So this game might just fizzle out, too blocked, too locked up. The one reason I mentioned knight into E5 is to get rid of the bishop pair, of course, but also after a move like bishop C8, if White just continues the plan, stacking up against this so-called weakness, then Black could now play rook E8, rendering knight E5 impossible, just taking control over this square. And then I struggle to see a plan anyway, for White especially. But for Black, at least you may be dreaming someday of pushing the kingside pawns forward. Still takes preparation. I kind of winced as I was saying it, because I was like, oh, you should probably just sit still as Black. Don't get too ambitious here for Fabiano. But I'm just wondering why he's even hesitating, Fabi. Looks like bishop C8 is forced in the next move or two. Why delay? Why wait? The clock times here, Tanya, actually, I didn't realize until now, but Gukesh down at only 23 minutes. Maybe he wants to steer this game into safety.
It's definitely got to be careful about the clock. And as Fabi hesitates for his move, the one player who didn't hesitate at all to grab the win today was Alireza Firouzja. And we've got our very own Mike Klein with Alireza. So let's go out there, as Mike is with Alireza, who stomped his opponent today.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja, who won one of the quickest games, if not the quickest game in the candidates. It's well known that your opponent Abbasov has struggled as Black in this tournament. So how did you choose your second coming of B3? Why did you choose that opening?
Yeah, he is very well prepared in this tournament. So it's the same strategy against Nepo, because they are playing Petrov, and I have to be trying to make it more complicated. So with E4, E5, Petrov, it's already dead. So I'm trying to make it a bit more complicated with knight f3, b3.
Well, it worked. And yesterday you played Title Tuesday. Is that one way to sort of reset? Does that get you back in the right mindset when you play Blitz, since we all know you love Blitz?
Yeah, I like to play Blitz when I have rest day, because it keeps me sharp and keeps me thinking about chess. So yeah, it was a good opportunity to play.
I did not watch all of your stream. I apologize about that, but I caught the highlights, and I understand that you dispelled the rumors that maybe you were leaving chess. But can you tell us about the last couple of days, how difficult it was for you?
Yeah, I mean, in my streams, if you watch my Blitz, I also 1,000 times I say
we can all relate.
Yeah, and it's a saying, but yeah, it's a tough event, of course, and it's very tiring. Everybody gets tired, and but it's a good experience. I mean, you learn. Yeah?
Yeah, you made a lot of your fans happy by saying that and by winning today. Finally, it's known now that Abbasov is the one that complained about the incident a few days ago. Did you talk about that with him? Did you come to any peace with him? Were any words exchanged?
I don't know if he's right. I mean, it is noisy. I also was thinking about this from first day, but it's FIDE's fault, of course. So it's not Abbas's fault, that's for sure. And I mean, I cannot blame Abbas for this.
Fantastic. Well, that's a lot of maturity, and it's great to see you've put that incident behind you, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Now back to you guys.
Mature Firouzja getting his win in, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief that Firouzja does continue and wants to continue playing chess. It makes him happy. And David, it's so true that when emotions run high, these thoughts have come to all of us. But chess is love.
That's right. It happens. These things. It's chess. It's life, and really nice to see. There's no bad blood. Sorry, between the players. They've put it behind them. And Firouzja, it definitely feels like that win has reinvigorated his tournament. And okay, this is where we left just before that interview. Only a couple more moves. Black shuffled the queen over to c7, attacking the a-pawn. White's rook retreated to defend this a-pawn. Firouzja, one mature young player, and Gukesh, another extremely mature player, both on and off the board. Tanya, I'm kind of edging towards your conclusion that it looks very level. It's hard to find a plan for either side. Just looks way too blocked right now.
Yes, the inroads are so limited in this position. The squares seem so much in control for both players. And yes, Gukesh has got this play along the B file, but there is a concept of there's a theory of finding two weaknesses on the chessboard. You have to make two weaknesses to be able to actually make something out of your position. The principle of two weaknesses. B7 is weak, but nothing else in this position for black. It simply gets defended by that bishop on e6, falling back to c8. And then we see that everything is under control by black's pawns. If you were to jump in with knight e5, you create your own sets of weaknesses. And again, the pawns can be blocked. So David, with you on this. And also, I think, on Ali Reza's interview, to go back, I think we're all with him as well, that everything could be avoided, the whole drama that we witnessed, with just some preemptive measures taken in the playing hall. So that understanding that for Nijat, if he was disturbed at any point, he has to complain. I mean, as a player, anybody would do it. It's a big stage. It's everyone's big opportunity. So there's, like you said, there is no space for bad blood because Nijat did what he had to, and everyone just wishes that this completely avoidable drama would not have happened in the first place.
Exactly. I mean, chess drama at the moment seems like a daily occurrence. That was our daily dose, but ultimately, as you say, these things, they're not personal. They're just talking about the organization, which hopefully gets better year on year. We're becoming more and more professional as a sport, chess, I believe. It wasn't commonplace, at least back in my day when I was young, to see players playing in such cool conditions, seeing the top players really highlighted like this. So, of course, things can always improve, and they will do in due course. But Firouzja, on fire today. That's all we can say. Should we check out some of the other games, Tanya? Because I'm slightly worried about my prediction. If this is too blocked, where are we going to find the other decisive game? Where are we going to find a winner on any of the boards?
Let's dive in. So that leaves us with the top left board that we're looking at. Pragnananda with the white pieces against Hikaru. And to me, that also looks like an imbalanced position. And even though the bar seems to say it's level, I do think there's a lot to play for here. Black's got weaknesses, white's got weaknesses. That bishop on b3 giving quite an imbalance to the position. It's far from over because the d1 square is under control. Notice how the bishop from b3 controls that d1 square. As long as the rooks are on the board, I think there's a lot to play for in that one. Meanwhile, Vidit versus Yan. Look at that. Top right board. Vidit's pawns have gone marched all the way up. So he did get the g5 move in. He did get the a5 move in. That's exploding as well, David. Which one should we check out first? I'm going to let you pick.
Ooh, tough call. Why'd you put me on the spot like that, Tanya? I'm going to steer us in the direction of Pragnananda against Hikaru just because things have changed. But we will, of course, update everyone on one of the leaders, Nepomniachtchi, as he tries to fend off this last move from Vidit. But I just want to do a quick recap here because I'm not sure who these last few moves favor. We left it at rook to d8. Here, Pragg dropped his knight back. A bit of a mysterious one. I guess he's just wanting to open up his rook. Maybe that white knight was just a bit loose where it previously stood, now much safer as a square. Rook to a5, hitting this white knight. And I think a really controversial decision, but ultimately a very logical decision. Pragg here, rather than step back and allow black to start leaping forward with his knight into a beautiful outpost. I think this would favor Hikaru. Bishop takes pawn, we should mention, would be met by rook to b8. And again, that b2 weakness you highlighted what feels like many moons ago, it will finally drop off in black's favor. So he decided, okay, bishop takes knight. And normally I'm so attached to my fianchettoed bishops. Most people are, especially with queens on the board, but giving up a long-range bishop for the knight here shatters the black pawn structure and renders knight d4 impossible. So knight c3. And yeah, your point in this position, as one more move is played, I was going to say your point of black controlling the d-file is really relevant. It's the most important thing. White's rooks are therefore passive. I was going to say Hikaru is probably enjoying this more than Pragg, but f4, Tanya. f4, he wants to score. What is this? Opening up his rooks, but at the cost of potentially damaging his own pawn structure.
That's a very committal decision by Pragg. But that's the thing about these youngsters. If they find something that is interesting for them, that creates chances, they don't really care about keeping the balance or trying to play passively in these kind of positions. The fact that he's playing against Hikaru, that's not in Pragg's mind at all. He sees f4, he sees a way to activate his rook, he sees a way to try to get a position which, you know, David, I do think is not so easy to play as white. Because that move knight c3 to b1 was not because Pragg loves his knight on b1. He had to stop the rook coming to d2. That knight is stuck on its starting square. No rook can actually challenge from d1. And if you give black just a couple of moves, rook b6 lining up against the b2 pawn, the black knight jumping on to d5 or to e4, and it just feels as if Hikaru can slowly start to take over in this position. And Pragg wants to create his own counterplay. That's why the move f4, I think it's a very practical decision, a really brave one as well. I really like it. I'm trying to think how would one react to it, because e5 is hanging. Do you push the pawn? Do you take on f4? And Hikaru answers the question. He does go for e4. It's on the board.
Yeah, that was a great kind of breakdown there, Tanya. I liked your use of practical as he plays f4. Trying to open up his rook, and Hikaru, again, really characteristic. I just want to point out pawn takes pawn would be a very logical one as well. Rook takes back. And yes, actually, white is left with an isolated pawn, but piece activity here is the more important factor. Hikaru, this is such a trademark. Nowadays, he loves the tension. He loves keeping the opponent guessing. He loves locking things down. The white rook now no longer able to get active. And yes, the pawn is not ideally placed potentially. It's on the same color as black's bishop. Black's bishop could become a bit bad, especially if the white knights start tying down black's pieces to this pawn. But for now, what can be wrong for black? Knight d5, I love that move you suggested coming in, destabilizing white's best piece. That might happen in the near future. Rook b6, as you say. Where is Pragg's practical, pragmatic, whatever you call it? Where is his counterplay? He needs some activity. He's getting low on the clock.
He's getting low on the clock, and again, the position's far more dangerous than what it might look at first sight. All these ideas we're highlighting for Hikaru, it might be tempting for white to jump from that knight to e3 to f5, but it's only a check. It really doesn't help anything. Black simply falls back to f8, connecting his king with that g7 pawn, and that knight on f5 is not stable. There are options of that rook b6, bishop e6 ideas coming back with the tempo, hitting the pawn on b2, hitting that knight on f5. We can also potentially see a rook cliff from d8 to d5, attacking that knight on f5. g6 always there. So knight f5 really, even though it looks like an active move, it's really not an active move. So how does Pragg keep it going? I think he was hoping for pawn takes pawn. He was hoping that Hikaru would open up the f5. A really nice practical decision by Hikaru, David.
Yeah, he needs some pragtivity here. That one didn't work. He needs something, Pragg, here. I'm wondering whether it's just kind of bringing the king towards the center. I'm itching. I've got itchy fingers here. I want to push the g-pawn forward. I don't really know why, but it feels like now if you get your king forward, you shuffle your rook across, push the pawns, at least you're controlling one flank. But yeah, in practical terms here, I don't think it's fun at all for white to play. Feels like Hikaru is Okay, in control. And king f2, one of the moves we mentioned on the board, because what else? Simply, he's improving his king at least. And white doesn't have too many weaknesses to probe at. Yes, b2, but takes a while to get there. So he's going for a dark square blockade. All pawns, or most pawns on dark squares. Blockade with his knight. Prediction, Tanya. Do you think Pragg is going to hold this? Can he hope to kind of do more than just hold? As I try and come up with more puns this time on Hikaru's side. Help me out. What is Black's plan?
The moves follow easy for Black. We've been discussing all of them, right? Put one of the rooks on the b file, the knight jumping onto d5. Rook b6 would be the first move that comes to my mind. I just want to line up against the b2 pawn and throw the ball to you to find out what your next move is. Yes, you pointed out g4, but I'd always, as Black, have the move knight d5. I think Pragg feels a bit of pressure in this position. He does believe it's holdable, but you can't play it easy. You have to be very alert in these kind of positions. You can't just keep making slow moves. I don't think slow moves for white even exist here. Pragg will have to find ways to keep the activity going. His clock situation is not on his side. Hikaru, the fact that he played e4, I think he wants something. I think he wants to try to create something in this position. He senses just a little bit of a chance to get an edge, and Hikaru is the kind of player who'll take any chance he gets at all.
Yeah. Where's he gonna knack a mover right now? Or I think he's gonna play h5. Sorry for the punderful attempts there, Tanya. Oh no, he's gonna play rook b6. He's going for your move. Thank you. Rook b6 is coming. I was gonna say h5 is a very knacker type of move, just controlling the king side of eyes on both flanks. Yeah, Hikaru.
I wonder if after h5, then for Pragg, he wants to get g4. Does he continue with h3, g4, trying to trade off more pawns as well? Because I really don't see any other active plan for Pragg except pushing that g pawn forward. You want to try to not only open up files, but at some point, maybe the knight jumps to f5, maybe that g pawn moves forward to g5. But step one will be to get g4 in. Hikaru, he was about to make a move, but a little hesitant, pulls back, takes a pause.
Yeah. I'm curious. Rook b6, just to show on the board, Rook b6 looks so natural. What can be the downside? I don't see it right now. And again, knight check, as you mentioned, Tanya. I was slightly tempted to start moving forward with a white king, and then I forgot that, whoops, there's going to be all sorts of checkmates on the board. So, yeah, I think Rook b6 is going to happen. If not now, then on the next move. And Hikaru, I'm pretty sure he thinks he's better. I don't think he cares about the evaluation here. He knows in I keep saying practical now, but he knows in practical terms that it's easier for Black to play. Oh, you got it in my head. All these Pragg puns.
David, while you come up with some more, we do have a move on the board. Rook b6 played, so I think this will head towards a direction. The big question will be that now that Hikaru has sort of put his pieces on these wonderful squares, or as you would say, wonderful squares, what is next for him? How does he actually improve the position? You know, one of the ideas is that you fall back with the bishop, attack that b2 pawn, but the moment the bishop on b3 moves away, it gives white the opportunity to step up with a rook to c2 and keep the second rank under control. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game where you've done everything right with Black, but what's next? Every move will have a response from white. The game does remain level, but for now, I would say that I would want to play this with Black. Would you agree?
Definitely, Tanya. And also partly because of that little detail that you mentioned, it might seem insignificant. It's like, okay, for example, if white makes a move, I don't know, rook g1 or something random. But a position like this, rook c2, Black does have it up his sleeve, kind of in the pocket. If he wants to repeat the position, he probably can. He can keep moving his bishop away no matter what. And at the right moment, he can go for a draw. I think because of this threat of rook d2, white will be forced to drop back. Feels like Hikaru, if he wants, can repeat the position. And if you're the one with that power, it's nice to keep it up the sleeve. And Pragg knows at any moment his opponent can bail out. Pragg is the one fighting for equality on the board, down on the clock. Yeah, Hikaru, if he wants to win the candidates, he might need this game. Yeah, definitely. I think Pragg here would love to escape with a draw, Tanya.
I am in full agreement with you. And while we leave Pragg to his thoughts about how to keep this position under control, let's zoom out for a moment because action's heating up on the other boards. Take a look at that bottom left board. A huge matchup for us standings. Gukesh, one of the leaders, playing against Fabiano, half a point behind. And there's a bit of a tension now on the king side. That move f4, asking some questions to Fabi. How does he react with his pawns that have moved up? Ambitious play, but will that backfire on the king side? And meanwhile, on the top right board for Vidit, also we see the a pawn has been picked up, but that does leave Yan with some weaknesses on the queen side of his own to deal with. Right now, with its last move, targets one of the weaknesses, the d6 pawn. I do like, despite with it being down a pawn, I don't think it counts at all because black's pawns are so separated, so many threats to play for. While with its position still looks under control, should we do a deep dive into the Gukesh board? Because I think there are some big questions being asked there.
Let's do that, Tanya. Vidit, he did it. He sacrificed a pawn, but in the meantime, this one level material, and wow, what a weird pawn structure. When was the last time you saw something as blocked as this, Tanya?
Most of white's pawns are on the dark squares, and it would be super blocked if black made the move g4, right? Then you're really talking about a big clamp hole. But David, while g4 looks like you have everything under control, I actually think that gives white a lot of opportunity because suddenly we can see a king lift, and then you want to transfer your rook on the h file, and you're kind of jumping around between the h file and the b file, making threats on black's pawns. G4 looks like the move that you really want to make with black, but it gives Gukesh additional targets in the position.
100% agree, and that indicates the reason behind Fabi's fabulous last move, queen to d8. Just to mention your point, just to put it on the board, Tanya, he could well have played g4, and maybe it's a fortress, maybe it's a draw, but after king to f2, black is the one suffering, just like we were talking in that Pragg game, equal, but one side having more fun. Here it's definitely Gukesh who's enjoying life a bit more. Maybe this type of position is a draw anyway, but I don't know. Like you said, the white rook can come back. You can stack up rook h4, rook to h1, just to show how black could easily blunder here. If black is careless, then a position like this, rook takes g4 is always on the cards due to a pin here, a pin there, a pin everywhere. And yeah, both sides, like you said, two weakness, both flanks. How are you going to cover all of it? Fabi does not like to suffer. I mean, no top chess player likes to be the one just trying to sit passively. So queen to d8 keeps the tension. He's hinting he might play rook g7, maybe, Tanya, h4. And what? Has Gukesh just taken a pawn? No.
Whoa.
Wow. What is this pawn structure? Sorry, I've got to highlight this. Tripled pawns, doubled pawns, isolated pawns. He's got them all. And one of them is just dropped.
I have never seen this pawn structure. It is absolutely hideous. But what Gukesh is relying on is activity. I am surprised with that decision, David, of taking that pawn. Now he's got two double pawns, two isolated pawns, and he's trying to put play against that black f5 weakness that Fabi has. But I would think that Fabi is quite happy with Gukesh's decision to go with g5. It just feels now he'll have enough play against the white pawns.
Yeah, it feels like white has like a million weaknesses. Black has one. Maybe it's easier to get at the black one, but I mean, long term, no endgames are ever going to be winning for Gukesh anymore. So he's very much gambled and said, it's all about the middle game. It's all about checkmate. Yes, I agree the black king is weaker than the white king. White's king has a bit more shelter, but wow, massive risk. Yeah, I'm surprised, impressed at the same time. Just the courage of the youngster to go for this. But Gukesh, yeah, what a mesh of these pawns. What a weird structure. I think Fabi's going to be liking this this little development, Tanya.
I don't even know if Fabi was expecting this, but I think courage is the right word. Super brave by Gukesh to walk into this idea, and very impressive. The bar doesn't react. The bar approves of this. And that's what's so amazing to see about these youngsters. These principles, these old school wisdom, these conventions of chess, they really don't give it that much heed. They look at the position, they calculate their lines, they rely on their calculation, they see these different ideas, and then chess conventions are viewed as guiding philosophies, but not as something that actually demands the play from them. They rely so much more on their feeling and calculation. And here Gukesh has calculated that the rook will line up on the f file, the queen and the bishop will line up on the diagonal, and Fabi will have to find answers of how to defend that f5 pawn. Meanwhile, all of that said, I'm still surprised because, you were saying, David, it's hard for black to get to these pawns. But Fabi's queen is already attacking two of them. The e3 pawn is under fire. The g3 pawn is under fire. The queen can fall back to g7. The e5 pawn will be under fire. It's the kind of structure where if Gukesh has an extra pawn, if he manages to win one pawn as well, converting that advantage, can you do it with such a pawn structure, will be another big question to answer. But it feels like Gukesh has some ideas. To me, the most obvious one, line up. Get that Alekhine's gun going on the f file. Put all the pressure on the f5 pawn. But is it really that hard for Fabi to counter it?
Yeah, possibly. I want to just kind of double down on exactly what you're saying, Tanya. That's what impresses me the most about this young generation. Just the open-mindedness. There's so much information out there these days. It's easy to get bogged down in details. You hear kind of conflicting lessons from different coaches, from different sources. But these guys, they have fresh eyes. They live in the moment on every position. They don't just kind of play the lazy move like I would have done, king f2, no calculation. It's pure calculation. Here, for example, you mentioned what Fabi's doing. Let's jump in and show a few moves. Fabi would love to play a move like bishop c8 now. And after rook f2, he would love to play something like queen to g7, hit this pawn, or rook to e7, win this pawn. But in all of these variations, as you mentioned, f5 is collapsing and suddenly the black king is sweating. I mean, this one is far from over. You still have to calculate, for example, what happens here, but you can see why Fabiano would be reluctant with such an open king, this pawn dropping as well. This could go badly wrong for black. Pawn structure, that's not number one priority. Ultimately, we're miles away from the endgame, and in this position, if black isn't in time to, for example, drop back and start going for this pawn, he's one move too short right now, then yeah, I fully believe in Gukesh's decision. I would never have dreamt of it, but that's why it's Gukesh who's there at the candidates rather than some of us who rely too much on principles. Really, yeah, opportunistic, but impressive. The flexibility of thought there. I agree.
We're just glad you're here with us, David. So in this position, what you're saying, everything that you've just shown, it's exactly that, right? They have no biases at all. I mean, f takes g5. If you ask me to guess 3 moves by white, it would not be in my top 3 moves. You just look at this pawn structure you're voluntarily getting into, and you completely disregard this as an option. But not these players, not these youngsters. And I really want to understand, what is his calculation here? He's just made the move rook f3. After taking on g5, the queen jumps in, rook f3 on the board. You highlighted a line, which of course doesn't work out in Fabi's favor, to show what are the plans. But what if Fabi was to make, well, let's say normal looking moves? Let's put that rook on f8. Let's guard that f5 pawn. Let's fight against any threat. You go rook to f2. And now I want to make a waiting move, which doesn't drop off a pawn or is not a blunder. Help me with that, David. Do I go queen to g4? Let's say I go queen to g4. How does Gukesh continue putting pressure in this position?
Very good question, Tanya. There's a few questions. For example, what happens in an endgame? Queen to d4. I mean, I don't know who wants to take who on whose terms. Queen takes d4 would improve the white pawn structure, but maybe now no longer an attack. Very unclear. I guess I could try and inch forward like king h2 to support rook to f4 now that I've defended my g pawn. But the king does feel a bit vulnerable here. I agree. I think this is the most likely scenario right now where black just waits and sits. But again, it's unclear what white's next move is. It's equally unclear what black's next move is. And in terms of style, I do not think that favors Fabiano. He likes to be doing something, calculating his way out of danger. Also, bishop e2, just changing up the direction. A bit of a tempting one for me. The bar not liking any of my decisions, of course, but that's life in the modern era. Maybe queen b2 as well. Like you said, 2 weaknesses. This bishop ties down everything to the f5 pawn. Later, I might try and sneak in when the black rooks have disappeared. This is so tough to evaluate. I can't see this being a draw, actually, in many scenarios anymore. Endgames might just favor black if he can win a pawn, or white if he gets the good bishop versus darts kind of bad bishop scenario. I think the fortresses that we were discussing, those are out the window, Tanya.
Really tough position, and we're highlighting all the weaknesses for white as well in this position. The other big weakness for Gukesh is his clock. He still has 12 moves to make, David, and he's down to less than 13 minutes on the clock. That is massive because it means you've got about a move per minute to make. And this position's crazy because if you're not careful as white, you could start losing those pawns one by one as well. If black is able to set up the attack against the e5 pawn, like you mentioned, or start targeting the pawns on the queen side, as you mentioned, it could be big problem for Gukesh. He's moving around, shifting in his chair right now. Fabi on the move. He's got enough time to work this out. I agree with you. This is heading more likely towards decisive game territory than an equal position that'll fizzle out into a draw.
Yeah, it's just one big mess, as we mentioned, and Fabiano has the luxury of time. Yeah, I was curious what was going on with Gukesh there on the camera. Like, maybe he was wondering about going to the bathroom, but suddenly Fabi might make a move. You might lose 2 minutes on your clock, and Tanya, that's the eternal dilemma for a chess player: when to time your bathroom breaks, especially with no increment. I mean, it sounds simplistic. It sounds really random, but it's true, right? I think we've all been there.
I'm with you on that. It does sound like something that shouldn't be an issue, but especially with no increment on the clock, with 12 moves, there are all these thoughts that if I go now, will Fabi make his move? If I wait until later, what if Fabi's in a think and I should have used this moment to go, and then later on it gets too late and everything just, yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I wonder what's going on in Gukesh's mind, but David, with a minute for a move almost, I think the bathroom situation has to be out of the question right now.
Yeah, the urgency needs to be on the board. You need to play quick. You need to play aggressive, dynamic, direct. But yeah, poor Gukesh stuck potentially in that dilemma. Okay, Fabi, I'm expecting, I was going to say quite a long think, and then he changed his posture as if he's about to move. Fabi, are you going to make a move? Are you going to keep Gukesh waiting? What's up?
And that's the other thing, right? For Fabi, he's got enough time on the clock. He knows that he can play on Gukesh's clock as well. He wants to try to find something that poses questions because that's the most important. It doesn't objectively have to be the best move in the position, but something that's practically creating some threats. Where can Fabi create his threats? The biggest problem in his position is that that bishop on e6, it's so hard to make it active. If that d pawn did not exist, for example, David, you're looking at options like bishop d5, you would be really happy to not have that d pawn on the board, but it's really limiting black's activity of the bishop. Do you think there's ever ideas of actually sacrificing the d or the f pawn to make this bishop active, or is that just too drastic a choice?
No, I think you're right, Tanya. Maybe not in this exact moment, but in the near future. I mean, that being said, d4 it wasn't on my radar at all, but now I'm looking at it, maybe. The one thing I will say is that, ooh, he's made a different move.
Queen to g7, I believe.
Okay,
it looks
Queen
like
g7.
yes. More sane.
Yeah, more sane. But yeah, I was going to mention the French defense, which is kind of renowned for having a bad light squared bishop stuck behind its own pawns. I had a student who played the French defense, and he said, anytime this bishop ever comes to life, black wins. It's as simple as that. A bad bishop suddenly transforming it into a good bishop, and normally the opponent cannot deal with that that switch up. So if this bishop ever comes to life, I agree. Black will be loving it. I'm wondering if Fabiano, okay, he's allowed the stack up on his pawns. Either he's going to go passive, defend, or he's going to maybe shift his focus towards the e file.
That
Which
gets
one would
crazy,
you do?
no? Rook f8.
Rook f8.
What about
Me
you?
too.
I would go passive. I mean, just allowing the stakes on f5 with the king being so weak, it looks extremely terrifying for black. Are you choosing rook f8 as well, David?
Yes. I mean, I saw rook e7 as a possibility, but I think in a game situation, I would be so reluctant to calculate. I don't see any reason not to go passive right now. So normally activity over passivity, everyone. Go active if you can. Best form of defense. But here it just looks terrifying.
But he's thinking. Because
thinking.
he needs to defend that f5 pawn. I mean, I don't really see, I don't believe he wants to just come back with the queen to g5. It's possible it still keeps the pawn defended, but then queen g7, what was the idea of that? It has to be between rook f8, rook e7. Do you want to do a quick dive into what happens after rook e7?
Let's do it. I was actually thinking of the similar, kind of a similar setup for black. but I wasn't able to make it work. And Fabiano might have found a clever move order to do this. And also, I'll mention, it's Fabiano's kind of trademark again, calculate your way out of trouble. So rook e7, allowing bishop takes f5, allowing a swap here. But after rook takes e5, suddenly pieces are coming off the board. And if we ever see the queens disappear, then white will live to regret having so many islands in the stream here. Just so many weaknesses. This one is horrible if the queens disappear, but the queens are on, and therefore the black king is living life on the edge. Tanya, what would white play here? I'm struggling to come up with a move. This might be what Fabi's going for.
He moves
something
back
else.
with the bishop? Did he just go bishop d7? Whoa.
Wow. Bishop d7. Tactics now. This one is heating up so fast. Bishop takes f5 has to be played. Only move. Gukesh doesn't even need to think. Queen takes e5 is a massive threat.
But I think Gukesh is surprised with this. I don't believe he was expecting the move bishop d7. And like you said, no way to actually defend the e5 pawn. So what happens with bishop takes pawn? Fabi trying to get into that endgame as quickly as possible.
Huh? Maybe it's okay. I saw the bar drop, but what could it be instead of bishop takes f5? Fabi, I mean, this is really ingenious defense. Really, really sneaky. Clever stuff. Time pressure. Tanya, I think, is going to play a huge role. If you didn't expect this, Gukesh, this variation, at first I thought there might be discoveries like bishop h7 check, throw the bishop out the way, win the rook, but nope, that square is covered by black's rook.
I'm
don't see
still
it for
trying to think. I'm still trying to think what it is, because we do see the bar react, and it feels like Gukesh has something after bishop d7, and it's not an easy spot. But the fact that Gukesh has slowed down, David, doesn't immediately pick up the f5 pawn, I don't believe you can sacrifice an exchange on f5. That just doesn't feel right. g3 is hanging. You're not going to have enough.
Maybe it's something to do with attacking this pawn, which is no longer defended, but that looks a bit counterintuitive to go the other way. Then again, it could be like a bit of a feint. You look like you're going kingside, then you switch to queenside. Could it be one of these two moves? Queen b3, queen b4. This is weird, this pawn structure. Yeah. Big surprise by Fabi.
And big moment for Gukesh. He's now touching the 10-minute mark. He's not immediately capturing on f5, which makes me believe that he spotted an idea here. He spotted something different because, David, like you said, bishop takes pawn, queen takes pawn. It just walks into exactly what Fabi wants in the position. E3 is hanging. You're kind of forcing a queen trade. So really smart stuff there by Fabi, where he's really not even giving a chance to Gukesh to avoid it. With the queen getting so active, I doubt you can allow the queen to be alive. f5 bishop is hanging. He's going to go for something else. And your idea of lining up against the b7 pawn, does that really work? What's going on there?
I mean, I'm just guessing by process of elimination because bishop takes f5. Actually, if the queens come off, as you say, black's better. So queen to b4. Okay, again, the bar drops. So it's not that move. But what else could it be simply? I'm struggling to understand. I don't think Gukesh has an obvious move in this position. I'm suddenly wondering about e4, but surely it can't be e4.
Oof.
Wow.
E4?
What a
Well,
weird position.
E4 would be really interesting, but I think black can perhaps just capture it with the d pawn. And there are tactics, but does that work out? Because you take and bishop c4 is impossible. Bishop takes pawn and you take on e5.
Yeah, just not working right now.
He reaches out and it's your move on the board. It's
queen b4.
Queen b4.
Ooh, I'm pretty sure the computer would have preferred like queen b3 or queen b2 because computers are mysterious and weird, but queen b4 looks like the most natural square on the b file to me. You hit this pawn, you threaten to, in some scenarios, swing across the board, but Gukesh, I think visibly slightly nervous here, Tanya.
And he has to be. He's less than 10 minutes on the clock. He's got 10 moves to make. It's going to be a big time scramble for him. Gukesh takes a big decision on the board, not only ruining the pawn structure, but queen b4. He wants to keep active. You can see the tension on him. How will this game develop? Will Fabi score or will Gukesh be able to hold? Or maybe even get that big win in huge matches around. We will be back with the moves in just a few.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Are you struggling with chess? Is your only hope of beating your opponent by using a big stick? A really, really big stick? Introducing Aim Chess, the revolutionary solution for those suffering from chess-challenged syndrome. Aim Chess provides a unique blend of concentrated tactics, opening training, and deep analytics to help you claw your way out of sucking at chess. Say goodbye to bishop blunders, knight nightmares, and queen catastrophes. Master the fundamentals of chess and learn how to turn your chess frown into a chess crown. The Aim Chess secret formula is made with real grandmasters and magic.
Thanks to Aim Chess, I've learned how to do a smothered mate. They never see it coming.
I didn't have any friends before I used Aim Chess. Now I can play chess.
So try Aim Chess today. What could possibly go wrong? Consult your doctor before using Aim Chess. Do not use Aim Chess if you are pregnant, allergic to Grandmaster, operating heavy machinery, operating light machinery, or enjoy sucking at chess. Side effects may include nausea, dizziness, loss of hair, excessive celebration, increased ego, and an uncontrollable desire to challenge people to games of chess. Taking Aim Chess with alcohol may result in false confidence and massive rating crashes. Please consult your opponents before consuming Aim Chess.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round 11 of the FIDE Candidates, and we are entering into time scramble territory. There is high tension across all boards, and it looks like the players are really going for it, trying to create their chances. Some big questions to be answered by Pragg currently. Gukesh, is he in trouble as well? And with it, huge developments all across. And with no increment, we know that this is going to get wild. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, David, before we jump into the game of your choice. And you can take it away.
Yeah, here we see the four boards on the top left. It is Pragg desperately trying to crack open the king side. Nakamura, though, looks in control. More time on the clock. Black has more active pieces. Nakamura looks like he has some winning chances if he's accurate. We'll update a bit later on that board. The game that's changed the most, Nepomniachtchi against FIDE. I think we'll go there just to mention Caruana against Gukesh. Dramatic on the clock, especially for Gukesh, but no moves yet. So I'm going to take us over to that FIDE game just to update everyone. This was the position about 8-9 moves ago where we left it. Black played rook to d8. White started pushing forward with g4, showing FIDE's aggression here, trying to kick away Black's really strong centralized pieces. That was possible after the move g5. And again, a5 FIDE. I just wanted to show these moves because he's playing so ambitiously, breaking open a file for his rook at the cost of a pawn. And if we see what happened, a set of rooks came off. White's remaining rook lined up on the d pawn, and Black was forced to play a really ugly move, bishop f8 to defend it. But FIDE's pieces, if we catch up with the game position, they look beautiful here, Tanya. Yes, his bishop has had to retreat here, but the rook lined up against the backward pawn, the knight poised to jump in if the black knight, the guardian of f6 ever disappears. Also a loose pawn to pick up. He's a pawn down, FIDE, but what do you make of his chances?
I think Vidit is looking for a way to actually neutralize this a pawn. And what you mentioned about that bishop falling back, he did provoke the move e5. So also making the d5 square for a knight to jump in from that f6 square if need be. And I want to show an idea. David, you're pointing out even more ambitious play with the king marching all the way up to d5. For Jan, the chances are all about keeping that a pawn alive. And at first I thought a4 and knight to b6. Because if you're not able to pick up this a4 pawn, that can give black some real chances in the position, tying down the white rook. But what Vidit, I believe, is relying on in this position is that check that you mentioned, and then forcing a knight trade with the move knight coming back to d5. And if you pick up the c pawn, rook takes pawn, I'm hitting your knight, I'm hitting that a7 pawn. This works out in white's favor. If you don't pick up the c4 pawn, if you trade the knights, Vidit grabs that very important a pawn. So I think that would keep the balance for Vidit. David, really interesting position. Also, big time scramble coming up here with Vidit having to make 10 moves in 15 minutes. But I do think with the ideas of knight f6, knight d5, he would be able to neutralize black's pressure here.
Wow, and Vidit making the decision to leave the board. This is the last opportunity he'll get to do so. 10 moves before the time control. I do think White's position is easier to play. Like you said, Tanya, he's pretty much forced to find only moves over the next few turns if Black is really direct. If not, maybe the White King walks into the center. It's clear that White wants to jump in with a knight check at some point. For Jan, it's less clear what his plan should be. Is he playing for a win? Is he just playing to hold? Yes, he's got an extra pawn, but that can catch you in two minds. I have a feeling this one has some twists and turns ahead. Really deceptive here, the eval bar saying equal, because 3 results definitely on the table, and I'm not sure who's actually playing for the win. Knight b6, and there we go. Slight rise in the eval. Knight f6 check looks really, really tempting now. Why not throw a knight in with a check? But also this idea of the rook coming to a1. If White can ever land a rook on the 7th rank, Black's king is actually almost caught in a mating net. The white rook and white knight will team up. Ultimately, though, there's drama happening elsewhere, and wow, I think we need to switch over because Gukesh against Caruana has exploded. Where did the rooks and bishops go? They have disappeared from that board. Gukesh under 8 minutes as well.
Off the board is where they went, which leaves us with a queen pawn endgame. And again, it is Gukesh's weak pawns, which are going to give Fabi enough play against that white king, even if Fabi ended up losing that key a pawn. And David, I have a feeling that we're potentially heading towards a perpetual check by Fabiano. Queen to e1, queen to h4. We saw that being set up. This could be ending very, very soon. Gukesh, he took this committal decision, but those pawns, they have come to haunt him, taking away any winning chances in this queen pawn endgame.
That's right. White had to win too many weaknesses. He temporarily won a pawn, but Fabiano has enough counterplay now. As you say, Tanya, there's going to be checks galore. A check on e1 or a check on e3 next move. The white king will not be able to shield itself from that barrage of checks. It will be a repetition and a draw, I think, almost guaranteed now. Gukesh, yeah, he traded off the bishops, the rooks. I think he had to make this really safe decision because of the clock situation. And he will most likely still be up there in the joint lead. Queen takes pawn on c6. White to pawn up, but Fabiano can force it right here and right now. A check on e1 would end the game with a draw. Fabi just checking the last few options, but there we go. You called it, Tanya. We're going to get our second result of the day any moment.
It's going to happen now, and we see Fabi does repeat. There's nothing better for Black to do as well in this position. The king falls back, a yo-yo between the queen and the king. This one will end peacefully. So for Gukesh, I think it's a good result as well as for Fabi, and we see it's happening right now. Handshakes coming up as the players make their third repetition. Fabi there calling for the arbiter. They look at each other, it's handshakes. Gukesh most probably will keep the lead if Yan ends in a draw. Meanwhile, for Fabi, he also stays in striking distance. David, I don't think either of them have any reasons to be displeased with the result, the outcome of this game.
That's right. Ultimately, a fair result. We were talking about the small little details, the nuances, but ultimately it was tough. Gukesh looked like he had an advantage, but Fabiano was so solid. The position was so blocked. And Fabiano defended extremely well. He found a forcing sequence. Gukesh was forced to trade off pieces. And the peace treaty, the handshake, yeah, I think mixed blessings. Of course, they both wanted to win, especially as they close in on the last few rounds. But they're still in it. They have drawn against another rival for top spot. And a very, very high quality game.
And Gukesh got this dream position out of the opening, but Fabi really holding it, finding the key defensive resource, and with counterplay, this one ends peacefully. And Gukesh, in his trademark style, just keeps the pieces back, absolute calmness on his face, no emotions that you can ever see, regardless of what the result of the game is. And we will see him now leave the table. What a tournament it has been, and his chances stay alive to reach the top after this draw against the world number 2.
Wow, and Tanya, time trouble. We talked about it looming, and it's no longer on the horizon. It is here. The clock situations, especially now for Pragg. Look at that. Under 9 minutes. He still has plenty of moves to make to reach the time control. The White King is out in the open there. It's really precarious placing. And I'm doing a quick pawn count. Nakamura has won a pawn, at least temporarily. The eval bar massively on black side. Is Pragg in trouble? I think that might be the game to jump to. Vidit against Jan Nepomniachtchi, pretty much traveling down the road we predicted. But Hikaru turning things in his favor. Maybe that Title Tuesday win will spur him on to a victory here at the Candidates.
And that would be huge for Hikaru, because if Yan draws, then Hikaru gets in the mix, in the leaderboard, right at the top, along with Yan and with Pragg. And Yan Vidit still fighting it out, but it looks like Vidit has that one in control. We've got to do a deep dive into this. David, I believe that Pragg put his king on e3 to stop that rook from coming in. We're getting moves so quickly. A check given. The e4 pawn is picked up. The eval bar seems to hate Pragg's position. Is there something direct here? Is there a knockout blow?
Oh, it feels scary. White's king, it's one king of the hill. When you want to reach the center with your king, normally in an endgame, we recommend this. Kings are active pieces in their own right, but there's still heavy pieces on the board. There's 2 sets of rooks. The black bishop is going to check at some point, deliver a nasty blow. The black knight, if it lives, will cause the white king some headaches. I think we'll get a move from Hikaru. Pragg ultimately tried to restore the material balance. He got greedy. He grabbed a pawn on e4. Maybe he had to, but I'm looking at very simple moves. Knight takes knight. The black rook landing finally on d2. You've been calling out for that for a long time, Tanya. That looks like the very minimum. That looks quite tasty for black. I'm wondering what else. You would love to get this black rook into the action. I'm wondering how. Whether that's moving the black bishop and going for the b pawn, whether that's kind of trading on c3, dropping the black bishop back, and then trying to take on b2. There's so many tempting moves. There's also pawn to c5, just talking about going for checkmate. With the rook sliding over to e6, hitting the white king. Oof. Options galore. Nakamura, he's got so much time as well. Tanya, do you think this is a golden opportunity for him?
It's a huge opportunity for him to bounce into the lead. This will be massive for Hikaru with the black pieces. And just look how dangerous it looks. White's king just completely in solitude in the center. All of black's pieces seem to be around that king. The rook's looking super active. b2 pawn is a weakness. And it just feels like there's no harmony in Praggnanandha's pieces. You've got one side of rook and knight on one side of the board, the other side of the rook and the knight on the other side of the board, targeting no weaknesses, creating no threats at all. Meanwhile, I love the idea of c5, lining up the rook against the king on the e file. Knight takes knight asks big questions. It looks like a choice of plenty for Hikaru. He's got the time on the clock. He's definitely got the killing instinct in him right now. He can smell this. He knows that he's got an edge here. He knows that he's fighting against Pragg's king here. It's going to be a tough save. And Hikaru just looks so confident on the screen. He's counting all these lines, David. Dave, which one do you think he's going to pick?
Ooh, I was so tempted to play knight takes c3, but that's just because I want to simplify the equation. It looks really pleasant for black, but Maybe trading on your opponent's terms helps the opponent's pieces to activate. I don't necessarily want to allow the white rook up to c3, even if black wins a pawn in the process, because the white rook from there could slide across. Maybe the black king might be a target. So the more I look at it, the more I think potentially pawn to c5, allowing white to trade knights, but only on black's terms, and the black rook sliding. Like you said, his spidey senses have gone crazy right now. Hikaru's he's well aware that he's in control. And this is exactly kind of up his alley, Hikaru. He wins so many positions like this where there's no risk, where he can just test the opponent, especially if the opponent's low on time. How about you, Tanya? What are you expecting? Do you think Hikaru will play c5? Yeah. Do you think he'll play it quickly?
I'm expecting, yes, I think I'm expecting c5 because for Hikaru, he wants to keep maximum tension on the board. And like you said, if white trades on d5, you fall back with the bishop, the b2 pawn is hanging. He's trying to look at what advantage that leads him with. Let's say the king falls back, you pick up the pawn on b2. There's potential check on the third rank, picking up another pawn on a3 as well. And oh, he goes for another one, David. He goes for knight takes knight on the board.
Okay, knight takes c3. That was my first instinct as well. I think maybe the most natural move in the position. c5 may be stronger, but keeps more tension. And now Hikaru has so many choices. If he wants to play it safe, he might drop his bishop away and still go for your plan, Tanya. Drop the black rook to replace the bishop on b3 with so many snacks in sight. The white pawns are loose, weak. Bishop versus knight, we all know it. When there's pawns on both sides of the board, on an open center, bishops thrive, knights struggle. Bishops are the long-range pieces. Bishop e6 looks strong as well. Even c5 now, Tanya, maybe even more clearly. Just sliding across, hitting the white king, going for checkmate.
And as you pointed out, right, the moment you say c5, it makes so much sense and you want to play it. But knight takes knight, Hikaru just feels he has this huge advantage in this position. And look how beautifully his rooks have landed up on the absolute best position on the board. Meanwhile, for Pragg, one of his rooks is on the open file, but there's no penetration square. f7 is under control, f8 is under control, f6 is impossible to reach to. No targets at all. c5 on the board. Hikaru is going for it.
I think he's going to win. At this point in the tournament, wins with black are priceless. And Hikaru, we know he's capable with white, with black. But yeah, this is his position, Tanya. I mean, I've literally sat through hundreds of hours of Hikaru's stream where he's grinding out these positions. He's just making his opponents suffer. And Pragg, 8 minutes to make 9 moves. When you're already kind of walking a narrow tightrope just to survive, I can't see it. Pragg needs a miracle. The black pieces are so much superior to their counterparts here. It's one-sided traffic in this endgame.
A win at this point will be huge. Absolutely, David. I just rewatched for the millionth time Lord of the Rings yesterday, and I think a win at this point with the black pieces would be as precious as the ring was to Gollum there.
Exactly. I can imagine Hikaru saying that himself. At this point, yeah, it's like Pragg here. He's almost reached Moria, but there's so many. Yeah, there's so. Oh, I'm not gonna nerd out. Suddenly, I'm gonna go. I've got the itch to go and watch Tanya, but
such a great movie.
Yeah, this quest
It's
for the One
C5.
Ring, it's not ending well for White. White King, in no man's land.
Yeah, and the candidates about the Lord of the Kings, who's going to become one. And right now, Hikaru is chasing that dream. What he's saying to himself is, c5, I'm tickling that king on e4.
I love it, Lord of the Kings, and this White King, it stepped too far out into the open. It's about to get punished. Rook e6 coming, Rook d2, don't forget. The Rook will go behind, the Rook will hit this pawn. I don't even see a move, Tanya. I think the White King has to run, either now or in the next few moves, but 3 directions. Oh, wow. Hikaru, turning it on when it matters most. These experienced players, big game players. Hikaru, he's had an up and down tournament, but he suddenly clicked into gear, Tanya.
You know, James Canty says that Hikaru is half man, half something else. We still don't know what it is. The way he plays, it's hard to tell. But this tournament, he's been full phoenix. It's rising from the ashes for Hikaru. It was a tough start. It was a couple of losses. He lost to Vidit in that second round, which was a big setback to him. But the way he's bounced back, the victories he's gotten, and this one will be huge for him. Rook f4 played by Pragg in this position. Pragg really trying to activate his rook to get some bridge for his king to hide on that f3 square. If the check on e6 comes, how much does that help? What do you think about the move Rook f4? How much pressure do you think Pragg is feeling right now, David?
Massive pressure, even if he's not showing it on the camera. Pragg looks a bit despondent, actually. He was looking away, kind of swiveling in his chair, not too focused, despite only having 6 minutes left for 8 moves. I don't know whether that's him kind of giving up on his chances or him just mulling over the past. But Pragg didn't look comfortable. Hikaru looks like a killer. Is that sip of water, that boss move you said, Tanya? And back to focus mode. I mean, Rook f4, I quite like it from a human point of view if white gets one more move. If the white king now drops back to f3, safety, kind of hiding behind the shield of its own pieces, then white might be okay. I say okay in a very generous way, but white might survive at least. But like you said, Rook e6 looks scary. Rook d2 still looks scary. Why has the bar almost disappeared? Why is black winning on the spot? That one is a bit of a mystery to me. But Hikaru, it might not be a mystery to him. Look at him on the camera. He looks shocked.
He looks shocked to you? To me, it looks like he spotted an idea, or he spotted something that he's happy about. It's just he did that. Wait a second. Do I have that?
And I
He
saw
did it again.
Tanya. There again. You're right. I saw a featured chat saying Bishop d5 double exclamation point. Is that the winning move? I've just turned on the engine feedback. Blue arrow appears. We know what that means. The blue arrow. Black's best move by far is Bishop d5 check. Will he find it? I'm still... Oh, I think I've just figured out the idea maybe, Tanya.
Give it
Ooh.
to us, David.
Bishop d5 check. I'm going to put this on the board. Let's watch out for the camera, though. Hikaru as he ponders. The white king cannot go forward, of course. This is checkmate. So the white king has to go back. And at first I was going to say a rook check, but then the white king slithers away to safety. But first, maybe h5. And the white king is trapped. The white knight is also trapped. Knight e5 walks into the pin. Knight f2, I'm assuming, walks into a check and a discovered attack. The white king now has to step into the line of fire, and surely anything wins here. Bishop f3 might just be a deadly knockout discovered check. Or maybe there was something better according to the bar, but this is good enough. Check. You take on e2. Game over.
Wow. Critical moment, because I think Bishop d5 is absolutely key to not allow Pragg's king to safety from that f3, f2 route that it has right now. That's why Bishop d5, and then he needs to find the sequence of h5 before giving a check. Because the moment you go rook e6, white's king gets to safety, either via f3 or e3 and f2. So he doesn't only have to find Bishop d5, David, he needs to find the move h5. Once this knight has this e3 square, e2 pawn will be guarded, everything will be under control. To me, the big question is Bishop d5 the only move that gives Hikaru a huge advantage here?
Ooh, I think that's the key question, Tanya. He's about to reach out. Will it be Bishop d5? Ah, the self-control is impressive from Hikaru. He's seen something he thinks is promising. I would say it's difficult, this sequence. I would get confused with the move orders. I would need quite a bit of time, but he's reaching for his bishop.
David, he finds it.
Wow.
He finds the best move in the position. Bishop d5 played. Has Hikaru spotted h5 as well? He plays it immediately. It is on the board. Hikaru is going for the win here.
Hikaru knockout Mura. He's about to win this game. He's about to knock Pragg out. Wow, he's trapped the white knight pretty much. The only squares that the white knight can use are bad squares, blocking the retreat of its own king or walking into a pin. This one is over. In the blink of an eye. We knew it was good for black, but we never thought it would be this good this soon. Tanya, so impressive. That killer instinct. That's Hikaru bang in top form.
What a beast this guy is. It's unreal, David. He plays both title Tuesdays on the rest day, wins one of them, comes back to fight in the candidates with the black pieces, and finds this incredible sequence. Hikaru Nakamura is delivering here.
He's delivering and more, and what a moment to do it. Look at him. He looks relieved. He looks exhausted, but in a happy way, Hikaru, right now. I just want to mention this h5 move hitting the white knight, and that is the star. Just the full board awareness, moving a bishop from the queen side, moving a pawn on the king side, kind of going from all angles. It's that pincer movement we talked about, the crab, the A pawn, the H pawn, all of it combining exactly, Tanya. And it's just perfect harmony. Perfect game from Hikaru. What a storyline this is. If he makes it now through the candidates after losing so early on and losing twice to Vidit, I mean, Hikaru, I'm running out of superlatives for him. Just impressive stuff.
You just said it. You move the bishop from the queen side, you move the pawn on the king side, and then you're delivering a check on the center of the board. It's full control all across. And for Pragg, he's got 5 minutes on the clock. You could have an hour in this position. You'd still be in massive, massive trouble. Hikaru figuring out that the white king needs to be kept in the kill zone. And we do have a move. And that's got to be desperation. And look at that, Hikaru reaching out. It's almost as if he's calculated the entire way through there. The bishop falls back all the way to a8, keeping all the threats on the board. That knight on g4. He has to go to h6, David, the only square where you don't lose on the spot.
Wow. I mean, I forgot that one was even legal. That's how unattractive it is to put a knight on a square like h6. Literally stuck. I guess the hope is that it somehow extricates itself via the f7 square, but Hikaru here, I'm already looking at moves like pawn to g5, an attack on the rook, also an attack against the white knight. I mean, even trading off a set of rooks here just to close the door and trap this knight behind enemy lines looks super tempting to me. Maybe you even, I was going to say, preface it with a check on e6, force the white king even further back, and now he trades the rooks. That white knight is doomed. Pragg's chances in this game are doomed. Tanya, how big is this in the tournament standings for the Candidates 2024?
It's absolutely massive. It's unbelievable. And you can see it on Pragg. He knows it. That knight on h6 is trapped, controlled by those black pawns. What a sequence of moves by Hikaru. This is the world number 3. This is the beast the world has come to fear. And this is one of his best games, I think, in the Candidates so far. It's been a shaky event. You know, he's had his setbacks, but with his back against the wall, he's always bounced back. And when it mattered the most, this game, with the black pieces, David, I don't know. It's just unbelievable what he's done in this game. At this point of the tournament, when it really, really is what it comes down to, he gets a massive win. King g3, and now Hikaru just slows down to calculate the precise way. It's one of those situations where all roads lead to Rome, but you want to find the quickest and the most precise one without any speed breakers on the way.
Exactly, Tanya. And I'm sure he'll find it. I'm just looking here. There's probably quite straightforward ways. If you want to be really boring, you could probably trade rooks and then just move the black king over to f6, kick away the white king, and then go for the white knight. But that feels a bit long-winded. Why risk it? Why give the opponent counterplay? I'm wondering what else there is in the position. One thing you don't want to do is move this black rook off the back rank. I was initially thinking rook d4, but knight g8 check would be a cold shower. So there are still ways to blow it. You can never relax too soon. Pragg defending really tenaciously, but yeah, in the grand scheme of things, so far it's been a model game, as you say. Great opening preparation, surprising the opponent. Great to kind of maneuvering in the middle game, massaging the advantage, pushing on both flanks, and now tactically working in black's favor. It's got everything so far, but it needs the cherry on top. And Tanya, what comes to mind? How is Hikaru going to finally trap and bury this white knight?
Do you see an answer to what you just mentioned? You trade the rooks, you bring the king closer to that white knight. Black's aim is to just get to that knight on h6. Rook f4, king f4, king f6. I'm trying to understand how Pragg keeps that knight alive for more than one move, and I'm not being able to find it. It's so unfortunate that Pragg's rook on c1, not on an open file, no activity, has to spend one more move to even create threats, and that's a critical tempo for white.
Yeah, that's the problem. One move too slow. Chess is tempo-based, and okay, talking of tempo-based, on the time situation, on the time front, the clock, Hikaru, 10 minutes should be enough here. I mean, he's literally played 10 games in 10 minutes in the past very successfully. He's the bullet machine. So 10 minutes to make 4 moves to get to time control and still maintain the winning advantage. It should be possible for Hikaru. But we've seen stranger things happen in the Candidates, Tanya. We've seen some crazy turnarounds. you think there's any chance? Pragg, how do you read his body language?
He looks extremely relaxed. That's the other thing with these youngsters. They don't tend to give away what's going on. And it's just hard to tell. Pragg looks exactly the way he does when he has a great advantage over the board. But one can't mistake it. It's obvious what's going on here. That Hikaru's rook, the king close to the knight. It's big trouble for him. And David, we've been talking about how this would be the biggest win for Hikaru if he gets the job done. If he messes this up, it's going to be the biggest miss of the candidates, because this is how close you can get to a huge point at this stage.
Exactly. That's the conundrum of the candidates. That's why there's so many fans tuning in. It's the highlight of the calendar for pretty much everyone involved with chess. The candidates, this is where the nerves jangle. The nerves are just on edge from move one, pretty much, for the players. The fact that they've coped 11 rounds so far is impressive. But of course, accuracy is the name of the game at this top level. You cannot blink even once. So we're expecting Hikaru to win. He still has just under 9 minutes. In the meantime, we see another board on our screens, Tanya, here. And Vidit against Jan, I'm going to say, could still go either way right now.
And that's the board on our right. And I saw the featured chat say that Jan has survived another bad position. Many times with his back against the wall, with the black pieces, we've seen Jan be so incredibly resourceful and come out to save those games. I'm with you on this, David. Even though the eval bar seems to say it's kind of level, this game can go anyone's way. That A pawn still remains alive, but with it meanwhile putting pressure on the C pawn. Jan has an extra pawn, a terrible pawn structure. All the pawns are a bit under fire here. But with the pawn still being alive, especially the C and the A pawn, I don't think Vidit can get too active. I'm trying to find a way for him to put play against Jan's king, because the heavy pieces are on the queen side, but I don't really find a way for white to break through. Rook d1, rook d8, can that be an idea for Vidit here?
I think you've kind of, you've hit the nail on the head there, Tanya. It's all about the black king, but it might have been a missed opportunity for Vidit. He plays rook to d1. Now he has to deal with the prospect of the rook coming back to b3 at some point. But first of all, the blue arrow rears its head again and mentions bishop to e7, the key move, the only move to keep this manageable for black. We're at move 39. And Jan has 7 minutes, so surely he'll find it. Bishop e7 takes away the entry squares from the white rook. Note how d5 is covered by the black knight, d6 now by the black bishop, knight covers d7, and bishop covers d8. So Jan finds it just while Vidit spends his remaining 3.5 minutes on this last move of the time control. I want to rewind because actually back in this position, some missed opportunities. Rook b3 was a mistake. We see the blue arrow appear here. Pawn to h5. You talked about the king, Tanya. Pawn to h5 would possibly have knocked out Jan Nepomniachtchi here. Imagine taking this pawn would be a fatal mistake. The rook comes across, the white king comes in. There's checkmate. There's checkmating patterns all over the place. So this would have been potentially deadly. But even later, as we catch up to the game, missed opportunities. And it was here after a5. The bar goes crazy. And after d5, I'm not actually exactly sure what the move which move should have been played, but king c2, a missed opportunity going for this line. I'll just briefly check, but d5, wow. Apparently white was winning. Vidit missed a win by giving up a piece. And in this position, he could have just gone into this variation with a check, a piece down. This is incredible. And after the move king b5, white is winning. This pawn drops, the pawns roll. Black's king is too far away. This was so tough. Vidit, though, about to reach move 40. He doesn't know he missed a win. He still believes he has chances. Tanya, do you think Vidit can still do it? Can he still win this game?
After the way Jan, in such a nonchalant style, just played bishop e7, just, like he's almost bored. I was looking at it in the camera. I think Jan knows that he's managed to save this one. He takes away all the key entry square. Notice how the bishop and the knight for black collaborate to take away d6, d7, d8. With no entry point for the rook and the white bishop stuck on a3, I don't believe there can be any attacking chances now against the black king. The worst is over. That stunner of a line that you just showed with a piece sacrifice, David, so hard to find and so hard to evaluate that is winning for white with little time on the clock. I think few can fault with it for not going for it. But at this stage, against these opponents, you don't get too many opportunities. And Vidit had 2 of them and he blew it. And I think now it's fully under control for Jan. Bishop e7 played. He knows that rook is coming to b3 to ask questions. That a5 pawn will move to a4 next. I do believe this will end in a draw now for Jan. Jan has survived.
Wow, and that's just the story of the candidates. It feels like Jan Nepomniachtchi is living a charmed life. Every black game, it feels like he's on the ropes, about to fall to defeat, and then something magical happens. There's a turnaround. His opponents miss opportunities. He defends so tenaciously, and he rides the wave, rides the storm, and survives. Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he survives this one, it will be another sigh of relief. Vidit, has he missed the key opportunities? He just plays rook to e1, actually losing a key tempo. But he has made move 40. That game is guaranteed to last a long time. Tanya, looking on the left of our screens right now, one game that might not last too much longer is Pragg against Nakamura. Black's a piece up. Black has trapped that white knight successfully, and surely the extra bishop will decide this game.
And as we're about to make a time control, I think we already have. Do you want to just... Jan has to make his 40th move, I believe. So he's going to do that with 6 minutes on the clock. At some point, we will jump into the Pragg board because, like you said, Pragg is down a piece, but he hasn't lost all hope in the position. Of course, the dream for white here, for Pragg here, is if he can pick up all the 3 pawns or get them traded, a rook versus rook and bishop will be a theoretical draw. But it's so difficult to get to. That said, Pragg will pick up 1 more pawn, I believe, David. I don't see a way for Hikaru to hang on to the c pawn and also the h pawn at the same time. So Pragg's going to fight this one on. If you had to give one of the 2 pawns, which one would you give here?
Ooh, tough question, Tanya. Very good question, actually. That's what Nakamura has to answer. I'm hoping he moves before I have to. I have to give my view. I think I would keep the black h pawn just because it promotes on a light square. You can definitely imagine the black h pawn playing a key role later. So, for example, a move like king to g6. The white rook will snack on black's c5 pawn in that Nakamura game. But then the black rook is free to start running around the board. And if the black rook gets active, it could spell the end. So this is the one we're talking about, which pawn to give. Nakamura has that dilemma. He has made move 40, so he doesn't need to rush. I just don't like the idea of going passive with black's rook kind of stuck there behind the c-pawn forever. So yeah, Tanya, how about you? What would you be aiming to do here for Hikaru? What's the most efficient way to victory?
Yeah, I asked you first because I just wanted to copy your answer. This is such a difficult decision to make at this point. Also, could black just throw in a check maybe? Start with h4. Does that change anything? White will anyway keep the king connected to the h-pawn, I believe, with a move like king g4 or king h3. King g4 feels a lot more natural. And then you defend the c-pawn. White picks up the h4 pawn. So you would have 2 pawns for this piece. You would lock up black's rook for a while to defend that c-pawn. David, Hikaru still has to show technique here. And it is winning. We can see the bar. He's up a piece. But it's not completely over at the moment.
Yeah, it's not over. And yeah, great play by Pragg to even find a way to keep this game going. Okay, Nakamura does play rook to c8. I'm really surprised at that one. I wanted to keep the black h-pawn because it does promote to on a light square. And even if rooks disappear, that might be the key pawn to decide the game. But ultimately, I think Tanya, his idea is to sideline white's rook to push that one offside. And then the black bishop might just come round and start attacking white's pawns, which are sat on light squares. There might be other paths in for that bishop. So if white's pieces have to go passive to defend this pawn, if the white rook has to sit on the 4th rank, then the black rook goes active and game over. But yeah, still a little bit of work to be done. Pragg, just judging by the camera, doesn't really believe in his chances. He knows that Nakamura is renowned for his world-class technique in the endgame.
Spot on, by the way. The whole plan that you just pointed out, he gives away this h-pawn because that c4 pawn of white is on a light square. It's easier to target than that h2 pawn, which would have been alive, giving away the c5 pawn. Bishop b7, bishop a6 would force white's rook into passivity, and then Hikaru can make his own rook active via d8, d4 ideas. So for Pragg, he really wants to start, for Hikaru, he wants to get to that c4 pawn And both players, you can see it. Hikaru knows what he's doing. He's got a clear-cut plan. And I think Pragg is not even thinking about the current position on the board. Right now, his mind is, perhaps, where did this all go wrong? Because that's what chess is, right? You feel you've got everything under control, then you feel you've got some things under control, and then before you know it, you've got nothing under control. Well, at least that's what chess is about for me.
Yeah, I think you've encapsulated the thoughts of all chess players, Tanya. I wouldn't be surprised if Pragg was already rewinding back as far as move 3. He's like, this damned Queen's Gambit squared. What do I do against it? Why didn't I study it? And chess players, yeah, we love to kind of seek the truth, philosophize, but ultimately it won't save Pragg in this game. I don't think anything is going to save Pragg. The last person you want to face in this position is, apart from Magnus Carlsen, is Hikaru Nakamura. He's so ruthless, and Hikaru gets up from the board. He's very confident now. In the meantime, okay, we have reached move 40 as well in the Vidit against Jan Nepomniachtchi game. Jan, like you said, just keeps working these miracles with the black pieces every time, living life on the edge, but ultimately living. That's the key.
Yeah, he keeps surviving. And as long as he does that, he stays in the race. And this would be a massive save. But that said, I think this one's on Vidit. He really did have his big shots in this one. You know, he created his chance, that H5 idea that you pointed out a while back, to try to double down on that black king, and then missing his chance with that piece sacrifice. And again, at this stage, you don't get so many chances. You don't get so many opportunities. Missing 2 is missing too many. And Jan, he does seem like he has survived the worst. That bishop, it now defends the e5 pawn. It was first defending key squares on the d file. It does a multi-purpose job. Knight can jump to e4, but that's where it came from, right? So you just fall back with the bishop to e7. So it doesn't really help with it. How does he improve this position? I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, me neither, Tanya, unfortunately, here for Vidit. I guess he can try lifting his rook up to e4 to try and take the pawn back. White is still a pawn down, despite how bad Black's pawn structure is. But ultimately, I don't think he's playing for the win anymore. I think Black is more than safe, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and actually he might be hoping that Vidit goes a bit crazy here to try and reignite those winning chances. Jan with 33 minutes on the clock as well, with the Black King no longer in danger of being checkmated, as it was in many of those lines we were showing. I think he's going to be safe, and he's going to maintain a share of the lead. And maybe he'll be joined by Nakamura. 3-way tie, potentially, Tanya, on top of the standings.
How cool and crazy at the same time would it be going into, with just 3 rounds remaining, David, a 3-way tie, and then players breathing down the leader's neck, half a point behind. It would again just remain a field wide open. The stakes higher. It's just going to get crazier in this candidates. And we see, meanwhile, your idea is being played out by Hikaru on that board. He improves that bishop. He is getting to that c4 pawn. And this looks like it's not going to last too long or last too well for Pragg. You can start seeing it on him. He knows that this is over.
Yeah, poor Pragg. He's come up against an inspired opponent today. And for Praggnanandhaa, he'll be knocked back down to 50%. Not out of it, but he might well need to win at least 2 or 3 of his remaining games in order to stand a chance. So heartbreaking for Pragg, but he'll be back, learning experience. And I'm being told that, actually, I saw in the featured chat, my source of inspiration, my fountain of knowledge, featured chat saying Nakamura plays Gukesh and Jan Nepomniachtchi in 2 of his remaining 3 games. That is, as Maurice described, kind of running the gauntlet, murderer's row there, just playing the other leaders, the other big guys. But we couldn't have hoped for a more dramatic finish, Tanya.
That is a script you could not have written if you tried it at the start of the tournament. Hikaru bouncing back, looks like he's about to make his way to being one of the leaders going into round 12 of the tournament. And look at him. He's swiveling in his chair. He's tying his shoelaces. He's looking away. He knows he's delivered. He knows he's got the job done. For Praggnanandhaa, a difficult moment. What a candidate it's been so far. He will still be in the race, but it means pressure will be on him. While the game's still on, And while Hikaru looks away, we are going to look away for just a moment, take a quick break. But after the break, we've got a special guest joining us. I've got one clue for you. Damn girl. We'll be right back.
We have these youngsters, you're mentoring some of them. We would love to know how you see their progress to the candidates and what the future holds for them. So, to start with, Vidit Gujarati.
He's been quite strong for a long time. He's been working with Anish for quite some time. Really, his confidence has come rather slowly. In 2019, he played a fairly impressive tournament in Vaikense. Then again, he seemed to disappear for a while. It seemed to me that he really needed a fire in his backside before he responded. He has his ups and downs, and last year was good. He had a very good result in World Cup. He only didn't qualify by very little. And then there's unexpectedly easy Grand Swiss. I say unexpectedly easy because at times it seems the points were almost forcing themselves onto him. It gives that impression. Now, it's always nice when that happens, but that he won 2 games at the end and even clinched unshared first. That showed that he was in his element. And I think it's because of all this pressure of, Gukesh and Pragg and everything breathing down his back. He finally clicked, and after that, he's been generally very, very good.
Next is our own Chennai kid, Pragyananda Pragg. Your thoughts about him?
In a sense, very similar, where his potential was revealed very, very early. And it was always clear that he had a natural gift. We've gotten so used to him now that it's hard to remember that till May last year, he was struggling within the definition of the word. It didn't look like anything was changing, but then suddenly he won this tournament in Hungary, he qualified in the World Cup, and then suddenly he was the top scorer in the Global Chess League. He was the top scorer in Dusseldorf. He did well in Grand Swiss, though he didn't need to qualify, good stable performance. Suddenly he was outperforming everywhere. Now I think he just feels more confident, and he has already set his sights much higher. I wouldn't be surprised if he qualified for the final.
And how do you see Gukesh's chances going into the candidates?
Very similar to what I would say for Pragg, except Gukesh is by nature more volatile. His results swing much more. He's had real disasters, which Pragg hasn't faced in a very long time. If at all, I can't remember a huge disaster. But then he has the strength to come back, which is good, because he needs it. He has bigger swings within his thing. But it's also because he's much more ambitious. He's, I think, trying to push his limits. Look, I don't know how all of them will evolve. At this point, they're changing very fast, and their experiences are also making them change fast. I think, though, that what I suggested to him, that it's around about the time the Olympiad finished and so on, I suggested to him that he should maybe work more closely with Gajewski, because his openings needed stabilizing. He would need a full-time trainer and all that. That has driven a lot of things as well, because he's working and training very hard. He's never going to have a problem with work or finding the ability to work. My observation about him is he finds it harder to relax. And you need a balance in everything. So I think he needs to compensate on the other side. It's usually the opposite. We tell youngsters, you have to work harder, you have to relax more. So that's going to be fun with him.
And our latest Grandmaster, Vaishali.
Vaishali did a condensed version of what Pragg did. I mean, essentially long struggle, and then the skies opened, so to speak. This Grand Swiss result was huge, and after that, she got her Grandmaster title as well. Huge achievement. Hopefully, she's going to ride that confidence. I think she now has the strength and maybe even the self-belief that. She herself mentioned that at some point she realized Pragg had gotten much stronger than her. Her recent performances, has given her the confidence she really needs.
Of course, the fifth candidate, one of the strongest women players India has ever produced, Konaru Hampi.
She's coming to it from a totally different perspective. She's been here, done all this before, and then she's at a new stage in her life. She's now a parent, she's a mother, she has to combine, balance all that. She plays less sometimes, she goes months without playing but then comes back. She can surprise you. In the last couple of years, I've really been impressed by her performance in the World Rapid and Blitz. And that shows, I think, that her connection and feeling for the game is very good. She's going to be sensible and stable in the candidates, and hopefully that is enough.
Welcome back, everyone. It is round 11 and we have got reinforcements. Joining us is Grandmaster Daniel Narodetsky. Daniel, it's been a crazy day of chess. Firstly, where have you been?
Man, I was in bed at first, and then I was at the Charlotte Chess Center teaching a class, but in reality, I had you guys open it on my phone, watching the action, and just want to take my hat off. I'm not wearing a hat, but you and David have done a phenomenal job. I'm sorry to crash your party, and I'm super happy to be here for perhaps the most important moments of this decisive round.
It is the crucial moments. We've had one decisive game. Alireza has taken the win. We've had a draw, and now these two games. Hikaru on the brink of victory. Yan on the brink of saving a tough one. Take it away, David. Daniel, decide where you guys want to go next.
Dania, I'm going to allow you to choose. To my eyes, though, it does look like Hikaru. He's getting ever closer to that victory. Body language on the cameras as well. Pragg, he's trying, but he won't be successful in saving this one.
No, I mean, this isn't a Title Tuesday. I mean, even in a Title Tuesday game, I'd have zero faith in White's miracle chances. Black is up a piece, and I'm still digesting all of the ups and downs of this game. How pleasant Pragg's position appeared out of the opening, how he slowly got himself into time pressure, got that unbalanced position, and then exposed his king, showing us that even in the end game, you can emerge without all of your limbs intact. I think we might just be a couple moves away here. There's too many pawns. There's no way that White is eliminating both of these pawns. Look at that C4 pawn, how well guarded it is by those very experienced babysitters on C6 and F7. Like a spoiled child.
And the one thing not to do is to push that pawn forward. Yes, you get to trade rooks off, but the black A pawn is of the wrong color. It promotes on a dark square. You have a light squared bishop. Actually, a rook trade, if the black C pawn disappears, does not win. But Hikaru, he's going to try and infiltrate with his rook. Okay, the white king goes forward. If it had gone back, then black would have used the B6 and B3 squares. Now the black rook can safely use the D3 square, if I'm not mistaken. And that should just be game over. Should be it. No more resistance. Rook is in.
Reaches.
Hmm.
He reaches out. Rook d3 on the board. You can't trade that rook. Pragg continues to make the moves. King b4 played. Do you give a check on b3? Do you have time to give
Wow.
up that a? What did you see? What do you see, Daniel?
What a cherry on top. You know, it's like he's made the Shirley Temple. Now he needs that maraschino cherry. Rook b3, king takes a4, rook takes g3. And then after you push the pawn, the bishop on f7 beautifully slices off the retreating square from White's king, that extra bishop on f7. I should say, you might say, well, where's White's bishop? There's no bishop, there's no knight. That knight got captured a long time ago. Hikaru is not going to miss that. It's over.
He knows it. He plays it. And I think this is the moment, David. I think this is the moment that Pragg just realizes there's nothing to be done. There's no stopping the c pawn. He does pick up the a pawn, and you can trade and then advance your pawns. You could give a check with the bishop, forcing the king one step ahead. But these are the last few moments of an incredibly critical win for Hikaru Nakamura. And that is
video.
We've got the handshakes. Hikaru Nakamura secures a crucial win for Praggnanandhaa. It's a crushing setback that puts him further from his goal, from the reach of that top finish. And we see Hikaru there with that win. He takes his jacket, he walks off. He's already thinking about his next video and the title for it. Daniel, what do you predict?
I'm honestly speechless. Hikaru has managed to bounce back, not just from a sluggish beginning where he was sitting on -1 after 4 games, but then defeating Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces, now defeating Nijata Basov and Praggnanandhaa. That loss to Vidit, putting it in the rearview mirror, the rest day did him wonders, allowed him to reset. Now he's got 2 whites out of the last 3 games. He's got white against Firouzja and Gukesh. And we are in for an absolutely epic final 3 rounds. Hikaru Nakamura is in the race. He is ahead of the race. And I cannot believe that he is now, if Jan Nepomniachtchi does not win his game, will be co-leading the tournament.
Incredible, just incredible stuff. And one other player, talking of the lead in the tournament, one other player that will be affected by that and potentially by his own game now, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Danya, we showed some variations. He rode so many storms. He survived so many scary moments. Do you feel that Jan is going to save this? Is he over the worst, or are there still moments ahead?
From a long-term perspective, it feels like the worst is behind him. And I was on the edge of my seat. I mean, I was standing, but I was on the edge of my standing when all of that was going down toward the time control. And once again, Vidit's clock problems cost him perhaps some very complicated wins. Maybe knight takes d5 on move 37, but much easier said than done. It's so easy to sacrifice other people's pieces. Is the worst behind him? I'm not sure. I think this is a very concrete endgame. Definitely, it feels like if Jan survived what he survived before the time control, he should have no problems holding the game. Now, I'm actually not sure, David, that this is such a one-sided position anymore. If Black plays rook b3 and starts pushing that a-pawn, I commentated the women's broadcast 2 days ago with Ben Feingold, and we had this crazy game between Salimova and Vaishali, which was completely winning for Salimova. Suddenly, she let the win slip, and it was a 2-result game, and then she managed to lose it. Sometimes when you feel like you let the win slip, you start making really illogical, irrational decisions. You're basically on tilt. And I'm starting to get a little bit concerned. Maybe I'm exaggerating here. Obviously, you guys have a much more textured understanding of this endgame. You've been commentating this endgame for a long time. But my layman's perspective, after rook b3, bishop c1, a4, it gets really, really tactical.
Tanya, I mean, it's clear that risks are being taken. I agree here that this is a bit scary for white. Suddenly, I guess the e-pawn drops and you have to calculate a lot. Just to mention, since move 40 in this position, white played knight to d2. The blue arrow appears, bishop d6 was played. It was the only move, the only acceptable move to defend this pawn. After bishop d6, the knight came back. So I just wanted to point out, Vidit could have repeated. He could have gone for a draw by playing knight back to d2, and we would have seen a dance between the knight and bishop. But Tanya, he went knight g3. You know him really well, Vidit. Is this him stubbornly playing for a win, or do you think he genuinely believes that he isn't taking that much risk and that he still has good winning chances?
The latter. I think with it, that way is an extremely practical player, and he does believe that he is combining ideas of attack on that e5 pawn and a nicely timed h5 break when the knight from g3 can eventually jump to f5. And just to show that idea, if you play bishop d, oh, I thought Jan went for it, but bishop d6, as you're pointing out, really nicely done there, David. H5 now just becomes extremely strong. Knight f5 check, and I believe that with it finds these motifs on the board, something to play for. I don't know how much chances he gives his position, but at this stage, if you feel you have something to play for, you go for it. You don't immediately repeat. Again, chances are far and few. With it, trying to make something out of it. Rook b3, nicely found by Jan. And the line that you guys are looking at, the bishop falls back, the a pawn moving forward, it gets extremely wild. And I think it's a game for 3 results after white captures on e5, maybe even h5 instead of rook e5 ideas, David, is still a possibility. I like both these options, but the thing is, for Vidit, a position for all 3 results is what he needs at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, you would think that for Vidit's chances, this is a must-win. He would actually catch up with Jan, I believe, with a win here. He would move to within just half a point of the lead. So it's understandable that he's taking risks, but yeah, where is the acceptable margin for kind of that risk-taking? That's the big question. He's about to move his bishop back, as we predicted, and then the race might begin. Black shoveling that a-pawn down the board. And maybe we do a deep dive there. But Danya, if you had to make a prediction now, what are you foreseeing?
I mean, I think with 20 plus minutes for both sides, the eval bar is, of course, influencing my judgment. If I was playing with either, I would be terrified. I don't know which side I'd be more terrified to handle here. Like Tanya said, all 4 results are possible, and even a 5th one might be on the horizon. But if Black plays a4 and knowing the trend of the game, I would be really, really scared to play this with white. We definitely should probably start from the most forcing variation. Like a4 is not forced in itself, but it's definitely the big line, the principled move. Rook takes e5, also not forced. Tanya points out h5. And now I assume bishop d6. You have to move the bishop. It can be captured with check. Yeah, rook e6. And Black has this tempo-saving resource, bishop takes knight, which gives him another move. You can't really go a3 because if bishop takes a3, the rook is overloaded. No, that's not the reason you can't go a3. My apologies. How could I have volunteered such an irrational move as bishop takes a3? Maybe after knight a4, actually, Black gets a sudden double attack. Yeah, rook e7, rook a7. The endgame expert steps in to clean up my mess. So instead, knight d5 maybe is a prudent way to begin. Attack the c3 pawn, deflect the bishop, and then push a3. David, Tanya, what a mess we would have on the board in this case.
Ugh. Tanya, take over, please, because I agree. I don't know who's better. I don't know whose position is easier to play. It looks so far from a draw to my eyes, but probably mutual chances somewhere. Dynamic equality, as they always say.
The eval bar is just pure evil bar in these situations, right? It says it's a balance, and it's so easy to look at it from the outside and go like, this is a draw. But look at that pawn on a3. Look at that rook just cutting off white's king from coming into a defense. It's an absolute insane position. And again, it's anyone's game, this one. None of this is forced. There are other ideas in the position, and we see bishop c1 played. For example, Jan could push the pawn. The other very natural move that comes to my mind is to actually start targeting the c3 pawn. And David, I want to ask you this question. Does it change anything if Black was to, let's say, jump in with knight d5 and provoke the move bishop d2? Who do you think this would favor to first push white's bishop out of the way?
Ooh, I would normally think it favors white, but we see the evil bar, so we're not sure. I guess here it becomes even more kind of concrete and tactical because rook takes e5 will arrive with a tempo, but yeah, tactics being spotted here, Danya. Calculation time.
Well, what if Black just closes his eyes and pushes that pawn down the board? A4, rook e5, a3, and you can't take the bishop, but you can't take the knight, a2, and that's it. We're going to have a new queen on the board and a new king in the tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi will then grab the sole lead. Vidit is not going to allow this. So instead of taking the knight, the question is, again, still equal. The eval bar never changes. No matter what move you play, you could probably go knight h5 and it wouldn't change. Kidding, of course. But rook e6, yeah. What a cold-blooded response. Just squeezing that rook in amongst the minor pieces and heading for a6, following the old rule, stop the pawn from behind. In any endgame, Jan has moved. It's knight d5. Good call, Tanya.
Wow, great move. Great calculation by both you, Tanya, and by Jan here. Because to my eyes, initially, knight d5, it just looked like a shot in the dark, a one-move threat, fended off. But no, the black a-pawn will get its jogging shoes on and sprint down the board.
You
Wow.
flatter me. You flatter me too much if you think I saw it all the way to that a-pawn queening and sacrificing a knight. To me, knight d5, I like it. I'm putting a threat on the board, and it's just one of the moves that comes to mind as one of the candidates in the position. And again, I think if you take on e5 at this point, we might just see a repetition. Rook takes pawn. I don't know if you're still in time with the piece sacrifice that Daniel said. It remains really interesting. Can black actually go a4 regardless? But with the bishop on c1, those ideas I think are more questionable. But I think after rook takes pawn, at least you can jump around with the rooks, giving checks on the third rank. And I don't really see a good way for the king to hide.
Ooh, how do you even pull the break here and just play it safe? I'm not sure you can anymore with either color. And Vidit slightly lower on time. That's what we've... I mean, that's pretty much our catchphrase at this point. But it's come back to haunt him already once, Vidit. I don't think he would have kind of factored knight to d5 into his calculations. But now bishop d2 looks by far the most natural move. Unless you want to allow that pawn to drop with check, as you mentioned, Tanya. Bishop d2 looks the safest. But then, yeah, you have to start calculating. Maybe he'll start seeing ghosts. It would be so easy, any endgame, any race, to kind of miscalculate a pawn running down the board so simply at you. At least Black's kind of next moves are straightforward. We talk about ease of play. Black's plan is pretty much, as Dania said, shut your eyes, throw the pawn, and hope for the best. But for White, it's much more sophisticated. You have to calculate. You have to be really sure you're stopping this a-pawn from promoting. Wow, what a mess, despite it being in the endgame phase. What a weird pawn structure as well. We've talked about that in various games, but this one for Jan, it's not been healthy. Ultimately, he looks to be surviving and maybe more. 3 results back on the table.
Back on the table, and the one player who's back in the mix and in grand style, Hikaru Nakamura, with a huge win against Pragg. And we will head over to Toronto, where our very own Mike Klein is live with Hikaru.
Thanks, guys. We're Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who wins again. Compare your situation now to a few rounds ago. Did you think at any moment that you were out of this tournament?
Well, I said, I think, even when I got back to the even score, that if the winning score was going to be like +2 or +3, I felt I had a chance. If someone was going to go +5, +6, I didn't think it was realistic. So things have kind of played out the way I thought they would, and I've just been able to, to pick up a game here or there. And today, of course, was a very big win because I surprised Pragg in the opening, and I kind of just found a way to keep the game going. And eventually, he made a blunder in the late middle game. So yeah, I think things seem to be working out.
Pragg's had some opening adventures in this tournament. How important was it for you to sidestep his prep and have the first surprise?
Well, I mean, I had the surprise ready from the start of the tournament. And actually, basically, I chose not to play it against Abasov because I thought it's too drawish. And I figured I wanted to use it against someone where I would be happy with a draw, which is why I didn't play it against him. So it was one of those ideas I had ready for quite a while. And obviously, I mean, I used it against Magnus Carlsen, the best player in the world. So if it's good enough to play against Magnus, then why shouldn't it be good enough to play against someone else?
And seeing how you played today, is the Queen's Gambit dead?
Queen's Gambit? What do you mean?
Well, the way you played c5 and equalized and got such a good position.
Well, but I mean, I think in this tournament specifically, we're seeing sort of I don't know if it's a generational shift, but you're seeing that players are starting to approach the openings very differently. There's a huge premium, I would say, on surprising your opponent as opposed to playing, the most classically sound openings, things like the Berlin, for example, or the Petrov. I know Jan is playing it, but pretty much everybody else, it seems like, is doing something different. So I think it's like the surprise and knowing that all openings are playable. And I mean, I think even beyond this Canada's tournament, the future is very bright if the juniors continue to play the way that they're playing right now.
Pragg mentioned in the post-game press conference that he went for a little bit too much. He got shades of going for a win given his tournament situation. Did you kind of think about that before the game today, that if you got in an equal position, he might overpress because he needs more wins?
Well, I mean, we're on the same score. But I mean, I think the main thing is that everybody at this point is playing against somebody who's at the top. Like, I mean, Fabi played Gukesh. I mean, I have to play Nepo. Nepo's play Fabi. I mean, I think we all have to play each other, basically, those of us at the top. So, I mean, every game is very critical, of course. But I think that I wasn't really thinking about it that much. I was just trying to, you know, be solid and then try to take my chances tomorrow. But things did work out, of course. And it was a good game. I think I played quite well in the time scramble specifically.
I would agree. I know you've said many times you're here for the content. You want us to believe you, and I think we do. But in the next couple of rounds, would you ever make decisions based on trying to win first place and maybe not play as interesting of moves as you could?
Well, I thought today there were like one or two moves in the middle game where I sort of tried to keep the game going because I actually expected Jan to win very early on. He had a great position out of the opening. So, I mean, I made a couple decisions already, I would say, early on in this game to try and keep it going rather than... I felt I could have forced a draw like at one or two moments. So yeah, it's kind of, I mean, slightly on my mind. But again, I think there's still, what, 3 more rounds? Long way to go.
You mentioned, I think publicly, I forget on what forum, that your wife helped you after one of your losses. Can you explain how she did that?
Well, I think having someone around who's always very positive and makes you laugh a lot is a good thing. I would say that it's better than being negative because actually I sort of was on my own after that game for a couple of hours and then I got on chess.com, played some Blitz. And I was just not in a very good mood in general. So when you have someone around who's very positive, regardless of the result, that makes a big difference. And you know, it's a good reminder that there are more important things in life for sure. So yeah, it's been good.
And you mentioned Blitz. You played Title Tuesday yesterday, but you said it was kind of tiring. Any regrets? I mean, I know it didn't show in your play today, but any regrets for using some of your energy to play Title Tuesday?
At the time, I didn't really feel it, but I think at the end of the day, Title Tuesday, I would say, ever since Magnus started playing it, I think it was March of last year, if I have it correct, it's become this nightmare of a tournament where, you know, I remember in the past, you get like 7-8 games against 2,600 GMs. Now, like in round 7 or round 8, you're already playing some like 2750 type player. So it takes a lot of energy to play it, of course, and obviously streaming it makes it difficult as well. So, I mean, I didn't really feel tired yesterday, but this morning at least I felt quite tired. But, you know, I think I would say that I try to give it my all, and I still have a little bit of energy to find a way to play at least.
Well, you might have already answered my final question, but I'll just say this. Both you and Farrugia love playing Blitz in the middle of tournaments. Okay, you're playing him tomorrow in classical chess, but it would maybe break our website if you played him tonight in some sort of epic series. Would you ever consider that?
No, I mean, I think I'm a little bit too old for that. If I were 17, like some of these kids, maybe. But I mean, I'm 36, so it's not as easy for me. So I'll probably just go and relax and enjoy myself.
That's fair. He gives enough to his fans in the middle of the tournament. There are some thoughts from Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who might have a share of the lead pending some results. Now back to you.
Hikaru Nakamura, a huge fan favorite, and with those 2 back-to-back wins, he is tipping the scales today. A critical victory that could potentially define the championship. And this is his road ahead in round 12, 13, and 14. He starts against Farrugia tomorrow, then Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh. Daniel, looking at this road ahead for Hikaru, can he pull off a home run?
Well, there are no such thing as good pairings in the candidates. Everybody you're playing is a beast, and Hikaru now has a big X on his back. He's likely going to be leading the tournament as Vidit still pondering this big moment after knight d5. So pending a draw, we're going to have Hikaru in the lead, but he's got 2 whites out of 3 games. He's playing a struggling Alireza Farrugia, who's had some bright spots, but overall is still struggling in this event. He's got the white pieces, and then he's got the 2 potential co-leaders, Nepo and Gukesh. So, you know, if you told Hikaru that this is where he's going to be with these pairings, with 2 whites out of 3 games, I mean, sign me up. And he seems positive. He seems to have a lot of energy. I mean, if I'm Nepo and Gukesh, you know, you better bring your A game to those last 2 games.
David, what do you think with the Nepo and Gukesh? They've got to be feeling a little bit nervous with what Hikaru just showed today.
Definitely, especially for Jan. If Jan fails to win this game, Jan, he's been okay. He's undefeated, but yeah, he hasn't won in a long time, and you might well need a win before the end of this tournament if you want to secure at least a tiebreak. Ultimately, for Hikaru, as Daniel was saying, I believe he's happy. He's got his fate in his own hands. That's all you can hope for as a chess player, to control your own destiny. If Hikaru wins the remaining 3, he wins the tournament. Simple as that. If he wins tomorrow, he still plays the 2 co-leaders, or assuming that Jan makes a result in this game, he still kind of has a chance to take points off them, to stop them from winning. So, yeah, the stars aligned for Hikaru today, but he said it himself. He's not looking too far ahead. 3 games to go. It's a cliche, but move by move, that's the best way to do it. That's what he's been doing, at least the last couple of rounds, and why he's been successful. In the meantime, though, this one is huge for the standings. Knight to e4 played by Vidit, and it cost him a bunch of time going back where he came from with that knight. It feels like he's lost a few tempi here, Tanya.
And my only explanation for this is that Vidit really wanted to keep that bishop on c1 to guard against that a pawn getting too further up the board. So bishop d2, something about that line Vidit did not like, and I think it has to do with that rook e6 move, that deep down that you guys pointed out. So hard to find to keep the balance. Knight e4 played, but now you're coming in the path of your own pieces. The rook blocks that, the knight blocks the rook from attacking. The e5 pawn, h5 is out of the question anymore. And Jan just improves his king, Daniel.
And I love the move king f7. It reminds me a little bit of Gukesh's king f8 in the middle game against Vidit. It's a totally different philosophy, but it's the same type of spirit. You're sensing my opponent's in time pressure. He might be losing the thread. And don't laugh when I say this word. White is in a sort of semi-zugzwang, because that bishop on c1, it's got too much on his shoulders. If it goes to b2 in order to reinforce the c3 pawn, Jan is immediately going to jump with his knight to f4. He's already going to be threatening rook takes b2 and knight d3. If the bishop goes the other way and stays on d2, at that point, I think the a pawn is going to march forward. The point is that the a3 square is now uncontested. If you're making neither of these moves, then, well, name a useful move. Maybe f3, just keeping the status quo. But at that point, f3 is a slightly weakening move. Jan might already be starting to play for a win with a4. I definitely think he's already playing for a win. 10 minutes in this position is a scarily low amount of time.
100% agree there. It's so easy for black to find moves. Even king e6, king f5 in some scenarios, he's getting ambitious with the king, maybe even walking the whole way in if you're feeling especially brave for Jan. And in the meantime, yeah, a4 also on tap. I don't think you're risking anything. Black can always put the knight back on b6 if white's ever able to arrange an attack against the c4 pawn, but I don't see how. The white knight would love to retreat. But as was mentioned, the c3 pawn is up for grabs there. I'm struggling. I'm wondering whether the best route is to go rook h1, rook h3, knight d2, but I'm scared that I'm not in the race there. Some calculation needs to be done, but Vidit doesn't have the time to calculate. I fear it could be a full turnaround. Yeah, I think momentum black, definitely. I think the position's easier to play, the position's less mysterious, and also the momentum, the trend, as was mentioned. Jan looking pretty comfortable too. This is how he's done it in the past, his recipe for success. Black wins in the Petrov.
And Jan is so incredibly tuned into these shifts and momentums during the game. Even though he was on the defense for the most part of it, if he feels that he's got the chance, he will take it. He's super quick to adapt to these dynamic shifts that happen. And right now, we suddenly see that it's going to be black that's going to be putting up the ideas. Bishop d2, already an inaccuracy by Vidit. You're pointing out the a pawns, just move forward. Where is white's counterplay? This could get scary very quickly for Vidit.
A4, rook b1, maybe he wants to hold the position like this. But David, your idea, king marching up across the light squares to f5 might be possible. Maybe there's a tactic there. I'm just trying to figure out, because a4 is extremely natural, and we might see it played quite quickly by Jan. My other question is a4, rook a1, with the idea a3, bishop c1. I think this is actually the critical line. Surely this must be what Vidit is aiming for, and the eval bar, it doesn't scream. Maybe it'll scream if I put the knight on b4. That's what I would do in a Title Tuesday game, but not, I mean, maybe even at the candidates. CB. GGO.
I mean, like you say, in a blitz game, this is over. Black's pawns win. Classical game, it seems to be over. Crazy that a move like that a move like knight b4 check, probably white just dodges and just chills and says, do your worst. But I mean, how hard is this to calculate with no time on the clock, with the stakes this high? I guess once the pawn reaches a2, then you take, and then you breathe a sigh of relief. But wow, Tanya, this is I mean, mind-blowingly complex. Maybe a4, a3 isn't necessarily even forced for black. You can always drop a knight back to defend a pawn. What do you think Jan is going to do to try and turn the screw, add maximum pressure here?
It's already maximum pressure on with it, right? He has to think about all these lines and all these opportunities that black has, whether it's the king march or the pawn march on the a file, both very inconvenient for white. And this line that you're looking at, I mean, who wants to put the rook on a1 and the bishop on c1? It not only looks incredibly ugly in the position, you're kind of setting up for the next game already, putting your pieces back on the standard squares there. So not a happy position at all for Vidit. And with that clock situation, it looks incredibly difficult right now. I would be very worried. I see the evaluation bar still seems to say that, you know what, things are under control. But the human evaluation at this, it's completely different. I think whether it's king e6 or a4, both tempting choices. For Jan, he's got a pleasant one to make, but I think he also wants to play on the clock. How important is it for Jan here, Daniel, to keep the pressure on with its clock?
It's important, but it's much more important to play objectively because with the addition of the increment, you know, Vidit is not new to the party. If you make a dumb move and try to flag your opponent, that's not the kind of chess we've seen from Jan, and he's been criticized for this before, but he's done an amazing job of keeping that pressure dial at the right position, you know, pressing his opponent's clock, but not, you know, doing something ridiculous. Because he understands Vidit has 10 minutes on the clock for a 2700 GM. That's a lot of time. And David mentioned something that catches my eye. You're playing the game to gain points, not to paint pictures. So this knight b4 line is very flashy, but white is going to dodge that knight. And I'm actually not convinced the pawn should be pushed forward. That rook from b3, maybe you say, well, that rook has done its job. That h4 pawn, right? It's trying to become invisible. But it might, if black's wrath might turn on that pawn eventually, and the best way to do that is transfer the rook to h8. You could also move the rook down to a8, and that might be a better way to supervise your passed pawn. So there's several items on the menu here for Jan, and I think he's doing exactly the right thing. Not pushing a4. You can kind of sense the wheels turning. At this point, he's definitely playing for a win. No question about that. But David, the importance of making the mature move, the one that's not going to win you the brilliancy prize, but might win you the game, cannot be overstated.
100% agree. Yeah, often just keeping the tension if you can. For example, we've already been going a bit around in circles since move 40, especially the white pieces. This white knight has literally done a loop, d2, e4, g3, e4. The white bishop's been going around as well. If you can just keep your pawn structure, keep the idea of a4 on tap for later, keep the idea of king e6. I must admit, Daniel, that's really impressive. Rook b8 wasn't on my radar at all. As soon as I see it, as soon as you say it, I'm like, wait, that might be the move. We saw it actually in an earlier game. We were talking about the idea of two weaknesses, playing on two fronts, both flanks. This is the type of move that might just tip Vidit over the edge, might make him tilt rook b8. Like, where's that come from? I didn't expect that. How am I even going to deal with it? What's white's plan? That's the eternal dilemma. So rook b8, I really, really love. Would be a very human move to play a4, a3. I'm not going to say that's a mistake or anything, but yeah, just something to keep the tension, something to make Vidit nervous. That is the dream for Jan right now. And he's getting ready to move, it looks like, on the camera, or at least a quick glance at the clock. Yeah, prediction time. Do we think we'll see a draw? Tanya said there's going to be 3 decisive results. Your bet lies on this one, Tanya.
We've had 2 already. It's David predicted 2 decisive results so far. I've predicted 3. And this one does look like we could have a decisive game in this one. It's only going to get hard if we're with it. And I'll just say for most of us here, right, we would want to push that a pawn. It just feels like the hand move that you're dying to make. But it's such a professional approach to keep that threat on the board, but to build more ideas, forcing Vidit to actually think about stuff. Because a4 kind of forces a reaction. It's easier for Vidit to play against a move like a4. But if Jan just keeps the tension on the board, plays whether the king advance or the rook rerouting that you're talking about, Vidit will have some more questions to answer, but also worry about the a pawn pushing. I'm just wondering if the rook was to fall back, does Vidit anyway follow through, attacking that a5 pawn? Right now, it is still Jan on the move. He's slowed down. And that's something that's a bit of a change, right, Daniel? You said it yourself, that so many times in better positions, how many times actually we've seen Jan rush through be a little rash and kind of lose out on that advantage. But I think over time, that's a big shift we've seen in Jan's gameplay, that he knows when it's time to pause and when it's time to rely on instincts.
Yeah, he's still in the category of fast players who doesn't usually get into time pressure, and that's been huge in this Candidates. But, you don't win the Candidates 2 potentially 3 times by, blitzing out moves in critical positions. And, there's this common chess platitude which states that the best way to play in your opponent's time pressure is to make quiet moves. And in general, the best way to induce a mistake is to force your opponent to make a decision. I don't like making any kind of decision. Decision on the chessboard is even harder. At the same time, Jan pushes the pawn. You cannot blame him. I mean, your hand is reaching for that pawn. You've wanted to push it for the last hour. Okay, he finally does it. I think we might be going down this line. And I'm very curious to know, after a3, bishop c1, rook a1 has already been played, knight b4 check, king d1, maybe Jan wants to sacrifice the a3 pawn and then get his knight from b4 to d3 and claim that he's got serious positional compensation. So these tiny shifts in the eval bar, I would kind of push them aside. I'm really curious to know what he's cooked up here.
Definitely feels like he's been cooking something up in the last few minutes. Long think from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Vidit. Still with some questions to answer, Tanya. Still big questions ahead.
Well, he answered one of them. He did play the move rook to a1, so it's Jan on the call. He's currently not on his seat. But the biggest question of it all will be, will Jan go all out with the piece sacrifice or not? And that's going to be the most critical moment of this game. We will check in with this once Jan is back. We'll take a short break. Don't leave your screens as we get the answer in just a few.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster. And here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
History, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
Jan, he's in the zone, he's been there, he's done it before.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An incredible mate. He's proven himself that he can rebound.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been a roller coaster of a day in Toronto at the Candidates, and the ride continues as Vidit Gujrati and Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to be a thrilling endgame. And currently, Jan in driver's seat, pushing for the win, getting ambitious. But it's been huge turnarounds, David, in this game.
That's right. We currently have a very tense endgame, but it should never have got this far. Vidit did miss at least one, maybe even 2 winning opportunities. This is the live position, but I'm going to drag you guys back around 15 moves, where in this position, first of all, after rook to b3, white missed a golden opportunity. Pawn to h5 would have left black on the edge. Just a simple move here. G takes h5 would have walked into the beautiful king f5, closing the door. The black king actually has no escape. White's rook is going to come in and deliver a fatal blow, likely checkmate in the next few moves. This was one that was missed, but more importantly, pawn to d5 here. A really creative pawn break by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Pawn to d5, opening up this tension between the bishops. It's enough to scare most mere mortals. It scared Vidit, understandably. He didn't have much time on his clock. This was move 37, so he was down to his last few minutes. But if he had more time to think, Vidit, he would surely have at least spent some time calculating knight takes d5, a forcing move, a capture, asking black to prove it. And after a couple of trades, we would have seen a variation such as, for example, rook takes bishop, pawn to c4 would have been the same thing. Now c4 check, the white king moves. It looks like black wins a piece, but miraculously in this position, king to b5, and white is simply winning. The black king is too far away. White's c-pawn is running. The d-pawn will run with it. You might even have time to gobble up this pawn on a5, and this is so hard to evaluate for a human, but it was winning. Vidit missing this opportunity, and ultimately now he's left defending a miserable position. Maybe he'll still hold the draw, but here, knight takes d5 would have earned him so much more. So if we catch up with the game position, king to b2, I'm worried here. Not too much has changed maneuvering, but the black king has a path in. I'm wondering if there are other, maybe more incisive ways of doing it, but it's certainly Jan having all the fun here, Tanya.
I agree with you. Just so much easier for black to play. And Daniel, with it really trying to keep that a pawn under control, he's getting that king. He doesn't want to fall back with his pieces. What do you believe is going on in Vidit's mind? How do you think he's evaluating this position? Does he realize how much the momentum has shifted over the last few moves?
No question about it. I mean, you can see it on his face. I try to stay away from assessing the body language, but just the position on the board, it's very obvious to everybody, including Vidit, that he messed up. That last chance to repeat moves with knight d2 and knight e4 when he went knight g3, I think that was a big psychological error, but exactly what I described, right? You just can't bring yourself to make the draw, especially because you still have the sense that your pieces are more active. But at this point, the game very clearly shifts in Jan's favor. Back to the current position, a big issue is that black has these easy improving moves in his pocket, right? King e6 has been played, king f5. You can tickle white with knight d5 at the right moment. And from white's perspective, what do? Like if you shift your king, you allow a3. If you push f3, then you weaken the bishop, knight d5 will come with tempo. I can't name another move that doesn't cause some problems. So I said the word Zugzwang kind of jokingly. There's nothing funny about it if you're Vidit. You're actually in a kind of Zugzwang.
I saw Vidit reach out for the king, and I think he wants to put it on a3, and there you have it, king a3, to just free up his own rook to come either to the defense of that h-pawn via rook h1, or try and create activity with a move like rook b1, hitting that knight on b6, which also, let's point out, defends that c4 pawn. So king b2, king a3, even though I saw the eval bar did not exactly love it, I think from a human evaluation, and again, from a human approach, you don't want to block your own pieces to guard that pawn from pushing forward. So with it trying to get his rook back into activity, either via the b1 square or get it into the defense via the h1 square.
You spotted something, Daniel.
I'm trying to assess this exchange sack, rook b5, rook b1, rook b3, but I'm starting to become more and more pessimistic, unfortunately, because wait a second. Okay. Yeah, rook b3, knight b3, cb, and white has this resource. I mean, it's terrifying. At least c4 is a huge threat, but white can go c4. And I think white, by the skin of his teeth, keeps things level. Apparently, after rook b5, rook b1, the eval bar shot up. Thank you. Giving this move its proper due. Maybe just rook takes b1, knight takes b1, and those kingside pawns I mentioned, there's no papa rook to defend them. And, that king is about to have itself a nice little feast. Jan has made a move, and it's rook b5. Uh-oh. This is very problematic now for Vidit.
Ooh, living life on the edge. I'm wondering whether you don't need to trade off rooks, whether you just kind of shift, maybe go the whole way with rook h1, at least pretend you're going for counterplay, but that idea of the exchange sack is going to linger in the air for a long, long time, and it just feels all wrong. I quite like the idea initially of putting the white king on a3, but tactically there's so many ideas against it. Tanya, I'm not a body language expert either, but it definitely feels like Jan there with a bit of a stretch. He senses it. He smells blood. Vidit looks visibly nervous. 6 minutes. Momentum all on white, all on black side even. And okay. He's made a move.
Rook b1 played by Vidit. He went for rook
C1.
c1 because rook b1 was extremely scary. Sorry, David, go on.
No. I'm just surprised. Expressing, I'm impressed as well. This move, it shows self-control. I guess now the exchange sack doesn't work because, as Daniel mentioned, knight takes and white will definitely put a pawn on c4. That's why the rook is sat on c1 right now. Also stopping knight d5 ideas because now you could happily take on c4. The c3 pawn is protected, but how to fend off this idea of infiltration? King f5, Tanya.
At some point, you'll have to come into the defense of your king side pawn, moving that rook from c1 to h1 to guard against king takes h4. And then the question will be, can Jan go in with the sacrifice on b3? Really big pressure here. on Vidit. And I'm just thinking about the last encounter in the candidates, this endgame that we had, where it was Vidit with his rook on the B file that ended up getting stuck. And in this one, we see Jan's star piece, the rook on the B file. Jan had outplayed Vidit in that endgame. What a masterpiece that was out of the Berlin. How much of a role do you think that plays in a player's mind in the tournament? You know, there are these similar patterns that you're seeing, Daniel, the ghost of your past defeat. Is that something that becomes a psychological hurdle to cross?
Yeah, but I think here maybe we could, that was a bigger issue earlier. I think now he's just, terrified that I might lose this game in 2 more moves. And you're, much like when you're facing down a black bear, I do that on the daily, your fight or flight instincts activate, your adrenaline goes up. And right now, Vidit is just seeing the board. I think he wants to play f3 here. I think the reason he played rook c1 is he wants to preemptively defend the c3 pawn. But we already discussed the problem with the move f3. There's several. The bishop will be undefended, potentially maybe a breakthrough with e4 in some future. And f3 knight d5 is one thing to consider. F3, again, you have to keep calculating this exchange sack. So the thing about this exchange sack, rook d3, I'm not saying it's good, but it's lingering in the air, as David pointed out. And that is another time sink. Every move you play, you have to ask, well, what about that exchange sack? Maybe it works now. And maybe Jan wants to make another one of those slow improving moves, but he's improved his king to the maximum. Big question, does knight d5 work? If it doesn't, can you basically sit on the position and try to provoke another weakening move by Vidit?
What is the next move? That's the question for both sides. I don't see how black improves. Sometimes in chess, you've maximized, you've literally put every piece on their ideal square, and there's no follow-up. There's no breakthrough or killer blow. But I also wonder what white's next move is. If the white rook moves away, then knight d5 seems to gain in venom, somehow attacking the c3 pawn and the white bishop. Is it mutual, Zugzwang? You dropped the Z word, the Z word there, yeah. Danya.
So do you make a waiting move? But what can you name a waiting move for black? Do you move your bishop?
Probably this one.
That's actually the worst kind of move to face. The worst thing in time pressure is just make a move, because rook c2 already might allow that exchange sack because a pawn captures with tempo.
Wow. Let's quickly show that on the board while Vidit. Well, actually, Jan is in move. He's away from the board right now. Bishop f8. If the white rook just shifts, then rook b3 check might be deadly. And yeah, this pattern is going to recur, as we mentioned, once the white rook saves itself. Pawn to c4 and...
Knight a4 too.
Yeah.
And look at the bishop d2, a2, and bishop a3, bishop b2 mate.
That's just sadistic. Ugh. Yeah. This would be over. So watch out for this exchange sack in the game position. Bishop f8, I think, would be a really good practical try. We kind of jokingly got there, but Jan might logically get there. Tanya, feels like we're building up towards something, but will we see the position change?
And then the question is, what is Vidit's waiting move in this position? Does he have something that doesn't worsen the situation? And he's got to keep one eye on the clock and, of course, one eye on not allowing black's pieces to improve. You've maximized your position as black, right? So bishop f8 you're talking about. By the way, I also want to point out, incredible defense by Vidit in a very difficult position, kind of finding this fortress-like setup where the king stops the a4 pawn, the rook on c1 defends the c3 pawn, so there's no sacrifice on b3, the f3 pawn takes away the key squares, the bishop on e3 eyes the c5 square and the f4 square, the knight on d2 stops black's knight from getting active. So Vidit also on top of his game, keeping things under control. My question to you guys is, if black was to fall back with the bishop on f8, are we struggling to find a waiting move for white, or do you think he could also return the favor? How dangerous is it to allow the king to f4? I'm thinking about ideas of, oh gosh, I wanted to say bishop f2, but king f4 is very scary there.
Ooh, human point of view, that is terrifying, allowing the black king even further in. Yeah, I don't really see it. Rook c2, we mentioned, allows rook b3 check. Even dropping the white king back, waiting with the white king might allow rook to b3 in some positions. Oof, yeah, I think bishop f8 psychologically would be a huge blow. Then again, we've been talking about how low Vidit is on the clock, and Jan, for the first time in a long time, has caught up. he's just about to drop under 7 minutes himself. It's about how much risk he wants to take as well. Bishop f8, of course, doesn't risk anything at all, but there might come a moment when he needs to go for it, and it's just finding that correct moment where the risk isn't too high.
Yeah, especially because there's also knight d5 to calculate. It becomes very forcing. Knight d5, knight takes c4, rook b3, etc. And Zugzwang is easier to spot in a pawn endgame where it's a lot more common. It's a lot less common in an endgame like this with so many pieces on the board to recognize that, wait a second, my opponent doesn't have a good move and doesn't have a move which keeps the status quo. When you actually make the move bishop f8, it's easier to see that. But to even chance upon that thought that, wait a second, what does my opponent do next, is incredibly difficult. And now Jan is down to 6 minutes. So we're going to get a good old-fashioned blitz game here to top off this critical game. The tension could not be higher. And let's not forget, 5 hours have passed since the game began. Lots of fatigue to deal with by both players, and just the amount of turnarounds that they have survived. This game seems to have lasted several lifetimes, and the most exciting part is still ahead. Big moment right here.
And the stakes could not be higher. If Jan Nepomniachtchi delivers in this one, if he's able to get the win, he gets the sole lead going into round 12 with just 3 games remaining. That would be absolutely huge in Jan's campaign to his 3rd World Championship match. David, are you regretting your 2 decisive game prediction at the start?
No, I believe in my boy Vidit. He's got to protect my honor here. I mean, joking aside though, Jan, I still believe he's got great chances. Not just the fact that he would jump into the sole lead. I've just looked ahead. Jan has 2 whites in a row in the next 2 games. If he wins here today, he'll be riding on a high. He might get a win tomorrow, and suddenly everyone else will be left trailing in the dust. So he knows this could be vital. He hasn't won in a long time. Often, from my experience, if you're kind of on a streak where you've lost a few games, or if you're drawing, I mean, he's drawn so many in a row now, Jan. Sometimes you struggle to remember kind of that feeling, that the sense of when the moment is. So right now might be the moment. He might be itching to go for it with knight d5, but we're advocating waiting. Why not? You're not risking anything at all. And he's the only undefeated player in the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi. But his 2 wins came a long, long time ago. He needs to rediscover that if he wants to win the tournament, and that might be here and now. Big moments. 4 minutes, though. He's really tanked. That normally signals he's going for something forcing, or he's calculating a long line. Daniel, do you think we'll see knight d5?
It's so hard to say because knight d5 leads to this. I mean, first of all, white doesn't have to take on c4, but knight d5, knight takes c4 will likely lead to an exchange of rooks and I think a draw, liquidation. Bishop f8 at this point with only 4 minutes will be not quite reminiscent of Ding Liren's rook block against Jan in the critical game to decline repetition. But we're going to be in that territory. I mean, that will be a hugely gutsy move. We've sung the praises of Black's position, but things could just as easily turn back around, and I don't think any of us should blame Jan for choosing this move. And the game is going still. Vidit now has to decide on knight takes c4. Rook b3 check, king takes a4, rook takes c3. Will force an exchange of rooks. And I would still be scared in that position with white because Black's king could easily infiltrate with the right pawn breakthrough. Like if Black plays e4, you could lose your kingside pawns. There's still some meat on the bone. So maybe Vidit doesn't take the c4 pawn at all and just drops his bishop back to g1. In that case, we're still going to get a very exciting position.
He goes for the c4 pawn. Oh,
Yep.
he takes the a4 pawn.
A4 pawn.
Oh, wow, the
Okay.
rook is hanging.
I forgot that pawn was hanging, actually.
Yeah, I thought you had a cunning tactic up your sleeve, Daniel. I thought, rook b2, pieces are hanging or something like that, but looks like
Where
you can
do
get
you
away with
go?
it. And Vidit's calculated in Jan's time. No longer
Feels like that.
two-result game.
And it just felt like you have to do something with that bishop on e3, but again, loose pieces and full board awareness here by Vidit. King takes pawn, the rook is hanging. You're mentioning a really active move, getting the rook to the second rank, also tying down that knight on d2, but that does allow white to capture the pawn on c4. He falls back with the rook. Does Vidit need to be careful with that king on a4? Are there any checkmating ideas in the position?
Yes. Knight takes c4, e4 would terrify me. Black's king is just on a mission to join its friends on d5 and b8, I would be very, very scared. I think it's sort of almost a positional sack by Jan. And I missed king takes a4 completely. I'm going to be honest. I was too engrossed with knight takes c4. Jan took some time on rook b8, but there's no way that this wasn't on his radar.
Super impressive. Either way, Jan, this positional pawn sacrifice, actually giving 2 pawns away, a4 and c4, and just trying to activate his pieces. And we're going to see this line. Daniel, you said you were terrified here. The black king is going to join the rook, the knight, everything in entering White's camp and going for checkmate. Yeah, endgames, they're not safe, even with kings out in the open like this, even with minimal material. This is crazy. Anything could still happen.
It's madness on the board. E4 played. It's clearly a line that Jan calculated all the way through. He's blitzed it out with 2 pawn sacrifices. This is super brave and super ambitious of him. But you guys need to break this down. What is happening in this position? Is White forced to trade on E4, allowing the black king to come in?
I think we have to jump in.
I think so. Yeah.
We have to show this on the board. It's getting super complicated right now. Yes, the players are low on time, but accuracy is key. You cannot allow black's pawn to continue marching. It's a pass pawn, it's a runner. So you would want to exchange. Now, I think you need to move the bishop. Simply rook e1 would minimum drop the c-pawn. The black king could also start marching in. So you have to move the bishop. I'm not sure which direction. I assume just somewhere, f2, g1, far away as possible to not blunder. You can meet this with a knight check, but the king continues its march in, hitting the rook.
God.
How complicated is this?
How is this equal? I mean, knight c6, rook a8 check. There's always this check that gets out of the line of fire. So this loses on the spot. That's actually an important detail. And okay, rook f1 simply, but come on, there's no mate here. Knight takes c3, king a3, c4 is a gorgeous mating construction. So you have to go up to a5, and then bishop d8 up to a6, and thanks to this very simple line, and the game goes on. Rook b6. King a7, knight b5, king a8, and a perpetual check. Knight c7, king a7. Yeah, okay. I think we know exactly how the game is going to end.
Oh my gosh. This is all forced, at least for white. For black, there's options. For
That's
white,
actually unreal.
oh my gosh. You're literally walking a tightrope. The white king, it started at, b2, then went up to a3, a4, a5, a6, a7, and survives on a8. Literally being hunted by 3 pieces, but it survives. Wow, good luck, Vidit, finding this. This is crazy. You might have to. I don't see any other way. If we start with
police chases on YouTube that you watch with a helicopter flying overhead, the guy just gets out. There's like 10 cops, and he finds the one way out.
That's the perfect analogy, actually. Like, you're right. I don't know how anyone survives this with white. Forget the eval bar. Forget anything. Vidit, 3.5 minutes. At least chasing him. He needs to thread that path forward. Nerves of steel required here. It's just about survival, move by move. I mean, we got there by accident, but I mean, imagine with the nerves as well. It's so, I don't even know the word, unaesthetic, just to put the white king on a8. It's so ugly and counterintuitive, but it has to be done.
Maybe f4 here is also on his radar, just to try to keep black's king out of the equation. So that might be the reason he's thinking, but he has captured. Buckle in,
my gosh,
ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think I'll be able to sit still if this actually goes into that line. That would be absolutely insane. And for Vidit to actually calculate all of that with minutes on the clock, because you have this feeling that your king is just getting checkmated on one of those squares along the a file. How are you even surviving that? As you said, I think nerves of steel is what Vidit needs to enter that. The big question is that the only way for Vidit to survive? Because to me, it just looked like an incredibly forcing sequence of moves.
I mean, what else? The bishop is hit. You have to move it, I think. I'm assuming at least.
He reaches out. He's about to make a move.
I think king d3 is actually the threat. If you take twice on e3, you get your bishop skewered. But who cares? King d3 is a huge threat. So you got to move your bishop anyway.
Oh my gosh, bishop f2 on the board.
He does move it. And if black goes in with the king, that line looks imminent.
How crazy would that be if we end with the perpetual on knight b5, knight c7? That would be insane.
Wow. The chase is only beginning. You called it earlier, Tanya. You said it, Lord of the Kings. I mean, both kings are performing miracles in this game.
We're getting there. King D3 played.
Is there another
Oh
move?
my gosh.
Bishop G3 maybe occurred to me. Maybe.
But then you give
I
a
don't see him
check.
doing that. King B3 and pray.
That's even scarier than the line we showed in the game with the king on A8, Bishop G3. Wow.
But possible, right? Because
Maybe.
Bishop G3, you hit the rook. And after rook A8, King B3, I'm not finding a big follow-up for black there.
But knight takes C3 goes into a bishop endgame, and try evaluating that with 2 minutes left. There's a breakthrough on the king side, H5. White could win. I mean, geez. This is classical chess is boring. Yeah. Show them this.
Wow. Both players as well, rocking around in their chairs for a moment, readjusting their positions. They know that this is a sprint to the finish. Not just the tournament closing stages. This game is dramatic enough. But I've got to say, amazing by Jan. I was slightly questioning his killer instinct after so many draws in a row, but to spot this, to go knight d5 and spot this e4, king d3 idea, just incredible. World class, so sophisticated. And yeah, this is why he's the king of the candidates the last few times around. Just FIDE, what's he going to play? He doesn't want to go into this line. He doesn't want to. He might have to.
He's been also walking on a tightrope, and with it finding all the key defenses so far, he just has to stop himself from collapsing at this moment. He's done everything right. 5th hour of play, such a difficult position. Both players bringing on full power right now. Jan Nepomniachtchi in driver's seat, with it keeping it together, but very often the collapse comes later on, and he has to continue this form. How difficult is this position to hold with white?
Well, process of elimination. He's gone bishop G3, and that actually might be the one way to avoid that police chase line, because I'm trying to figure out this bishop endgame, and I actually think it's a draw. Knight takes C3 check in this position leads to this forced liquidation. White's going to take the knight and then take the rook. Black is going to take the rook and then take the knight. And then in that position, white is also walking a tightrope because your pawns are stuck on dark squares, but I think FIDE has calculated it out to a draw. And knight takes c3 isn't even forced. I mean, maybe Jan moves his rook up, but in that version, I think knight e5 check is a much safer line. At least that's my intuitive take.
And Jan, he's got 4 minutes. He's going to invest at least a couple of them now because it's a critical moment. Maybe we very quickly jump in to try and predict, just to show the options. It's a key moment if he wants to maintain his winning chances. Can we show knight takes c3? Can we try and work out what FIDE has seen? This is a forcing line, a check the white rook has to take. And as Daniel mentioned, this is the result. I would be terrified the white king on the edge, but what is it? Bishop e5?
E5, king d5.
Ooh, scary.
And
bishop somewhere. Which way? First of all.
Yep. Black goes back, king e6. And you might have to push h5 at some point. I don't know. King f5.
Ooh, something like this is terrifying.
Oh. Wow.
Maybe
Well
holdable.
spotted, David.
I mean, there's other lines. There's also king d3 to try and run the pawn, but I guess white's going to stop this somehow. Is there h5 now? Wow, there's so much to work out. King b3, king b2. This looks terrifying for white, but Jan has to weigh up his winning chances in that bishop endgame as black versus maybe moving the rook out the way. The rook is hit, a check, remember, and white's king survives. Actually, white would be turning things around with a check coming next. But yeah, what else? Rook b7, and this one is super complicated. Oh, let's see that car chase one last time.
Now a different bishop car chase. Bishop d8 now. King a6, rook b6. Actually, same thing. So this is just a different version of the same line.
Wow.
And Jan could refrain. I mean, Jan doesn't have to repeat here. He could go. I mean, at this point, also black is risking, but you could go like king e2 blunders a rook, but king e2, rook e1. Wow, look at this geometry. Got to go back.
Oh
and
my
the criminal gets away.
Wow.
Do you think Jan missed the move bishop g3? Because it's an easy miss in this position. You know, you're looking at all these ideas on the queen side, the king trap, c3 hanging. Bishop g3 was quite a find by FIDE.
Easy to miss, but a great find by FIDE. at least forcing the opponent to think. It's 1.5 minutes versus 2 minutes now. No longer
And on
blitz.
the
It's
screen,
almost bullet now.
Yeah.
Jan looks frustrated.
Oh man. All the other participants are in their hotel rooms, staring at their computer screens. Vidit did play Title Tuesday yesterday, and knight takes c3 on the board. So we will get that bishop endgame, but it ain't over yet.
Guaranteed.
How precise does Vidit need to be there, David, to hold that pawn?
I would say he's a bit lucky that most of his moves look forced. We were holding it pretty much by process of elimination. Here, I'm surprised he's hesitating. He has to take this knight, I assume. At this point, I should stop assuming things. King a3, I don't know, but he's going to take this knight, surely.
My nerves won't take it if he plays king a3 here.
Or king a5.
No way.
Oh, surely not.
Maybe there is. I mean, I don't see a clear move for black after king a3. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Rook.
It's a move.
He's going to go for the bishop endgame. Vidit will want to bail out right now. He wants a clear path ahead.
White could win there. Knight b2 and bishop f4 becomes a threat. Sorry to interrupt, David.
Wow.
It's a tempting move, king a3.
Nerves are still Vidit. Okay, he's under 20 seconds.
He's
got to decide.
He's going to take the rook. He's going to take the rook. He has to take the rook. He's
Surely.
Oh, he goes
got
for king
king
a3.
a3.
We've got a game on our hands.
He's playing for a win. And maybe black has a repetition. Yeah, black has a repetition with knight b1.
But wow. Jesus. You were pointing out, Dania, that knight b2 in the current position. I'll put it on the board, king a3. Yeah, knight b2 is a massive threat.
But rook b4 guards the f4 square.
Whoa. Rook b4.
Like this. I don't like this by Vidit.
What should Jan do? Should he be professional? Should he play like knight b5 back to c3 but risk rook takes c3 happening? Does he want to repeat the position once to gain more time on the clock? Oh,
I can't take this. Tanya, I can't take this.
Oh my gosh. Gaining more time on the clock only helps Vidit right now, who's under a minute. I think king a3 again takes Jan by surprise, because you're looking at these lines which just simplify the positions with seconds on the clock. That's what you want. But of course, these guys are like no other. Vidit keeps the game on. King a3 on the board. Jan goes in with the rook. Rook b4, the move you pointed out, keeping the key square f4 under control. So knight b2, there's king d2.
What do you do? What do you play? Knight e5, king d2, and black's going to go c4 and open up that that discovered mate against white's king.
He's missed it. Knight b2, a blunder. Apparently, king goes forward. I think Vidit's simply forgotten that the black rook covers f4.
Rook takes c3.
Oh my gosh.
Also loses. Also loses. You could win the rook back, but that minor piece endgame is lost.
Jan's winning.
Oh, this
He's going
is
to take
so
the lead.
hard.
Now it's checkmate all over the place. Jan can't believe his luck as they changed score sheets. They've reached the magical move 60 where the score sheet runs out. And surely now, is it c4? That's the move the hand wants to play. Push that pawn, unleash the black bishop. Checkmate threatened immediately. Rook b3 is a threat of mate. Rook anywhere is a threat of mate.
Rook anywhere.
A4. Wow.
c4.
He's
White
gonna
has
play
to
it.
knight takes c4, maybe staves off the mate, but not for long. You just take the knight and then go back to b4 and then deliver checkmate.
Oh my gosh. Jan smells it. He smells the victory.
Can't believe his
Okay,
luck.
c4 rook f2 maybe? Yeah, c4 rook f2 actually. Maybe keeps white alive for the time being. I wouldn't call it just yet. With a minute left, it's much
It's on
easier
the
when you
board.
have the eval bar.
c4 played, and I think Vidit will realize it. How does he fight the checkmate now?
Rook f2, I think. Keeps him in the game for now.
Wow.
Rook f2, knight e2.
Oh,
Is that
black
the
could
move?
get black could get mated. Rook f2, king c1, bishop f4, king b1, rook f1, king c2, rook c1 mate. This can't be real. So you got to go king e2, I think.
The nerves
Or
are
king
playing
e3
in.
rather.
King e3.
Vidit has got 30 seconds to make his move, to make his decision, and Rook F2 played. Has Jan calculated this all the way through?
Wow, what a turnaround it will be if Jan plays King C1 and gets mated himself.
Oh my gosh.
Easy to miss, but he needs to go the other way. I guess he can block with the knight, but you need the knight for checkmate, so you're reluctant to move that. That looks pretty safe, actually, to my eyes, but King E3 must surely be the first temptation.
Mm-hmm. But then knight takes c4 check, rook takes c4, king b3. He's blocked with a knight.
Wow.
Also winning, apparently. Too many threats, and if white gives that knight away, he might also drop the bishop to a fork.
And the c-pawn's moving forward. There are threats of a discovered check. This is so reminiscent of the way Vidit lost to Jan in their earlier match, where everything's under control till a certain point, but then with incremental pressure, you just collapse after playing 20 good moves. You eventually end up making a mistake because it's so difficult to keep going with that momentum, keep saving a difficult position.
Mm-hmm. Such unluckiness here. King A3 was a clever move. He was being ambitious there, Vidit, rather than trying to bail out and struggling for a draw. But bishop E5. Ooh, the blue arrow appears. That's the computer suggestion. Apparently pawn to C3 is by far the best, but there's so many other tempting moves. The idea is that rook B5 check would not win due to king A4, and when the black rook takes the bishop on E5, there's knight takes C4 with a fork, a check. And Vidit would save his skin, but Jan finds the best move. Of course he does. Pawn to C3. Breaking the connection between white's minor pieces. The white knight is trapped. Wow. This might be the end. Checkmate's coming. In so many lines now.
This is such a blow to Vidit's chances. And for Jan, it just steps him so much closer to glory. He will be the sole leader winning this one.
Bishop takes C3, check. I should mention there's king takes C3, rook takes knight on E2, and rook E4 check.
Oh.
Discover check, and winning the white rook.
Oh, that's critical, actually, because if you take the knight instead, white takes the bishop. It all works out for Jan, but it's still fighting.
That move with a second on the clock.
Wow. Vidit living life on the edge.
Okay,
the checking piece is attacked. The black bishop wants to be the checker, but you're calculating C2, CB. Rook B7 would be a safe move, maybe, if you want to just get out the way, defend the bishop with a check. Would that be the professional approach?
There's a pawn mate on potentially rook B7, king A2, knight C1, king A1, ooh. Rook A7, king B1, C2. I'm sorry to keep pointing out these outlandish mates that are never going to happen, but this one actually might, and this one actually is important to calculate.
Wow, beautiful. Moves his rook.
Step one, rook B7.
Whew.
Problem is, if you go back, rook takes B2 check also just wins a piece.
Oh, yeah.
Even if there is a checkmate available, he goes forward instead. Where's the winning blow?
Do you just go C2? Push it?
Yeah, who needs that knight?
He does.
Who needs the knight when you can get a queen?
Knight C4, king E1, and that knight on E2 dominates the bishop. Usually it's the other way around, but not this time.
Crazy. This knight stops any checks from the white bishop. Jan's accuracy levels just through the roof in this endgame. Just presented these difficult problems for Vidit to solve, and once Vidit went astray, Jan has been ruthless, merciless in pursuing the advantage, winning a piece, getting a queen, and about to win the game, retake the lead.
Outstanding endgame technique by Jan Nepomniachtchi throughout the candidates.
Incredible. And he's about to get the double over Vidit. Vidit under 10 seconds again, gives a check. The king actually goes the other way, safe away. Hitting the knight, going back to E4.
He's won the king of the hill game and the chess game.
He really is the lord of the kings.
So knight b2 check, you can give another check, but the king just simply goes to e4, hitting that bishop and threatening the pawn to queen. just don't see a move here. And Vidit knows it. He's panicking. He's got seconds on the clock, but the clock doesn't help. He falls back with a check, but it's only a check. It's only delaying the inevitable for Vidit.
King
the
does
final
reach
move.
the center.
He shakes his head. He can't believe it. Oh my gosh. This is so difficult for Vidit.
So hard to watch.
You just fight for more than 5 hours. You keep yourself in the race. You've got a great position. You keep fighting, and then in the last moments, you know it's all over. And that's it. It's handshakes. Vidit Gujarati resigns. On one side, there's relief on Jan Nepomniachtchi. For Vidit, absolute despair.
You hear the players discussing the game.
And Vidit immediately leaves. After a more than 5-hour battle, Jan Nepomniachtchi knows that he's going to go into round 12 as the sole leader of the candidates. He gets a strong step in to fight for the World Championship title for the 3rd time. Can he keep it up? The man remains undefeated. What intense courage showed by him, and it paid off. And you can see it in him.
Wow. This is where tournaments are won and lost. This is where world titles could be potentially won and lost. He was losing this game, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Vidit had 2 winning opportunities. Vidit turned down a repetition of moves, turned down a draw, went on, kept fighting, but Jan turned it around. And any win, especially a win with black, is priceless at this stage of the tournament. He next has 2 white games. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he knows this could potentially be the moment where he turned on the style and wrapped up a 3rd candidates in the row, but still he needs to refocus. The relief palpable. Still 3 games ahead. Wow.
Yeah.
What drama
Jan
in Toronto.
Incredible drama. David, Jan Nepomniachtchi is Frodo with the ring, with Mordor on the horizon right now. He's got that lead going, and what a performance by him today. What an incredible battle today. He took his chances. He was worth starting out, then making his comeback. We've got incredible chess analysis coming up just for you, chat. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
So the candidates are coming up, and I'm here with Magnus Carlsen to ask his views on what's going to happen, and maybe to make some predictions. Magnus, are you excited to watch the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always excited to watch the candidates.
Okay, so today we're going to be ranking the 8 players in different categories. We're going to start with Alireza Firouzja.
I quite like what I saw from Alireza and Tata this year. He did quite well, reached the final against me, forced a reset there in the final as well. And honestly, he was the closest to beat me in freestyle chess as well. So I am a Alireza true believer, but I think for now we'll put him in the will do well category
Fair enough. And now it's the turn of Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's won the Candidates twice in a row. Two-time World Championship challenger. What do you make of his chances for third time lucky, or 3 in a row?
So Jan really hasn't shown much the last few years except for the Candidates. He shows flashes here and there. At the moment, I'm not convinced, but I think he has enough pedigree to be in the top contender group, considering he's won twice in a row.
Okay, now it's one of the youngsters that you mentioned, Gukesh. What do you make of his first shot at the Candidates? Is it going to go well?
For Gukesh, it's very hard to say. I cannot imagine him winning, but I could see him being anywhere from like +2 to -5. I think he will certainly win at least a couple of good games, but have some fairly bad losses as well. So I don't think he fits into either category, but I think he's not quite ready yet.
Okay, so now it's the turn of Abasov, maybe the surprise package, qualified from the World Cup last year. He's the underdog, Magnus. Do you think he can continue surprising a few people?
Well, Abasov obviously had an amazing tournament at the World Cup. Whether he can replicate it, it's very, very hard to believe. I think if he gets off to a good start, that can limit the damage severely, but overall, I think he's most likely going to suffer. So I think, yeah, he will not have it easy. But I think he's really happy just to be there.
Yeah, fair enough. And next, it's the turn of Pragg. I know you've been impressed by him in the past. Do you think this could be his year?
I don't think Pragg is ready to win the tournament, but I also cannot see it going really poorly for him. He has weak moments, but he's like fairly stable psychologically, and he has an improving repertoire. It's very serious. So I think Pragg he's very unlikely to win the tournament, but I cannot see him having a really bad result either.
Okay, and that brings us to Fabiano Caruana, another player who has won the Candidates in the past. What do you think? Is this Fabi's turn to get back there to a World Championship match?
I think Fabi has a great chance to win. He seems to have regained some strength in classical chess as well after he had a little bit of a down. He has as good a chance as any, so I think he definitely belongs and likely to win.
Okay, bold, Magnus, very bold. Okay, now the turn of Vidit.
I think Vidit is sort of in between tiers here, where we'll do well and we'll do poorly. I'm sure he will be very serious, well prepared. He will not win the tournament, although I do think like he has the capacity to make a really good score if things go his way. I really like the way he plays. He's also kind of in between categories.
And that brings us to Hikaru, many fans' favorite player. Do you think this is his year? He's been close in the past.
I think Hikaru's never had a better chance to become world champion than this. I would say that him and Fabiano are co-favorites. Hikaru's been quite consistent recently in classical chess, and I think he has an excellent chance, so I think he belongs in the first category.
Wow, Magnus, good predictions. I'm actually inclined to agree with all of them.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 11 of the FIDE Candidates. The intrigue on the board may have concluded, but I think we're all speechless. I speak for the commentators, the fans, whether you were rooting for Jan or for Vidit. That was a gladiator-like fight that we just witnessed with Jan Nepomniachtchi jumping through so many hoops. He was lost, then it was a draw. He wins with the black pieces against Vidit to claim sole lead going into the final 3 rounds. It's time for our game review segment, and we cannot but pay homage to this incredible performance by the tournament leader, the 2-time repeat winner of the candidates. Let's jump in to the fight that we just witnessed between Vidit, who has the white pieces, and Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces. Let's go. We start out, to the surprise of exactly no one, with the Petrov. This is the weapon that Jan has relied on almost exclusively in the previous few candidates. So he's been very predictable, but he has shown that he is ready for every wrinkle that is thrown at him in the Petrov. And we see yet another wrinkle from Vidit. It was a very peculiar opening choice from the Indian Grandmaster. Of course, we are all used to the most common knight retreat to f3. This has been played by Pragg in this very tournament. Jan himself faced the Petrov with white against Abasov, but in this game, Vidit plays a much less common move, knight c4. Still, this is on everybody's radar. It's been played by many top GMs. But after Jan plays the main move, knight takes e4, queen to e2 is the main continuation, pinning the knight, and Jan responds with queen e7. It was very strange because Vidit didn't seem to show anything special here. He went for knight to c3, which is a pretty rare move, and this just leads to liquidation and an endgame that is maybe at most a tiny bit better for white, but largely is equal. Jan grabs the knight on c3, and here the novelty bishop g4. Nothing special. This encourages the queen trade, and after the queens are swapped, it's not entirely clear what exactly Vidit was aiming for. So with the queens off, a lot of people assumed that this game was just going to end peacefully, but the fun is only beginning. In fact, it hasn't yet begun. Here's what happens next. First, we get a relatively standard few moves. Vidit plays rook b1, Jan defends the pawn with b6, and slowly but surely, Vidit slides into a somewhat worse position. He pushes the pawn, grabbing space. In the center, Jan drops his bishop back, x-raying the knight. Notice this very, very weakened pawn structure on the queen side. It is compensated by white's active pieces, but it eventually begins to make its presence felt. Vidit pushes his pawn up to a4, liberating the knight, grabbing some space. Jan tucks his king away on the king side, pretty standard so far. Knight e3 is met with bishop to g5, again, pursuing this knight, not letting white develop easily. And around this point, Vidit slides into a worse position. c4 is met with rook e8. Now these pawns are even more vulnerable. There's tension down the middle with an x-ray against white's king. Vidit pushes another pawn up to h4, but he gets overextended. Bishop f6, c3, and an excellent shot by Jan c5. At this point, Vidit is under an hour and under a tremendous amount of pressure. Hikaru mentioned that he thought Jan was going to win the game at this point. Well, spoiler alert, he did, but not in the way that anybody expected. It's a very difficult position for Vidit. He can't really push d5 because the c3 pawn will be captured with check. That d4 pawn is simply lost. But Vidit defends very accurately. He ignores the threat and plays bishop to d3, a move that took him another 20 minutes to find. And at this point, Jan could have solidified a pretty significant advantage by nonetheless taking twice on d4. A move that at first appears impossible on account of bishop b4 trapping the rook, but it doesn't trap the rook. Black responds with the counterstrike d5, and it turns out that after c takes d5, bishop d7, white's pieces are kind of all in the middle. They're all hanging. The a4 pawn is hanging, and white's position is very unenviable. The bishop has to drop back, for example. Black completes his development with the very nifty knight maneuver to a6. It can rejoin the game via c5, and this is a very, very unpleasant position that likely Jan would have won. But perhaps due to a misevaluation, Jan developed his knight up to c6. No, this is not a piece blunder, but Vidit nonetheless pushes d5. Jan's idea is to position the knight on e5, counterattacking white's bishop. Now, of course, if white takes the bishop on e6, Jan recaptures on d3, and the knight can easily evacuate via f4 or e5. But Vidit continues to play very accurately with little time on his clock. He grabs the pawn on h7, classic desperado. Then he captures on e6. And this position may seem very ugly for white, but it's actually very hard for black to make progress. The pawn on c4 is safely defended. The other pawns are hard to get to, and white does have this 3 versus 1 majority on the king side that eventually allows Vidit to take over the initiative. First things first, he brings the king up to the center of the board, preventing the knight check to d3, restricting this knight. Jan brings his rook into the center, preparing d6, d5, but Vidit strikes first. Here come his kingside pawns. g4 is an excellent move, preparing to knock this bishop off of the long diagonal. Jan doesn't allow that to happen. He plays g6, making a Luft square for his bishop. But now we get the possibility of an eventual pawn breakthrough with h5. This will become very significant a couple of moves down the line. Another excellent move by Vidit, just the way that he uses his pawns throughout this game is really, really impressive. So let's spotlight some of these brilliant moves by Vidit that were found in acute time pressure. At this point, he's got barely over 20 minutes for 17 moves. This is a pawn sacrifice made in order to access the 7th rank, rook b7. Now, the immediate threat is neutralized by Jan, who moves his rook up to d7, triggering an exchange of rooks. But once the rooks are traded, the initiative continues. Now Vidit switches to the semi-open d-file, hitting the pawn on d6, forcing black to compromise the activity of his fianchettoed bishop. Here, one of the issues is that if black defends through e5, the knight will slide up to g4, and suddenly black's central position collapses. You're going to lose some pawns. That's out of the question. Jan is forced to slink his bishop back to its initial square. This is a good move, but after knight g4, it's very clear that white has excellent compensation for the sacrificed pawn and a very clear plan of action. The bishop is going to move up to f4. The pawn on d6 is a major weakness, and Jan's a pawns are very, very far from promotion. On we go. Rook e8 to b8. Jan trying to maximize the activity of his rook, pinning his hopes eventually on these a pawns. Vidit follows through with his plan. Bishop f4 is followed by a check to the white king, which moves up to f3. Notice how white is kind of massing his pieces and pawns on the king side. And Jan pushes the pawn up to e5, temporarily solving the problem of his d-pawn, but making even more weaknesses in his position. Now his light squares are very weak. Now his knight on d7 is basically stuck there, preventing its vis-a-vis from jumping in to the very nasty outpost on f6. Vidit drops his bishop back to e3. At this point, the position is still dynamically equal. Knight b6 is a mistake by Jan, and now things go from uneasy equality to an objectively worse, perhaps even losing position. Vidit punishes him very nicely. He gives the check on f6, forcing the king back to h8. The correct move, by the way, would have been to start by pushing the pawn up to a4. This was very hard to see, even with a lot of time on his clock, because in this position, black can actually get out of the danger zone via g7. By starting with knight b6, Jan was not able to slide the king to g7. Now he would have run into this fork. These kinds of subtleties, so hard to spot. He was forced to go back into the corner. Vidit centralizes his king with king e4. And now we get to the most interesting phase of the game, which lasts something like 20 moves. a4 by Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's his only asset. He has to start pushing his pawns. At this point, after rook a1, stopping the pawn, and rook b3, Vidit had this very powerful resource, h5, which would have gotten him onto a borderline winning position. Now, in time pressure, perhaps he had a hard time evaluating the position after rook takes c3, h takes g6, rook takes c4, king f5, rook h4. It's just a wild position, and the only winning move here is f4, which I'm not going to pretend to understand. I think the actual point is that after the exchange, white has a very clear path to e8, as well as the threat of bishop g3. And the rook has to stay on the h-file. An easy way to understand that is to see what would have happened after g takes h5, rook h1. Here, black gets mated summarily after a3, king f5, a2, rook h5, king g7, and rook h7. So understandably, Vidit did not see all of these details and decided on the more conservative king d3, protecting his queenside pawns. This gave Jan an important tempo that he uses to push his pawn to a3. But after bishop c1, Jan makes another mistake. He pushes his other pawn to a5, perhaps expecting Vidit to take on a3, which he does, and pinning his hopes on this very, very deep tactic d5. And now what we thought was going to be the most important moment of the game turns out this actually isn't. But in this position, with only 6 minutes on his clock for 5 moves, Vidit understandably dodges the complications and drops back to c2, bringing the position back to a state of dynamic equality. Instead, the move which supposedly won the game, although I looked at this briefly and the complications here are so immense that even the engine struggles, knight takes d5, sacrificing a piece, quote unquote, falling into the trap. And after knight d5 cd, Jan was relying on the resource c4 check. You could also start with rook takes a3. It doesn't matter. And after rook takes a3, bishop takes a3. Nope, that would not be Jan's choice. White slides the king up to b5, immobilizing the pawn on a5 and preparing to run his connected passers up the board. Now, if black cooperates with a slow move like king g7, white is winning after c4. But the testing move here is e5, e4. This would be a terrifying move to face in time pressure. Although by this point, Vidit would have made time control. The point of this move is to meet king takes a5 with bishop c5. And actually, black wins the game here because the f2 pawn is captured and all the other pawns fall like a house of cards. It turns out that white is forced to play c4. Black can now deflect the king with the move a4. After king takes a4, bishop c5, the position is once again drawn. And actually, white has to fight for survival. So Vidit would have had to see c5, bishop takes c5, and this triggers a pawn race, which results in simultaneous promotion. So we would have gotten this queen endgame. The engine claims that white is winning, but likely the game would have still been going by the time I'm doing my recap if, in fact, Vidit opted for this continuation. So the small consolation for him is that knight takes d5 was not cleanly winning, but it would have pushed Jan to the brink of a loss. Instead, after king c2, we quickly make time control in a very interesting endgame. Now, I don't have time to delve into all the complexities of this endgame, but the bird's eye view is that Jan starts taking over the initiative. Vidit starts burning a lot of time. He's still playing for a win, so he declines repetition at this point. Knight g3 is his choice. Knight d2 would have led to a 3-time repetition and a draw. And after he declines that repetition, Jan slides his rook into b3, gets his knight active, and at this point, you can kind of sense that the momentum shifts in black's favor. Vidit has 12 minutes. Jan's king is getting active via these light squares, which were originally supposed to be the path that white's king took. And the way that Jan prosecutes this initiative is nothing short of masterful. So let's fast forward a couple of moves. The pawn, it gets to a4. It's protected by the knight. Vidit tries to poke and prod at some of black's weak pawns. Jan slides his rook calmly up to b5, kind of sitting on the position, maintaining the initiative. He gets his rook behind the pass pawn, forcing white's king to an even more compromised location on a3. Now Jan cuts the king off by bringing his rook back to b5, creating the potential for an exchange sacrifice on b5 and making white's defensive task even harder. And now we get to the most interesting part of the game. Once the king maximizes its activity and provokes this weakening move, Jan finds an incredible idea. Now, we were discussing in the commentator booth that bishop f8 would have maximized his objective advantage because white has no helpful move to make. White is essentially in Zugzwang, but this was incredibly hard to spot. And instead, Jan came up with an even more impressive idea. He sacrifices both pawns that seem to be the only pawns that are important for him, the c4 pawn and the a4 pawn. He sacrifices them in succession. Knight to d5 allows the king to take a4 and allows the knight to take on c4. But this is all part of his plan. Step one of his plan involves deflecting the knight from d2 so that he can push e4 and activate his king. Step two of the plan involves hunting for the white king on a4. Black's king threatens to get involved in the attack via d3. And with only 3 minutes on the clock at this point, both players in time pressure for the rest of the game, this is such a difficult position for white to defend. It is still objectively drawn, and here's how things unfold from this part. Vidit drops his bishop back to f2. This is correct. It's essentially the only move. Bishop g1 would have led to the same thing. Jan continues with his king journey to d3. Remember where he initiated this journey. His king used to be on h8. It could have gotten checkmated. Now it finds itself the star of the show on d3. The knight is hanging. It has to move. But Vidit finds a fascinating intermezzo, bishop to g3, which also maintains the objectively drawn position. Instead, knight e5 check would have led to some impossible calculations. We dubbed this the police chase line because after king d2, the rook slides over, and amazingly, white's king is able to escape forward to a8, and it doesn't get mated after king a6, rook b6. I'm going to quickly show a critical line. Here, black has nothing better than to repeat moves with knight b5 and knight c7. But instead, Vidit finds the intermezzo bishop g3, and the point is if the rook slides away from the b file, the king moves back to b3, and white is safe and sound. Jan takes the pawn on c3, delivering a check to the white king, and at this point, we were all sure that Vidit was going to liquidate with rook takes c3. King takes c3, bishop takes b8, king takes c4 leads to a bishop endgame that with only seconds on the clock, Vidit wasn't sure how to evaluate. In fact, it is a pretty straightforward draw if the white bishop drops back to e5. There's the idea of the pawn breakthrough with h5, and white has several ways to hold the draw in this position. But with only seconds left and the pressure at a maximum, Vidit panics and drops his king back to a3. An unthinkable move, which, believe it or not, is still not the decisive mistake from a technical point of view. But practically speaking, after rook b4, the game is essentially over. It turns out that Vidit's idea to deliver a retreating check on b2 and then to trap black's king with bishop f4 no longer works. Jan had the presence of mind to cover that square by putting his rook on b4. And with that idea failing, Vidit fails. The actual losing move is knight b2 check. I checked this position with a powerful engine and found that white can still draw the game with an absolutely miraculous sequence. This really is the cherry on top. It turns out that the drawing sequence was knight e5 check, king d2, rook g1, and c4. Now we have essentially the game position, with the big difference being that the knight is on e5 rather than on b2. And at this point, the draw is yielded by bishop e1 check. Now, black's king calmly slides away to e2. Bishop takes knight, rook b1 check. I saw this, probably even Vidit saw this, but at this point, there is an incredible resource, bishop to b4. The point is to deflect black's bishop and trigger an exchange of minor pieces that is going to allow white to somehow save and hold the position. If instead you started with king a4, this position is losing. Knight takes c4, king d3 forks these minor pieces. But starting with bishop b4 forces black to take with the bishop, sliding the king up to a4, rook takes rook, king takes bishop, and this is a draw because both of these pawns are going to fall, and you're going to get a knight versus rook position that's theoretically drawn. Doesn't matter what black does, rook h1, king takes c4, and when the smoke clears, white is simply going to round up this pawn on g6. Understandably, Vidit missed this move. He continued with knight b2, and Jan delivered perfectly. His next few moves were ideally performed, played really quickly, and he gave Vidit no more chances. Everything is involved in the attack. White's king is completely busted, and after Jan blocked this check, Vidit was forced to start giving up pieces. c3, rook f7, rook back to b7, discover check, protecting the bishop, and now simply ignoring the knight. The pawn pushes forward, and it simply cannot be stopped. The king evacuates back to the center of the board, and in this position, a devastated Vidit, we all feel for him, resigned the game, handing a sole tournament lead to Jan Nepomniachtchi going into the final 3 rounds of the tournament. I merely scratched the surface. This game is going to be analyzed and reanalyzed for perhaps even years to come, but hopefully this gives you a brief insight into how Jan Nepomniachtchi, in the most improbable fashion, turned the game around and actually defeated Vidit with the black pieces. He's 2 out of 2 against Vidit in this tournament. He has a clear first place by half a point, but some hard work yet to be done. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your game recap for round 11. David, I think I might sleep after 16 hours. I'm out of breath. Take it over.
Wow, Danya, that was incredible. A great breakdown, a key game for the tournament. But Tanya, that left us with 3 decisive results. You were correct with your prediction.
3 decisive games and absolutely wild ones. Daniel, that was an outstanding breakdown, and I completely agree with you. You could write a book on this game and still not cover all the details and the wild lines that you showed. Where it did fight like a gladiator, but in the end, Jan Nepomniachtchi gets the win. He was the lion in that matchup. Hikaru Nakamura scores a huge victory against Pragg. Gukesh Fabi, the only peaceful result of the day, and Alireza, has he bounced back? It's too late for his chances, but he gets the confidence boost to play spoiler to the others with his win against Nijat Abbasov. And going into round 12, this is where we stand. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes clear lead. He edges closer to the finish line at 7 points. His dreams within grasp. But right behind him, hot on heels at 6.5, it's Gukesh and Hikaru Nakamura. And then breathing down their neck at 6 points is Fabiano Caruana, Pragg and Vidit. Their hopes receive a big dash with the losses today. Pragg at 5.5, Vidit at 5, Alireza Firouzja 4.5 points, Nijat at 3. David, looking at our standings going into round 12, what do you think? Where are you expecting the big shuffles, and who are you expecting to bounce back in the next 3 games?
Oh, it's so difficult, Tanya. This is where the nerves really get maxed out, I think we're going to see some twists, some turns ahead. Nobody can play it safe now. I'm going to say it's a 4-horse race. Pragg can still win it if he wins his last 3 in a row. But I'm going to say it's a 4-horse race. And the stakes are high. Someone is going to have to take a risk. Jan still plays a few of his closest competitors. Of course, there's a few out there in the field with less to play for who can just relax and play spoiler. So much to look forward to. One more round tomorrow, rest day, but then the barnstorming weekend where everything will be decided.
You got it. Huge round 12 coming up, Daniel.
That rest day, I mean, there's going to be very little resting going on. There's going to be a lot of strategizing, a lot of nerves, and there's going to be a lot of nerves tomorrow. Jan has shown kind of propensity to play more conservatively in these types of situations. He's got white against Pragg. He made that quick draw against Fabi earlier in the tournament. Now the pressure is on Hikaru Nakamura to take the big risks. He's got white against Ali Reza. That's a game that Hikaru and his team are circling in red ink. It's a chance. It's a chance if Hikaru can win. If Jan doesn't win, he catches him. And of course, let's not forget about Gukesh, who's also going to be taking some risks. He's got black against Nijata Basov. I think we're going to see some opening explosions. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely unmissable. These last 3 rounds, I mean, we're going to have some books written about them.
It's a huge chance for Hikaru, as you mentioned. The last 2 rounds playing against Gukesh and Jan, he really wants to get that win in. We've got a huge day of chess coming up tomorrow as we go into round 12, and then we've got a rest day coming up before the 2 final games to decide the World Championship Challenger. This is our schedule. Mark your calendars. Free up the space because these next 3 rounds, you just cannot afford to miss it. It's been such a fantastic day of chess, 3 decisive games. And just before we wrap up, I'm going to leave the floor to both of you. I'll start with you, David. Your thoughts on the crazy action that we witnessed today?
Wow, it's nearly 3 a.m. here in Europe, but my heart is racing, my head is pounding, still swirling with those variations, all those checkmating patterns from that Jan Nepomniachtchi game. I could not have predicted this. I never realized it would be so close. I thought, okay, there's youngsters in the field. It's going to be fun. It's going to be decisive. But to see a race like this one emerge, we couldn't have hoped for more. Like you said earlier in the show today, Tanya, we could not have crafted a more dramatic script. And it's all shaping up perfectly for this final run-in now. Only 3 games to go.
And Daniel, you joined us when it mattered the most. What a finish we've had to today. What are you most looking forward to in the upcoming, the super crucial next 3 rounds, especially tomorrow?
Well, first of all, it's a great pleasure to commentate the deciding moments of this game with the both of you. Big hats off for handling the broadcasts earlier. And much like David, I'm going to be looking at these lines probably well into the night. I, again, barely scratched the surface in the recap. So much to digest for the players, and they don't have a lot of time to do it. It's 9 o'clock on the East Coast and in Toronto. They got to grab a dinner. They got to get to bed. Maybe some of them have to get to the bullet match that awaits them. And tomorrow is a brand new day and a brand new narrative and a story that's going to be written that is yet to be written, and that we all get to participate in as spectators. We have courtside seats to some of the most exciting candidates entertainment in the history of this tournament. And I think as a chess fan primarily, I really could not be happier.
I think you speak for all of us here. And right now in India, it's almost 6:30 in the morning. So after all this crazy action, I can't wait to get to bed as well, to take that in and probably just dream about a little bit about all the chess we saw. Chat, it's been an awesome day of chess, and tomorrow is a massive round 12. You've seen the matchups. It's something that you can't miss. We will be back with all the action. We'll see you then.